Good morning. How are we, everybody? Hope you're all well. KD first. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Here we go, Jersey Jen. Someone in North Carolina loves me. The top is back on. Hello, Rhonda. How are you? Lovely Sarah P. Nice to see you, my darling. And as always, Sarah P comes in with her links. Here she is. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining. So even if you're on replay crew, please hit the like and subscribe and hit the notification bell on the way in. And make sure it's set to all so you get all the notifications. If you would like to support the channel, the best way to do so is always PayPal or buy me coffee. But it's also important to remember that it is never required but always appreciated. And some of my links to follow me, not that I'm on social media much, but still. What is this? We got the join. Yeah, and if you want to become a member, I'm going to start doing some members only content, just like, half hour check-ins with you guys. So I will be doing a little bit more of that moving forward, maybe a couple of times a month or something. So I will add some benefit to that to try and attract people to become members. Morning to you, Andriel. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I hope you had an amazing evening. I hope you are well today. It is your shirt. It is. There she goes. Right, hang on. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, everyone. Here she is, Jilly Beans. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well, Jilly. Beep, beep. So if people remember that when we did the trial, we'd always wait for the beeps. We'd always say, Jill's coming. I can't retrial. Jill's coming. Beep, beep. This is Jill. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Here she is. Yeah, Chappie Max say from I am. Do you know what? So we were promised, not promised, but we were told we were going to have one of the worst storms ever. Touch wood, we were fine. We didn't notice anything here. A little bit more rain than usual, but my sister, she's only just had her electricity back about a couple of hours ago. So she was without electricity. And most homes. So for whatever reason, the area I'm in, which is like literally 3-4 miles away from my sister, and even 2 miles away from here, they've all been hit. I had a warning this morning on my phone, the internet's down, and they're going to be doing their best to get the internet back up. But mind this, touch wood, is working perfect. So we missed it. I missed it all. But I do know there's lots of people that have actually, been hit hard. So I hope they're doing okay. And those houses that have no electricity and stuff like that, I hope they're doing well. Also, shout out to all those organizations that open halls and buildings and making sure people have hot water and places to charge their phones. So shout out to them. But yeah, nothing here, so we're good. Hello, Christine. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are well today. Hi, guys. I'm listening for about 20 minutes, and then I can jump in and chat. No worries, Josie. So we've got 20 minutes where we can misbehave, everyone. And then when she does come into chat, we're fucked. So misbehave for 20 minutes. Christine, I am on a tight budget. Do not worry about any budgets, Christine. You're all good, my darling. Do not worry. We do not want you to go without. So you look after your budget. And I'm not sure what happened to your channel, but I hope you get it back, is all I can say to that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Twits. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Hope everything's well for you in 2025. My favorite orange hat. Yeah, I know. I was going to do this one or the grey one, but I grabbed it in the end. I actually like it. I've grown to like it. So you're so cute. Oh, thank you, Jilly. I've been called many things. Never cute, though. So, but thank you, my darling. I am very well. Thank you very much. Good morning from Erin Hack. Erin Hack has been busy out there in the streets with all the agents.
Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long.
But we're back now. There you go. Oops, I missed one. Hello, Murph Turf. So scrap that. You can't fuck about because Murph is here. So yeah, if she's here or Josie's here, you can't mess about. So, morning to you, Sherry Berry. Hope you're doing well. Hope the mother-in-law as well. Hello, mother-in-law. For this 2-second segment, I will not swear. So, good morning to you, mother-in-law. Now switch her off and I'll go back to swearing. So, there you go. Good morning, Dave. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Blue collar Dave. Hope everything's well with you, my friend. Making chocolate chip cookies. Nice. I like that. I do like cookies, but try and avoid it, obviously. But yeah, no, I like that. Paddington. No way do it for me. Yes, she is. How are we doing? Hope you're doing well, Lady Di.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
So let me just get this up. I've got it on mute, but I'll put it up anyway, just so we can see it. Shout out as well to my little niece today, who was 6 years old, and thankfully she got to go to school today. So she got to wear her little 6-year-old badge today. So she's a happy camper this morning. She's very, very happy, I imagine. I've not seen the pictures of her or anything yet, but I can only imagine she is over the moon. I've never seen children being over the moon to go to school, but she is, because last year she missed out on a birthday celebration in school, but this year she got to go in. So she's out for breakfast. That's fine. I can swear away then. I do feel bad. For those that don't know, Sherry Berry's mother can't listen to me because I have a potty mouth, which I didn't realise. Nanny Doo, hello to you. That's rings. Nanny Doo, how are you? Hello, Nanny Doo. How are you, Nanny? Hope you're doing well, my darling. There you go. Happy birthday to her. Yeah, absolutely happy birthday. 6 years old. She's growing very fast. Yeah, she did. Not everyone got to go to school, but she lives a straight line like 2 miles away from. So basically, me and my sister live 4 miles from each other, and the school is 2 miles. So literally in between us both. And the school was hit hard last night, but it's fine. The main roads are fine, so she got to go in. I love it. Happy birthday, sweet princess. There you go. And she's a beautiful niece. Like you, everybody, appreciate all the love for her. And if you've been here for a while, you'll see her. She comes on stream sometimes. So, she does enjoy it. She likes to sing. She thinks it's karaoke. There you go. But Daza, I missed you. Sorry, bud. How are you? I hope you were safe last night. I hope that you didn't lose any electricity either. We were all good here, so nothing better than a princess with a badge. No. So I'm a big softie like that as well. I know how sad she was last year, being ill and not being able to wear a badge. So I made up for her. That made my day today. Morning, Sue. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well as well. I hope 2026 is treating you well. Also, Mark safe from abdominal snow. So I think in terms of snow, I think I saw a video from some places, and some places got about 6 inches, I think, of snow. So it wasn't like as much snow as some places thought it would be. So it was more, I think, the wind. As I say, I didn't get affected, but other places did get affected. So morning, Daza. And 6 inches of snow. No one could complain about 6 inches. That's above average. So it's if normally you say you're going to get 6 inches, you should be happy with that. Don't be greedy. So there you go. That is. I don't like the name changes. Marvel Bandit is Sue, by the way, to everybody. Yesterday, Robin G was like, "Where's Lovely?" Because her name is Crystal in here. Same bad as her. Not as bad. I didn't get anything here. My sister got some stuff, but nothing major, as we thought it would be. So, morning, everyone. I'm still taking care of my mum, so we'll be mostly listening today. She's doing great, but like to chat a lot. That's, your mother's daughter then, yeah. So Mace is going to be the same then, talkative little thing when she's older. So it's been the talkative gene has been passed through the generations, which I like to see. We got 6 soft over here. Dave gets it. Dave gets it. How are you doing, Dave? Big game tonight. So I stayed up till nearly 5 a.m. This morning. I was up until 5, watching Ole Miss against Miami, and I'll be up until about 4 or 5 o'clock this morning as well. Tomorrow morning, watching Oregon v Indiana. So yeah, I didn't get up to about 10:30 today. So Sarah P, good morning to you, Katie. I did say good morning to you earlier. You were the first one here. Hope you're doing well. So happy to see you active on here. Familiar face and neutral ground with less drama. My favourite kind of hang out. Happy days. We don't do drama here. It's easy to do drama because it brings in clicks and stuff like that. But I'd rather not do the drama. I have opinions and I'll voice my opinions when I need to. But I don't need to voice any opinions on any of the stuff that's going on at the minute. We've got more important things to do, like trying to get this guy, Adrian Gonzales, off, because he does not deserve to be going to prison for 2 years. Or if he does deserve to be going to prison for 2 years, then there's about 380 other people that deserve to go as well. But yeah, thank you, Nanny Doo. Nice. Nanny Doo, where are you? Nanny's from Rhode Island. She's from Rhode Island, so I think that suits her. Nanny Doo, where are you? Nanny's from Rhode Island. Dave, let's fucking go. There you go. Swipe myself out like AML. I don't know what AML is, but you know. I think I know. Yes, I think I know. KD, morning trouble. Oh yeah, I was first. Lola commented that on the way. You were first. It was an unbelievable game. I thought Ole Miss had it right at the end. I thought they had it. I actually thought Mario Crystal, whatever his name is, made a mistake taking that last time out with 24 seconds or whatever to go. I was like, that's a mistake. But no worries at all, my darling. I'm at the vet with the dog, so I'll probably have to rewind right when they start court. Yeah, don't worry, we're not started yet, so you're all good. But they normally do start on time. Marvel, Massachusetts. Yeah, but I thought you were from Rhode Island for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's longer than 2 years. No, I think this guy's 2 years. I think the chief is looking for longer, but I believe they can't do. They can't add it on. I think there's only 2 years for each one, but it will be joined together. And it's 2 years. Going by what attorneys are saying, anyway, I thought it was more. I think initially I think if you add it all up, it's like 58 years, but they can't do it all together, or something like that. Nani do Rona Ronda Hink, sorry, Morningham. Melittle, yes, I clicked in the end, but yes. You can tell I don't really, I do know what that means. Swipes herself out, but I'm guessing I know. Anywho, good morning. How are you, Dave? Massachusetts. Massachusetts. Each count is 2 years, but they do not stack the sentences for this kind of thing in Texas, apparently. Yeah, apparently that's why. I think that's what the attorney on this show explained as well. The judge can, but they normally do not, Josie. Yes, ELH. Who's ELH? Oh, Erin Lahak. Erin Lahak, hack. Ole. Aren Dodo is 2 years also. Who's that? Oh, that's the chief. I'm with you. Morning, hun. Oh, here we go. We got.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
Are you a blue wench somewhere else as well now, or just here? Do you mean you got a blue wench somewhere else? I'm not even sure if you're involved anywhere else. Hey. They had Peterson's attorney on Banfield. He said he's going to walk and sue. Morning, hun. So the court's not started yet, but it will be started. There you go, Bex. Good start to your day. I bet your husband loves me because I can call you a cunt, and he's like, oh, thank God someone does that. Hello, Patricia. Hello, my darling. Nice to see you. Hope you are doing well. You're only a wrench here. That's true. You're also probably only a pain in the ass here as well. But, we still love you. I still love you. So when I say to people, I love you all, but I don't. I love most of you. I do love Erin Hack. So she's in that most category. So
to make a
they're muted, so we can't hear them. Once this guy drops off, we'll be able to hear them. Right, let me see if my audio is... Yes, it's boosted. Here we go. Julia coming in.
From the courtroom? Okay, wait a minute.
Yes, my darling. Can you please?
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. You gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed yesterday, we were on direct examination of the ranger, so you may proceed.
And Your Honor, we have just this minute turned over the additional photograph for Ranger Wright's testimony for their inspection. They're in the process of inspecting that, and so once they've had a chance to do that, we'll be ready to file the damage evidence.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he said I can't do that, and I agreed. He absolutely could not. I don't call anyone else that, so no worries, Rhonda. Make something nice. Can I hire you? My wife needs it. Let's hope they are not as erectile as yesterday. Yeah, I know it was tough, wasn't it? It's the accent I left, and I get away with it. I know, and you know I'm joking. I would never actually call you that. Well, I would probably call you that, but everybody else, I would never call them that. So, oops. Much respect. There you go. Hit the like, motherfuckers. We're back, bitches. Well, come on. The judge is nice, but you can tell he's pissed off. He's like, come on.
What are the numbers, Mr. Turner?
Start with 164 and end with 261.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to have loads more pictures today. Yeah, he does look annoyed as well. Who had on the bingo cards that there would be a book of authored by Bill Crosby entered into evidence? So if you didn't see yesterday, they showed a picture with the main book shown was Bill Crosby's authored book. So that was a bit like, ooh, I'm not sure that book should be in this elementary school. He's probably still pissed about the stunt the DA pulled on day one. That's also probably a little bit true. And also, I imagine he doesn't like messing the jury up a little bit here because he's like, well, why couldn't we have done this before now? Or why couldn't you told me this before I called the jury out? Lincoln Kane, I don't know who that is. Oh, Elsie, sorry. Yes, okay, sorry. Erin Hack's having a discussion with her father in the chat. I don't like waiting as well, because now I can't do anything because I don't want to. I've got to be careful when they go and start again. Bye. Should we do sing song? My Miss American Pie put the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Guess who's back? Back again. What's the? I used to sing a song, Backstreet Boys. Backstreet's back, alright. Everybody, everywhere. Put your hands up if you just don't care. Erin Hack, she's in the chat. Oh, are they back? There's some.
You may publish. Proceed.
Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Major Wright, when we left yesterday.
Shit, wrong one.
Defects, bullet defects that were in 102, that southwest corner of the room, correct?
Yes.
And how they had gone across the hallway.
Correct.
And so now we are moving to State's Exhibit 164. State's Exhibit 164, could you tell us what we're looking at there?
That is a diagram of Robb Elementary, or at least that building within Robb Elementary. And the highlighted room is 108, which is directly across the hall from 102.
And that's where you continued following the path of bullet fragments, is that correct?
Correct.
And would you tell us what State's Exhibit 165 is?
That is a photograph of the entrance into classroom 108.
To orient us, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 166?
That is going to be a photograph just stepping inside of room 108, turning to the right and just seeing that part of the classroom.
And which of those walls is adjacent to the hallway?
The wall on the right with the cabinets is
And
going
is
to be
there-
on the back side of that wall is the hallway.
And does one of your rods appear in that photograph?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
You're going to see one of our flight path rods right here coming through this wall.
Thank you. And 167?
It's going to be a closer photograph of that flight path rod, the bullet defect in the wall, and the flight path rod coming straight through.
And am I correct that you can only affix that flight path rod if it is clear to you the path of the fragment? State's Exhibit 168?
It's just going to be another closer photograph of the flight path rod coming through the wall.
And State's Exhibit 169?
That is going to be a photograph of standing kind of close to the door of the classroom, looking back toward the windows on the opposite side. So to orientate the jury, it would be if the bullets had come in this window originally in room 102, gone through that wall, through the hallway, through that wall. It's going to be the windows on the complete opposite side of the building.
And where did you find, if you did, a defect in that photograph?
You can see kind of It's kind of hard to see right here, but I do get another photograph later, but it's going to be where the bullet comes in and hits these blinds right here on that window.
And Exhibit 170?
It's going to be a closer up of the bullet defect. This is going to be one of those sticky adhesive markers that we use to identify it. That's going to be the bullet defect that went into the blind.
And Exhibit 171?
Closer photograph of where the bullet struck the blind.
And 172, is that even closer?
Correct.
And along with that defect, were you able to find any bullet or bullet fragments?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 173?
Yes, the bullet is going to be down here as evidenced by this marker, number 15.
174?
That is the actual bullet that came through. It came to rest on the windowsill.
And is it a complete bullet or a fragment?
It's pretty deformed. It doesn't look like it has a jacket. It looks like part of the core of the bullet, like a lead core.
Okay, thank you. Now, was that the extent of the defects you found then in room 108?
Yes.
And what was the next room that you searched?
I can't remember the exact number. It's
okay. Well, let me just move to Exhibit 175.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to be room 104.
And when you move from 102 to 104, does that mean there were no defects in 103?
Correct.
Okay. And so you took pictures of the defects and went to the rooms where there were actual defects?
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 176, is this an outside view of that room?
Yes.
And do you see flags in that photograph?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
There's going to be flags in the grass right there.
Okay. And are they, were there defects in that window to the left of those flags?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 177. Can you tell us what that is?
That's going to be a closer up a photograph of that window. You can see where the glass is completely shattered in many of these places. You can see some of a couple of the trajectory rods placed in bullet defects coming from outside the window going to the inside.
And would you talk to us about the bottom pane of the window?
Well, there's not much glass there. It's completely shattered.
Okay. And do you know what caused that shattering?
If I'm not mistaken, this room, I believe, this was probably, it may have been bullet defects, but it could have also been attempts to escape the classroom, trying to break the window so students could get out of the classroom.
So so it's fair to say you can tell us the origin of why that shattered. It's just when you see it, it's shattered. Is that
correct?
Okay. And your rods are also indicated there, indicating the path of the bullet through the window. Is that correct?
Correct. And this is the room also. You can see these gaps over here. This window frame was removed. We found it that way. It was removed. To take these photographs, we had to actually place that window back into the window frame.
So in a few minutes, we're going to see where the window is actually on the ground, but you had to place it in its proper spot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't know why that happened, why the window frame was removed?
No.
And State's Exhibit 178?
It's a photograph of classroom 104, the entrance to it.
And Exhibit 179?
It's just going to be a photograph looking inside room 104.
And do you recognize any of your yellow markers or yellow tints? I'm not sure what term you use.
Yes, these evidence markers here on the floor.
Okay. And is the window likewise in that photograph 179?
Yes, this is the window frame that we saw earlier. We had placed it up here to take these photographs, but this is how we had originally found it. The window frame had been removed and was placed up.
Showing you Exhibit 180. Can you tell us what that is?
This is going to be, it's going to be damage to the blinds covering that window. You can see quite a bit of damage to these blinds, whether it was bullet fragments or glass. Whenever bullets strike glass, a lot of times it pulverizes the glass. It turns it into shrapnel, for lack of a better term, and it causes a lot of damage here. You can see all of these things here.
And State's Exhibit 181.
Again, just another photograph of that window. You can see the damage to these blinds and all the shattered glass.
Okay, and once again, you don't know the origin of that shattered glass, is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 182.
Going to be another photograph of this window. You can see the window down here, the window frame that had been removed from the original housing here, and it's just down here on the floor.
And did you photograph the damage to the window frame when it was in that position?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 183.
Yes, this is a bullet defect that's in the window frame.
And 184.
Another bullet defect in the window frame.
And 185.
Closer view of the defect in the window frame.
And would you describe the defect in a little more detail? Tell us if it gave you an idea about where the bullet came from, the other side of the window frame or from this side of the window frame.
Correct. So in this one, we can tell that the directionality of the bullet traveling through this window frame, it was coming from outside to inside. So if you could kind of imagine that this is the side that's facing the classroom. So this would be the back side facing the exterior, facing the outside of the building. And you can see the directionality of the bullet coming in. You can see how it bent the metal as it comes through.
State's Exhibit 186.
This is going to be a picture of, this is one of our, another one of the Texas Rangers holding the window frame in place in that window housing.
And 187.
Just a closer photograph of the same thing.
And 188.
Another photograph of that window being held in place.
Okay. Just kind of a side note, 187, if we could go back one. Just in the background, there's a car parked there.
Here?
Yes. And then 188. Is the car gone?
Yes.
What explains the difference in that?
This was a long process doing all of these. So we photographed it at different intervals, different times. So I believe we were there working this particular side, this west side of this building for 2 or 3 days. So at any given time during that 2 or 3 days, cars may have come and gone. We really weren't paying attention to those outside. We were just worried about trying to place this window frame back in its place and photographing and documenting first off how we found it, and then how the bullets would have entered this window.
Thank you. And Exhibit 189.
It's going to be a close-up of a bullet defect in the glass.
190.
This is going to be a photograph of one of the bullet defects in the window frame.
And also, does that tell you the origin, whether it's inside the room or outside the room?
As far as direction?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it shows that the bullet did come from the outside and coming to the interior of the window. You can see the directionality. You can see how the metal again bent around the bullet, and it shows the direction of the bullet.
And Exhibit 191.
It's going to be a closer view of the bullet defect.
And the defect on the opposite side of that window frame, does it feel smaller than the defect on this side of the window frame?
It does.
And what's the explanation for that?
When a bullet passes through a surface, depending on lots of factors, depending on the surface it's passing through, depending on the bullet itself, typically a bullet sometimes will expand as it goes through a surface like this. So as it went through the exterior coming in, this bullet, whether it was the bullet itself actually expanding or some of the shrapnel and some of the other stuff breaking off of the bullet, some of the bullet fragments, caused a much larger hole on this opposite side.
So a bullet going through a soft object may maintain its integrity, but if it hits a hard object, it may expand and fragment.
It could. I think there are a lot of variables with both of those, with the composition of the bullet and the composition of the whatever it's passing through.
Fair enough. Exhibit 192.
Just going to be another, this is one of the trajectory rods coming through a bullet defect, showing it passing from the exterior to the interior.
And 193.
Another photograph, another bullet defect with a trajectory rod showing the direction of travel from the outside to the inside.
And is it slightly elevated also?
Yes.
And what does that say about the position of where the gun was in comparison to the window?
So this would indicate that the muzzle of the rifle, of the weapon, where the bullet was fired from, would have been a little bit lower on the outside. It would have been a little bit lower in elevation as it fired, and the bullet passed through, coming in and going at an upward angle into the classroom.
And when we looked at exhibits 102, is that consistent then with fragments ending up in the ceiling?
I believe so, yes.
State's exhibit 194.
This is going to be a photograph inside the classroom, standing back by the window, looking back at the door, the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers up here with some of the trajectory rods inside some of the bullet defects. Around the door here, you can see some of our evidence markers indicating bullet defects on that wall.
So did you find that these defects were directly across from the window?
Yes.
And then we close in on those defects, is that correct?
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 195.
Just a closer angle of these bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall.
And 196.
More of an overall photograph of standing back by the window again, showing the bullet defects on the ceiling and the wall by the entrance door.
And it may be light there, but do your rods appear there also?
Yes.
Showing you 197.
This will be a closer view of the bullet defects. You can actually see one of the pink rods right there.
And 198.
Closer view of the, these are the bullet defects that are, so here's the door. So the window would be back this way from the screen. So you can see the actual trajectory rods going in to some of these bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 199.
Another photograph from a different. I'm trying to find different angle of some of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles. Yes. Another angle, another photograph showing bullet defects of various sizes, whether they were complete bullets. Right, I was trying to find where the thing was. I couldn't find the stream. I just want to take a couple of seconds just to say thank you. Miss Cyrus Black, thank you very much for the faculty memberships. I'm so happy because the people that got it was Bad Daza, who's very much an everydayer, yeah. Just Christy the Crone,
who I know has been going through a tough time with the loss of her husband, and she's struggling at the minute, so I'm glad she got one. NYC Meg, I don't know who NYC Meg is. Excuse me. Andrella Hillis, who's been here watching this trial with us. So, Andrella, I'm really happy that you got one as well. And then the final one was Rehab Department Groups, who is Patty. It's her second account. And very happy that Rehab has one. Rehab is here most days as well. So I'm very, very happy with the people that there's 4 names there that I know. And that's very unusual. So thank you so much for those. Just to answer your question as well, Nanny Do, is there an option? The only option about memberships is YouTube. I think it's like 50% or whatever they take. But yeah, that's just memberships. Everything else is PayPal, Buy Me Coffee, or Amazon as well. I've got an Amazon account thingy, which whatever. I need to actually post that one. I'll try and look for my Amazon gift link now as well. Hang on. Makes me think these new names are now legit for memberships. Thanks. I know these crooks take a good portion, as does Apple. If you use Super Chat, do Super Chats, YouTube takes 30%, and Apple or Google Play take 10% of it for like Super Chat and stuff. If you that's why I do PayPal. I get 90% of the PayPal, and I get 94% to Buy Me a Coffee. So, but obviously you need to do memberships. So she is here. She's in and out. She's in and out. So yes, it is definitely better. But then the only thing is you miss out on becoming a member of YouTube, where I will be doing some YouTube member content like a couple of times a month or something. That I can't, that's out of my control. So I don't use Discord. I don't use Discord. Right, we'll get back to it. But yeah, if you want to donate PayPal, Buy Me Coffee, the links are posted on the above by Sarah P. Here she is. Hello, stranger. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Happy New Year to you. Yes, nice to see you. Not seen your face for a while. Nice to see you, Gemma, darling. Hope everything's going well for you, my lovely. And I'll post my Amazon link as well for you guys in a second. Anyway, let's get back to it. I just want to say thank you. Also, I just wanted to point out that the people that got the stuff are actually regular viewers, which is really nice to see. So thank you again, Miss Iris Black.
Or bullet fragments or actual shrapnel from glass from the window frame. It's hard to tell exactly, but you can tell some of the directionality of how they're moving.
And Exhibit 201.
Just a closer photograph of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
Exhibit 202.
This is going to be a photograph of some more of the bullet defects in the ceiling tiles.
And 203.
This is a closer view of one of the bullet defects in the ceiling tile.
Okay. So there were a number of defects in the ceiling tile, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. 204.
This is going to be another photograph of a bullet defect in the ceiling tile. You can see another defect over here on this side.
And 206.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
And 207.
Another bullet defect in the ceiling tile.
Backing off from that then, in Exhibit 208, is this giving us a general view of the room? 204.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This is 208. Thank you. Could you tell us what 208 is?
As far as the classroom?
Yes, sir. And do your yellow marker or tents appear there?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of those yellow markers or tents?
These are going to be showing either bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel, some type of object that came from whenever the bullets were fired into the windows.
Would you take a second just to show us the tents that you see in that photograph?
Yes. So there's number 12 right here. I think that's going to be number 5 right there. Can't really tell. But these are items that we found on the desks. Over here, there's going to be closer to the window, there's going to be more evidence markers indicating bullet fragments or some type of shrapnel that we thought was related to the bullets coming in through the windows or the window frames.
And Exhibit 209, does that show some of those markers better?
Yes.
And would you show us where those are?
Yes. These are the markers closer to the window that we just saw in the previous photograph. This one is actually going to be another bullet fragment closer to the entrance door of the classroom, marked number 4.
Exhibit 210?
It's going to be a closer angle of Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 3.
And Exhibit 211?
Going to be a closer photograph of Exhibit 3, which is a bullet fragment.
212?
Just a photograph of Exhibit 4, which is going to be another apparent bullet fragment.
And 213, is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
214?
Going to be evidence marker number 5 with an exhibit right there.
And is 215 a close-up of that?
Yes.
And what is?
So at the scene, it was kind of hard to differentiate right offhand whenever we were right there on the scene. So could this have been shrapnel from one of the mini blinds, or could it have been shrapnel from the window frame, or could it have been a bullet fragment? We weren't sure at that exact moment, so we went ahead, erred on the side of caution to mark it as just an item that obviously should not have been there, and it came as a result of the bullets passing through the windows or the window frames.
So whether it's bullet fragment or shades or the aluminum frame, it's a piece of metal that's flying through the air of room 104, is that correct?
Correct.
And 216?
It's going to be just another view of some of the evidence markers next, closer to the window.
And 217?
It's going to be evidence markers number 6 and number 7. And we're going to see a piece of either bullet fragment or shrapnel here. And the same
218, does that close up on number 6?
Yes.
And from looking at that, can you tell the origin of that?
In hindsight, it looks more like a piece of the mini blind, maybe a piece of shrapnel that came from the bullet defect. But at the time, we didn't know if it was a piece of a metal jacket coming from one of the bullets or if it was a piece of the mini blind.
Thank you. 219?
It's just a closer photograph of it.
And 220?
It's going to be evidence markers number 7, number 8, and number 9.
And marker 8, is that next to a paper airplane?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Exhibit 221?
It's going to be another piece of evidence that we found, actually a couple of little pieces here, marked number 8.
And 222?
It's going to be evidence markers 8, 9, and 11, indicating some of the items that we found on the floor close to the window.
Exhibit 223?
It's going to be another piece of debris, whether it's shrapnel or a bullet fragment, closer to the window.
224.
This is going to be just a photograph of evidence markers 9, 10, and 11. We actually had to pull this bookcase out to see that, and obviously this is the window frame. The window would have been in this location over here.
And for a reference marker, the tent number 10, is that closest to the wall?
Yes.
So looking at 225, can you tell us which marker this belongs to?
That's going to be, I believe that's going to be number 10 right here. So this is the wall. It's on the floor here. And this is a piece of it appears to be a piece of a copper jacket from a bullet. So it'd be a bullet fragment, but it would be the piece of the copper jacket that covers that lead core of the bullet.
And 226.
Just another photograph of 8, 9, 10, and 11.
227.
It's going to be a piece of debris on the floor with our evidence marker there showing the size of it.
228.
It's going to be this is a photograph of the desk area. This is going to be the entrance door into the classroom. So to orient the jury, this photograph would have been taken closer from the window area, looking back toward the door, and evidence marker 5 and 12 on these desks.
229.
It's going to be a close-up of exhibit number 12.
And then 230.
It's going to be a piece of debris, either a jacket or a piece of mini blind, some type of shrapnel that was found on the desk.
And 231.
This is going to be a photograph looking close to the entrance door, or from the entrance door of the classroom, looking back toward the window, but they had these double doors that went into the classroom next door to it. So these doors are open. So this is going to be some of the evidence markers that are there, and some of the things that we found on the floor, on the desk, and some of those other evidence markers were over there that y'all saw earlier.
So those internal doors allow two different classrooms to access two different classrooms.
Correct.
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 You could come in one door and then go into the other classroom by this adjoining door.
Correct.
Exhibit 232.
It's going to be a close-up of or a photograph of evidence marker number 13.
And 233.
It's going to be a closer up of some of the shrapnel or bullet fragment labeled number 13 that's on the floor.
Exhibit 234.
This is going to be the entrance door to that classroom. You can see bullet defects on the wall over here, and you can see one of our trajectory rods stuck in one of those bullet defects.
And exhibit 235.
That's going to be a bullet defect that hit the door frame. It did not go through the door frame. It just hit right there and made a defect, made basically like a dent in that metal door frame. You can see where it knocked the paint off, but there's a definite indentation from where the bullet hit it.
236.
That's going to be a closer angle or a closer view of that bullet defect.
And 237.
That's going to be kind of a zooming out photograph again of some of the bullet defects on the wall by the door.
238.
That's going to be a bullet defect on the right side of the door.
And 239.
It's going to be it appeared that it's going to be a piece of a copper jacket that surrounded the lead core of the bullet. It's embedded in the wall right here.
And 240.
This is going to be a couple of bullet defects that are on top of the door.
241.
Another view of those bullet defects with one of our trajectory rods in this one on the left.
And 242. If we now move to the hallway.
Yes, this is going to be bullet defects that are outside the door. So to orient the jury again, if the windows are on the exterior of the building, going to the door that's on that wall, this is going to be in the hallway on the opposite side of that wall. You can see where one of the bullets came through, created a defect right here and right there.
And did you, well, let me just show you 243. Is that a close-up of that defect?
Yes.
And can you tell directionality from that defect?
Yes, it's coming from exterior, through the windows, through the classroom, through the wall on the opposite side into the hallway.
Exhibit 244.
This is going to be one of our trajectory rods going through that bullet defect, coming from the classroom into the hallway.
Showing a slightly upward angle once again.
Correct.
245.
This is going to be a trajectory rod coming from that bullet defect, and it caused that bullet defect on the ceiling. So this is the wall in the hallway, and this is the ceiling in the hallway. So that bullet came through the wall and made a bullet defect right there on the ceiling.
And does 246 show then the defect in the ceiling?
Yes.
And did that conclude then your investigation as to the room 204 and the defects that went through that room?
Yes.
So did you next move to room 105?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 247.
Okay, this is the diagram of the building again. Room 105 is highlighted in yellow here.
And was there any defects from outside to inside in room 105?
I believe there were.
You did. Let's go through that. 248. Could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so this is going to be a photograph from outside in the hallway of room 105, and we have a bullet defect right there.
And 249.
So this is going to be a view of room 105 from the area of the entrance door, and you can see some of our evidence markers here.
Okay. And is there a window there that is not in its complete form?
Yes.
And do you know how it was destroyed?
I wasn't there when it happened, so I don't know exactly.
Okay. And how many markers came out of room 105? Just these two?
Just these two.
Okay. Exhibit 250? I guess I'm closing up on the window there at that point.
Yes, that's going to be a view of it's going to be that window there, but our evidence markers are going to be right here on this TV stand.
And what is in front of that window?
That is a bookcase that's been turned over.
And if it were upright, could you access the window?
No.
And if it's knocked over, could you access the window?
Yes.
Exhibit 251.
That's going to be a photograph of the TV stand with our two exhibits, our markers.
Exhibit 252.
It's another photograph of the TV stand with our evidence markers.
And exhibit 253.
It's going to be a closer view of evidence marker number 1. Here's the TV, and it's on the TV stand.
And exhibit 252? No, 254, excuse me.
It's a closer view of a bullet fragment that was found on this TV stand.
And 255.
This is going to be a bullet defect that was directly above the TV stand You can see our evidence of the sticky adhesive marker on the ceiling tile right here, and that's the bullet defect.
And Exhibit 256.
There is the piece of shrapnel or bullet fragment that is embedded in the ceiling tile.
Exhibit 257.
That's going to be that's a view, a photograph view standing near the front door, near the entrance door of the classroom, looking back to the right at this wall. So this wall would be adjacent to the hallway. Just on the opposite side of this wall would be the hallway.
And on the opposite side of that hallway, would that be room 102? Excuse me. I've lost the numbers. 1 second. 111, excuse me.
Yes.
And Exhibit 258.
This is going to be a bullet defect in the wall. Again, on the opposite side of this wall is going to be the hallway.
And Exhibit 259.
That's going to be a closer angle of the bullet defect in that wall.
And Exhibit 260.
This is going to be a view from the hallway looking into the classroom 105.
And 261.
That's going to be what appears to be a bullet defect from outside in the hallway, looking at the top left corner of that door going into 105.
And once again, across from that room would be 111. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the glass being shattered in this room 105, as well as these defects in the walls, are you able to determine the origin of that one fragment in 105?
The one fragment, so the windows in this room were not shattered by bullets coming from the exterior to the interior. This one appears that the bullet came from the inside, from traveling into this room from the hallway, going into the room. So it was from the interior of the building.
And how are you able to exclude that it didn't come from the shattered window?
Because there were no bullet defects that we found in the window
itself. Okay. Pass the witness.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ranger, we briefly shook hands yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, my name is Nico Hood. I represent Adrian, one of 3 lawyers who represent Adrian. You've done this before. You've testified, so I'm just going to jump right in.
Sure.
Okay. You're obviously qualified as a trajectory analyst, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described to the jury yesterday what that is, but you're trying to determine pathway of a bullet, a trajectory analysis from its origin to its endpoint, correct?
Correct.
And often they use your skill set with wound path analysis, right?
Yes.
Right, because it's the next step. If somebody unfortunately is struck by that trajectory, then the wound path should match the trajectory of the starting point and the end point where it rested.
Yes.
Okay. What training does an individual like yourself go through to do this type of analysis?
Well, as a Texas Ranger, we all have to go through a 3-week advanced crime scene school. We do lots of continuing education throughout our careers. One of the schools that I went to was a 10-week course of study at the University of Tennessee, the National Forensic Academy. That included shooting reconstruction, and those are the main, I guess, the main educational courses that I've been through.
Okay, and I think you said it on direct. I mean, this is not an exact science.
Are you talking about what, tracing the path of a bullet?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, bad question. Yes, sir. Tracing the path.
Bullets do weird things sometimes.
I know you
yes.
just said that yesterday. They do. And so they're educated guesses.
Yes.
And you said it can go in a million different directions. Once it hits something, bullets are just, they do things that are weird.
They can.
Often unexplainable.
Yes.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention back to what you did there. And so you did this analysis. Is this the extent of what you did during your assignment or your duties of what you were given?
Are you talking about at Robb Elementary?
Yes, sir. At the Robb, from the rooms that you looked for evidence. Is that's all you did?
I did a few other things there, but that was my main assignment.
Did you have anybody assist you in this endeavor?
There were some other rangers that assisted, yes.
So you made the determination that the majority of the defects that you saw on the west side of the building came from outside.
Correct.
And you were mentioning things about the frame of the window and the indention of the entry of the entrance versus the exit. That's called beveling, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And will you explain to the jury what beveling is?
So beveling is, again, like, I guess, could we pull up that photograph of
Sure.
one of the window frames?
What do you remember what number that is? Any one of the window frames?
Yes. Any one of them showing that exterior defect and the interior defect.
They're right here. 183. For the record, Judge, it states exhibit 183, 184, and 185. I think we have it here. That's 183, Ranger.
That will work. Your Honor, may I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
So in this one, if the bullet were to come from the exterior of the window, so from this side of the window coming out, this is an exit defect. So as it passes through this, surface, it makes the entrance defect and the exit defect. It bends the metal like I talked about earlier. It bevels it out. So kind of makes it to where you can tell the direction. If the bullet passes through this surface, it bends the metal coming out.
And so, thank you, sir. You got to see. And so an entrance defect is smaller and cleaner. Is that a fair statement?
Generally speaking.
Yes, sir. Generally. And then an exit defect is usually larger and not as clean.
Correct.
I mean, irregular, I guess is the better word to use.
Yes.
Okay. And this is why you said, I think at the end of your testimony, that there were some defects in room, I thought it was room 105, that you believed were coming from the inside of the building.
Yes.
And when you use those trajectory rods, they're trying to trace back. So you're kind of start from the end point. You have to know where the entrance and the exit is, or the beginning and the ending. And you're trying to connect those lines together. And that's why that rod needs to be straight.
Correct.
You can also use a laser.
Yes.
When does someone like you decide when to use a laser or a rod?
I could have used a laser here. There were so many bullet defects, but you can use a laser at any time during this process.
And that's just more of a preference?
Yes.
Is one more reliable than the other one?
Well, lasers are obviously, they're going to be straight. Rods, you do have a little bit of play in them. Sometimes we have the plastic cones that you can put inside of a bullet defect that the trajectory rod will fit in, so it kind of centers it more in the bullet defect itself.
And on two different occasions, at least that I heard, you talked about the trajectory of the bullet going through a window, through a classroom, through a hallway, or into a ceiling. It kept traveling.
Correct.
Is that correct? And so when you see what appears to be the end of the trajectory, it could have kept going. You never know, right?
Unless, I'm sorry, if you.
What I'm saying is, if you saw a defect in the ceiling tile, you obviously don't know the bullet kept going. You didn't find the actual bullet.
Some of those, yes. There were some defects up above the ceiling tiles. Sometimes it was hard to determine exactly where they came to rest, but passing through those ceiling tiles, yeah, there was rafters up there and all kinds of things.
And just as a side note, the government's not going to contest us on this. The person responsible for these defects and causing this damage is dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's not Adrian sitting at the table with us.
No, to my knowledge, no, absolutely not.
And you're correct, by the way.
Yes.
And so at some point in your investigation, or you're part of this investigation, you heard that from the inside of the school, there were some rounds that went outside one of the windows on the back side, on the east side.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Room 111 and room 112 had, there was a bullet or bullets that went out of the building from 111.
I did not do any of the evidence gathering or evidence analysis in rooms 111 and 112.
But you understand there was defects outside of the building.
Are you talking about that came from 111 or 112?
Yes, sir.
Just maybe what I've heard through some of the other investigation, but I did not, I did very little in rooms 111, 112 past identification of the victim.
But you would agree that you are considered and you have testified as an expert in trajectory analysis in the past?
Yes.
So may I approach the witness?
Yes. Yes.
Ranger, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2 for identification only.
Okay.
You recognize Defense 2, do you not?
I do not.
Okay. Would you, let me get a bigger, I stay one.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason. I'm also showing you, Ranger, State's Exhibit 1. Now, this is Robb Elementary.
Okay.
Do you recognize it? Okay.
Yes.
So she has the typo of his
Oh,
name.
I'm sorry.
And this is the west side of Robb Elementary?
Yes.
And this would be considered the south side?
Yes.
And this is the east side?
Yes.
And then room 111 roughly, this is the State's
Mm-hmm.
exhibit, but is in here, room 111 and 112 on the east side?
Yes.
And these are what they call wings of the building. These are extra buildings on the campus?
Yes.
And you might not know, but they're lettered from A to E. This would be Echo E, correct?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, yeah, well, they're lettered. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so on Defense Exhibit 2, this is a close-up of what? Would you agree that's a close-up of a defect? Regardless of where it's at, that's a defect?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And did you do the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2? I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 2 defect?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did the analysis on Defense Exhibit 2 defect from building E?
I don't know.
Are you aware that this is these are metal buildings, so defects, trajectories will affect metal different than other surfaces?
I'd say that's a fair statement.
And metal is metal is not a cover. I mean, it's more concealment. It's not going to protect you from a bullet.
Depends on what kind of metal. Are you talking about like the thin metal building?
The thin metal buildings, yes, sir.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Judge, this time we'd like to offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
I don't believe he'd been able to identify it. He said he didn't work on that defect. He didn't see it. If they're offering it just to say it's a defect, I have no objection.
Well, yeah, they're going to want it in later, I'm sure, so we want it in.
I don't, do you have it?
What's the objection?
All right, it's admitted.
Can we publish it to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, so that defect right there, if that were to be on the top part, because that's where the electrical is, on the top part of building E, then excuse me, you testified earlier that whenever there's a defect up higher, usually the source of that trajectory is lower, correct?
I think it depends on each circumstance. I mean, depending on what other evidence is present to indicate that the muzzle of that weapon would have been lower.
Sure. I mean, obviously, if somebody was in a building shooting down, that could be a possibility,
Yes.
right? But there are no buildings higher than this structure around Robb Elementary. Did you recall?
That I can recall now.
So if somebody is on the ground and the muzzle is lower and shooting up, then the defect would be higher on a building.
Generally speaking, yes.
Right. And you yourself, hopefully we'll get someone else to talk about this, but you yourself did not, that's not your evidence there.
That's
evidence
correct.
marker.
No.
But a defect on a building like that, behind a structure that had a lot of gunfire, it would be very difficult to pinpoint where that came from. Was that a fair statement?
I think there's a lot of variables with that. It would kind of depend on if there's another corresponding defect on the opposite side of that wall, or even within that wall, if we could see where the bullet passed through this surface and made contact with another surface. If there is a corresponding defect, that gives us 2 points of reference to put a trajectory rod or a laser.
But correct, that is right. Okay, but and you don't know if that was done on this defect.
I do not.
If somebody on the east side, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If somebody on the east side in front of this building, sorry, the west side.
South.
This is south. I'm so sorry, Ranger, you're right. I'm wrong. So on the south side of the building, correct, made a claim that there were multiple shots fired at that individual. Is it fair to say that we should see defects like this multiple times in this area?
Okay, can you, I guess, repeat that? I want to make sure my logistics are correct.
That's okay. If somebody, as an expert, if somebody is claiming there are multiple shots on the west side of the building here, in front of this structure.
This is the west side.
No, I'm getting myself confused. You're right. This is the west, on the south side of the building.
Okay, so if a suspect is, or if a person is here?
If a witness is on the south side of the building.
Okay.
Claiming that a suspect fired multiple rounds at them on the south side of the building.
Okay.
We should see defects somewhere in one of these buildings, E, D, or even C.
If it struck one of those buildings, yes. I mean, obviously it could pass through as well, but if it struck one of those buildings, that would make sense. That would be logical.
But but also let's talk about the pass through, because you said something. If those rounds passed through, there would be defects passed in structures behind that, right?
Correct.
So in my initially confusing example, sorry about that. If somebody was on the south side of Robb Elementary and made a claim that a suspect shot multiple rounds at this individual, we should see defects here. And that you said initially, yes.
Possibly, yes.
Unless they passed through, but then we should see defects here.
If it struck that, not necessarily, because again, bullets do weird things, depending on the trajectory of it. If it's going higher and over the building, if it goes lower and into the ground, there may be a bullet in the ground. So in that general direction, if it's on a level plane, generally speaking, shooting from that direction to this direction, again, perfect conditions, level plane, yes, there may be some bullet defects on these buildings over here.
Yeah, and bullets don't just go forever, right?
Correct.
And that's the reason why on New Year, there's many warnings that people don't shoot a gun up in the air, because that bullet that gets shot up, even though they don't intend this, has to come down somewhere.
Correct.
So bullets shot in directions, they have to go somewhere. They don't just disappear.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's all I was saying. If somebody is on the south side claiming a suspect shot multiple rounds this way, multiple, not one, multiple rounds, we should see some defects over here.
Possibly.
I want to direct your attention, because I think the government asked you a little bit about where some shells were laid. Hold on one second, Ranger, I'm sorry. Before I move on to the shells where they were laying, but seeing defects on structures behind the example that I gave you would corroborate this individual's, in our examples, claim that they were shot at multiple times on the south side of the building.
If that were a bullet defect that you showed me, yes, that would that would lend credence
Not
to
that one particularly. I'm just saying, if in my example before that, we talked about an individual making the claim that there were multiple shots at them. There should be, if there were defects in the structures behind that person, that would corroborate the person's claim that they were shot at multiple times.
If those defects were present, yes.
Yes, sir. Now, I want to direct your attention now to some pictures the government went over with you yesterday on the placement of some outside shells. And when I say shells, that's the casing, right?
Yes.
So when a gun is fired, if it's a semi-automatic, it has to extract the shell once the bullet is
correct.
If I have a revolver, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And a revolver involves a double action where you pull and it winds it up, and then the hammer comes down and hits the primer, and the bullet will go out.
Correct.
But there's not going to be an extraction of a shell because it's going to stay in the cylinder.
That's correct.
And in the old days, the Rangers used to carry single sixes, right, where you have to pull it back every time and then shoot. It's a single action.
It's been a few years, but yes.
Well, yes, you don't look that old, trust me. But now a semi-automatic is where someone can pull the trigger repeatedly, and then it will continue to be fed in through the magazine. It's not a clip, it's a magazine, and the bullet will be sent out, and then the casing or the shell will be extracted.
Yes.
And every weapon has a different, well, depending on the manufacturer, a different extracting mechanism.
Yes.
Handguns extract their shells different than maybe a long rifle.
Yes.
And when I mean long rifle, what do we mean when we use the term long rifle?
A long rifle is usually just going to be a larger weapon. It's going to have a stock and a longer barrel on it.
Do we call a deer rifle a long rifle?
Yes.
But we also call an AR-15 or an AK-47 a long rifle as well.
Correct.
And so with a long rifle that's not a bolt action, which is a deer rifle is a bolt action, right?
Correct. Well, some of them are, yes.
Some of them are, right? Some are semi-automatic these days.
Yes.
But when I was hunting younger, it's bolt action where you shoot it and then you pull the bolt up, you enter another shell, another round in there, and then you can fire it.
Yes.
Okay. But an AR-15 is a semi-automatic.
Correct.
And so you can shoot that weapon as fast as you can move your finger.
Correct.
And so when you're doing that, casings are being extracted.
Correct.
May I stand up briefly, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And so there's a difference if one of these officers or yourself is tactically holding the rifle in your armpit, if you're coming into a room versus, and I'm not making light of this at all. I'm just, the only thing I can think of is like a Rambo where you're holding it low, shooting.
Okay.
Okay. So if I'm coming in this way, and if I'm in the same position, I'll come up here so the jury can see. If I'm in the same position and I'm shooting, I'm only going low because in my head I don't even like to pretend to point a weapon at somebody. So if I'm coming down and I'm shooting this way, it's going to extract the shells this way differently than if I was holding it perhaps Rambo style.
Generally speaking, on ejection of those cartridges, yes, like that, I think there's a lot of variables that go into that, and I think there have been, my experience in training, there's been a lot of studies saying that, are they going to all be the same? No, they're not going to be the same.
Right. But what I'm saying is if I shoot from here and I do another round of firing from here, because of the distance of where I'm holding the weapon and the angle of where I'm holding the barrel or the muzzle, it's going to extract the casings perhaps in a different location.
Perhaps, but I think that'd be difficult for me to say accurately.
Well, I guess that's another point. It's just difficult for anyone to say accurately where shells are at. We have to look at the totality of the circumstances. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And that's a term of art in law enforcement. Is
yes,
that a fair statement? Definitely. What does the totality of the circumstances mean? Will you explain that to jury, please?
So totality of the circumstances means that you just have to take everything into consideration. There are going to be a ton of variables in any circumstance, and any of those variables could affect the outcome.
And what happens if we don't take everything into consideration when we're looking at a situation?
You could possibly miss evidence and get it wrong.
Yeah, and that's right. And so the goal is not to get it wrong. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And so now I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 112. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And so this is the west side of Robb Elementary,
Yes.
and then this is the south side of Robb Elementary.
Correct.
Okay. And then we can see there's these AC units here, correct?
Yes.
And so if someone is behind the AC units and somebody was shooting from behind this fort, those AC units would be, depending on how strong they are, either cover or concealment for sure.
It could be, yes.
Will you explain to the jury what the difference is between cover and concealment?
So cover and concealment, it's a term that we use whenever we're talking about basically trying to get out of the way of a bullet. If I had a sheetrock wall between me and someone who's shooting at me, that would be more cover, that would be more concealment rather than cover. Cover is if it were a brick wall, like a cinder block wall, something that a bullet couldn't pass through, that's good cover. A sheetrock wall, that's going to be concealment. I'm hidden, but that bullet can still go through that surface.
So the concealment is you're concealed, so it's harder for me to aim at you. Cover means you're protected.
Correct.
And so if somebody was shooting here, and give me some hypotheticals.
Okay.
Then that person, if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to stand out. If that shooter would have to stand out over here into the grass to get a different angle and line of sight.
I think that's fair. Yes.
We explain to the jury what line of sight means.
Line of sight just basically means what you can see.
Right. And and that's one of so you don't ever shoot at something you can't see if you're trying to safely shoot, correct?
Correct.
And so if there was someone behind these AC units, I would have to move out to the right of them, go further south to get line of sight on somebody on the other side.
That's accurate.
And if I was shooting, now hypothetical, if I was shooting at someone on the other side of those AC units, and I was discharging a semi-automatic, we would see these casings further south. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily. Again, there's going to be variables on where the person was standing, how the weapon was held.
Well, that's what I was asking you earlier, right?
Sure.
Okay. So let me make real specific. If I'm trying to shoot someone on the other side of these AC units, we've talked about that. I would need a better line of sight, so I would, in our hypothetical, would move south. Correct?
Correct.
In our hypothetical, if I moved south to shoot, what evidence, if you were trying to prove that I shot at that person, what evidence would you look for of me shooting at that person behind the AC units?
Of course, cartridges, the ejected cartridges are going to tell the general area where someone is.
One step at a time. That's okay. Right. So that's my point. If I was further south, you would see ejected cartridges even more south.
Possibly, yes.
Quite possible. I mean, the wind can't, just so they understand, if I'm shooting a semi-automatic and the casings are coming out, even if it was windy, the wind is not going to blow the casings over to my left.
I've been in some crazy wind, but it would have to be.
Then you're from West Texas,
right? It would have to be a crazy wind.
Right. It have to be crazy wind, right?
Yes.
Okay. Crazy wind. Okay. So if I'm shooting over here, then we should see some cartridges to the right of me.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. That's an answer, because you have to answer that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not being difficult.
I'm not trying to.
And I know you're not. And so if these casings are here, then most possibly the shooter was over here to the left, more west.
I'd say that is possible.
Probably more possible.
It's
more possible. Likely than not. Is that fair? More likely.
I would say it's more likely that they're over there than over there.
Correct. And in your knowledge, there were no casings found further down south.
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, I want to direct your attention really quickly before I pass you to gunfire echo. You're familiar with gunfire echo, correct?
Yes.
We explained to the jury what gunfire echo is.
Are you talking about in reference to how it comes off of?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Buildings?
Yes, sir.
Depending on how many buildings are around or your particular surroundings. It's just an echo. It's just like if you yell, there's going to be an echo. If there's gunfire, there's going to be an echo for that as well.
And may I approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And we can see around Robb Elementary, there are buildings, including Robb Elementary, that could have had this gunfire echo. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So if somebody is shooting on the west side of Robb Elementary, which we know happened, that most likely, possibly, would create gunfire echoes.
It could.
And do you know now in your investigation that there were 3 officers over here on the corner of Grove and Geraldine?
I'm not familiar with that.
If there were, in a hypothetical as an expert, and they claimed they were being shot at, we should see some evidence of them being shot at. Is that a fair statement?
Possibly if the bullets struck something.
Right. So if they're being shot at, there should be possible evidence of things being struck.
Possibly. Yes.
But even if they weren't being shot at, it's reasonable. They could have thought they were being shot at because of the echo.
I guess that's a possibility.
Possible. If somebody is on the south side of the building, in our earlier example, and let's say we don't see evidence that they were being shot at multiple times, it's possible they thought they were being shot at if somebody was shooting on the west side of the building.
That's possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ranger. Oh, hold on. I'm not going to pass you yet. Hold on.
These are all very good questions.
But in general, echo can distort location of a shooter.
It can.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
The reason being is because the prosecution are going to have some witnesses that will come in and say they saw the shooter invisible in the line of sight of the defendant. So, AKA, he could have stopped them. But what the defense are trying to do, I'm only saying this because some of you might be a little bit lost. That's what I'm saying. It's not to say that you're all dumb and don't know what's going on. So that's the argument going to be by the prosecution, that the defendant, more likely than not, would have seen the shooter and he should have shot him. But what the defense are proving is that he wouldn't have been able to. And the people that are going to say that they saw or heard the shooter right next to them, what he's trying to get from this is that it could be echo, it could have been anywhere else. There's, shell casings, could have been carried there. So it's a bit of a tit-tat. In my personal opinion, I think the defense are doing a good job of proving that the casings could have been or could have come from anywhere. That doesn't prove anything. And even the prosecutions had to submit to that very badly, I thought. But, it goes back to the whole thing again of why is this guy on trial? It's the only jury can convict him is a corrupt or a bunch of stupid motherfuckers, So, that's what it is. So, if I hear concrete evidence that he saw the shooter, he did nothing, then I will rethink. But until then, that's fair. That's fair. And you will hear evidence, because some people will be saying that he would have seen them. Whether it's in passing very quickly and stuff like that. But even if he did, my personal opinion, even if he did see them, like this guy just said, he shouldn't be shooting anyway, because he only had a pistol, and it was literally something like 50 seconds for the guy to get into the building. So I still wouldn't prosecute him, in my personal opinion. But we'll see as it comes along. But that's why they're going back and forward here at the minute. So we'll see. Right, let's get back to it.
112, I think, is the last thing we talked about.
From this exhibit, you were talking about line of fire. You recall that testimony?
The line of sight? Yes.
Okay. From the foreground or the bottom of this photograph, Exhibit 112, do you see the two black police cars?
Yes.
And would you point those out? Here's your marker still there.
Your Honor, can I approach the screen?
Yes, sir.
There's going to be one right here, going to be one right here.
And is there a building behind that first
Yes.
vehicle that you pointed to?
Building right here behind this patrol car.
Is that in a line of sight?
Yes.
And to the right of that, been described as a playground.
Over here?
Yes. Is that in the line of sight?
From this area?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you're holding a gun could be shot down that line of sight into the playground, into that building, or in the direction of where those two white police cars were.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the witness.
And in your investigation, you can stay right there, yes, sir. In your investigation, you had not heard of you did not see yourself or collect any evidence of gunfire at the playground or at the pavilion?
Correct, I did not.
So there are no defects in the playground, there's no defects in the pavilion, correct?
That I don't know. I did not examine those. I didn't collect any evidence over there, but I didn't go over there to look.
But you've not even heard of any evidence being collected over there?
I have not.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranger. Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Turner, what else?
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, see, subject to recall, either side?
Not asked.
No, Judge.
Okay, Ranger, you are excused. The rule has been invoked, so please don't discuss the case until you're aware it's over.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Your next one.
Ranger Torres.
Photograph, I don't know.
Let's go ahead, Stu. So let's take your morning break. So let's take your morning break early. Take 15 minutes, and I'm going to ask the defense to start looking at those right now. Would everyone rise for the jury?
That's going to give order to properly respond to the situation. And
Fucking 1:38. Hang on, I need to do this timestamp before Murph shouts at me. So hang on, 1:38 break. So we're on a break now. It will be interesting to see what witnesses do come on and what they say, but like I think it's been proven as well over the last few days that even witnesses that they believe they've seen and heard stuff, even the judge, I thought was very good. The judge said that when he was in a car crash and he was, nearly died, his memory is played up since then, and he thinks he remembers things as fact when actually he knows it didn't happen. And I think with a lot of these witnesses, the trauma that they've been through in 4 years, their minds have possibly changed, and we've seen that on at least one witness already, that the statement that she gave 4 years ago was is different to the one she gave last month. So your memory does distort a little bit, which is only natural, because you're going to keep playing stuff, you're going to see stuff on the news and things like that. That's why this is such a tough trial to come to trial, because you're relying on people's memories, and you're relying on the fact that because you got one or two people so the prosecution are going to bring one or two people up to be like, he would have seen the gunman. I saw the gunman, they're going to say, but there's no bullets or anything in that specific area, I'm imagining. But just because, if that's true, he did see it, that's fine. But what's to say that he did? Because he was facing the other direction, by all accounts. There's a lot of I don't know. Took the Hoosiers tonight. Oh no, Dave is not going to be happy. I don't know what a Hoosier is, but it's Indiana, and that's where Hippie Chick is from. And they are playing Oregon tonight, where Dave is from. So, thankfully, we were not streaming tomorrow, so Dave's not going to be insufferable tomorrow. Obviously, we've got to wait till this trial, see what else comes in, but I still am I'm still of the belief that, hang on, let me draw it here. If they're saying this is the building and the shooter entered here and the defendant is here facing this way and the shooter was hiding in the car park, the car park is here, he was hiding here somewhere, then this defendant drove in this way and parked here. Then the entrance to the door is there. So this gunman shot out all the windows. Boom, 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 boom. Where Crosby was and stuff. Then goes in here. You got 3 officers here who arrived before he went into that building. So why these 3 had a clearer line of sight of the shooter going into the building? So why are these, again, I'm not accusing these 3 of seeing, but they're closer to it all than what the defendant is. So the only argument the prosecution have is that the defendant, that was a great diagram as well. Fuck. The only argument that they have, this is the car park again. This is I'll put that there, that's the road. The shooter was here shooting. He walks up here and he enters through here. You got 3 officers placed here. What they're trying to convict this guy of doing, and the coach was here as well. He drove in through here and parked there. The only thing they're trying to convict this guy of is that he would have seen the shooter. So he would have seen the shooter here and walked up here. So he should have killed him in this area. Well, what about these 3 then? They would have heard they arrived, so they would have heard the gunshots. So, and also, we still don't know who left this door open. Why aren't they culpable then? Why is it all on this guy? That's my question. Even if I understand what Jersey Jen is saying, that if you did see him, then that changes things. And I get that potentially he does, but you also remember that he's got a huge whatever those big guns are. This guy's got a small fucking pistol. Sorry, I don't want people to think that Adrian's got a small penis. He had a small pistol on him. He knows that if he shoots, the gunman's just going to kill him. Do you know what I mean? But that's if he did see it, So that's just the way I look at it, I don't see what he could have done. Trying to look at what I've got here. Because what's the time? Let me find the time. Bear with me whilst I look for the time. Right, I got the time here. Because these 3 here arrived at between 11:32 and 23. So that should be reversed. So 11 minutes, 23 seconds, 11 minutes, 32. The defendant arrived at 11:31. 55. Sorry, I'm going to say, sorry, 23. So it relied at 11:23, 32, 23 seconds, and 11:32 and 32 seconds. So they arrived. The first officer arrived 28 seconds after this officer arrived. And this officer arrived 37 seconds, and there's one other in the middle which arrived 34 seconds after Adrian arrived. And Adrian arrived down this bottom end of the building, and they were at the top. So if you're looking at that, that's 28 seconds afterwards. And the first, Adrian radioed in at 11:32:09 to say shots fired, shots fired. That's the first time we hear the shots. And this guy arrived 14 seconds later, so he would have been aware of it. And the gunman entered this doorway at 11:32:58, which means that they had been here for 35 seconds. So the first would have been there for 35 seconds, so on average 30 seconds. So they would have seen the gunman walk up here and go into this building. So why are they not culpable of that? Oh, I don't know. It all happened very quick, but in any case, I just don't see it. I don't see how one person can be culpable, but no one else. Yeah, sorry, Katie. I know it looks a mess. I know. I can't do it on white paper because it has to be on the screen, like a share. Hang on. Maybe can I do it this way? Let me just double check, Katie. Hang on. I'll have to look at this. No, I don't think I can. Can I do it this way? No, I can't do it on Word anyway. I'll have to find a screen. Hang on, what if I just do this way then? Oops, wrong one. Cancel that. No. Right, hang on. Let me just open this. See if this one works. No. It doesn't. What I could possibly do. Bear with me. No. Yes, Badaza, you got it. Badaza's nailed it. I get what you mean, Katie. It's just it has to be. Hang on, if I go to YouTube, So I could do it this way. I can't do it this way. Go on YouTube. This is like a blank screen. I think you just play it, yeah. You just play it and then you can draw on it. Oh, this is good. I won't redo it again now, but this is good to know. I can draw stuff. Oh, there you go. Happy days. So yeah, I won't do it now because obviously we're probably about to go back. But yeah, remind me that I can go on YouTube and get a white background, and that should help us. Then I can, hang on, take this off of that. I'm going to take this off. Because I believe the judge is back on, but they're still speaking. So yeah, we can, yeah. I'm only doing this based on what I know so far. As like Rhonda said, there could be more, not Rhonda, sorry, Jersey Jen said there might be more concrete evidence that comes in. I don't know, but currently there's zero, nothing. And what Blood does is said they just want to pin it on somebody. And I think everyone's ignoring me anyway, so which is not, that's a good thing. I like it when you all ignore me because I'm chat amongst yourselves. I prefer that. Anyway. Who's this? Somebody messaged me. Oh. Okay. Somebody was asking if Zachariah Addison had been released yet. I said, nope, still at appeal stage. That was from one of my old videos. Okay, yeah, don't be, you don't have to promise me anything. JJ, you don't have to, Chizzy Jen, I like it. I see people chatting to Dave. Let's just keep Dave entertained. That's all I care about. Because otherwise he's a grumpy bastard. Politics and sports can divide families for sure. My whole family, or Seahawks teams, of course. I like Packers. Thank you, Rhonda. You're always around. You're always nice. Judges like ordering something, some food. Like 5 boxes of original series. Oh, Bex. Oh, Bex. You know.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
Where's Lady Di gone? I've not seen Lady Di. She's been quiet in the chat, which is like not like Lady Di. She must be working or pretending to work. So exactly, but it's very devastating all around. What did Bad say? Terrible mistakes were made. Children died that should not have. At the end of the day, the shooter's the only one to blame. I agree, Bad does it. And also again might be not a popular decision, opinion, but like some of you said this as well. We can look back. We can look back in anger. I heard he say. We can look back, and we can say, well, where could have this guy been stopped? Well, so the gunman shoots in, fine. So maybe this guy could have stopped that. Like say that he could, fine. But ultimately, what we do know is someone left that door unlocked. He walked into the school. He didn't have to shoot his way in. He walked in, I believe, from what I understand so far. So, would that person who left that out, and I feel bad by saying this because obviously that person probably feels like shit, but whoever left that door open, left the monster just walk in. So, is that not even worse? They didn't follow protocol? You're baking, your fingers are gross. Get in there, stick your fingers in there, Rhonda. I always tell everybody, stick your fingers in there. When I have a, what do you call it, a colonoscopy thingy, prostate exam, I always say, doctor, stick your fingers in there. It's fine. Just stick them right in there. Don't know if we are here, just to entertain Dave, then should the lady just flash the flesh? Flash them, ladies. Because Rhonda's fingers are dirty while she does it. Chris will be happy, Rhonda. She's making chocolate cookies, chocolate chip cookies, Katie. So when my mother used to cook when I was younger, cakes and stuff, I used to love the ingredients afterwards, the batter afterwards. You could just eat a little bit of it. I still like that. I still do. Yeah, I agree with you, Bex. I don't like agreeing with you, Bex, because you're a C-U-N-T. What's Bex? She's a C-U-N-T. Yeah, that's right. She's a C-U-N-T. What's that? Bex is a C-U-N-T. So, I agree with you, though. Davey said most recent sale in the off season is going for $525, $625 a box. I mean, BBC. Whose box are we selling off? Are we buying some boxes? Do you know what I've always thought about trying was one of those Amazon resale boxes that people don't they're in the warehouse, like damaged goods or whatever it's called. Oh, here we go, everybody. Look at this. This is why Rhonda's one of my favorites. Hang on, let me make it bigger for you, ladies. Hang on. This is Rhonda. She's been. Oh, can I get her into focus? Oh, hang on. I know what I can do. Bear with me. I just go on Facebook, can I? Bex is dilly, silly, Bexy, Wexy. Your box got investigated last year, didn't it? Rhonda, not Rhonda, just Jen. Remember the gay boxes looked at, ladies? Right, let's do this. This is Rhonda. Here we go. This is Rhonda's. Let me. Hang on, I know what I'll do. Oh, here we go. I can do this. I can zoom in. There she is. The beautiful cookies, Rhonda. Oh, I wish Chris is going to be happy. I wish I had some of those. And look at her. She's watching. She's watching the show. Oops. She's watching the show. Just a break, Josie. Just a break. They look delicious, Rhonda. Oof, God. Nice. I like. I wish it was lunch break, Josie. Wish it was. Right. Let me get the stream back on, otherwise we could be lost. They do look good. I know what you're saying. I want cookies. I do as well now, seeing those. Fresh, nice, fresh cookies. Any baked goods is nice. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you were with us. I bet half of those are gone once Chris sees them. Rhonda, I think half of them are gone. Do you freeze them then? Would you freeze some of those, Rhonda, or will you eat them all in a few sit-ins? I mean, if I was there, we'd eat them in a few sit-ins, but if I was doing all that to myself, I probably would freeze them. Wants to know if you're offloading any of your cards, and I told him to get on YouTube himself and be your friend. You know, just jugs. Oh, you rack smash. That's what she's on about. Yes, Robin G was asking about the rack smash. My 10-year-old grandson gets them. They're like 50,000 cards. Yeah, what was I just talking about? I was like, yeah, Amazon's, you know, or airport lockers and stuff where, you know, suitcases left behind and stuff. You know, they cost a lot of money, but it would be great if he did one. And I mean, I suppose they know what they're doing. They know what the value is. And they're not going to give you anything for free, are they? So, all the good stuff they probably pocketed themselves. We all love a rock smash. Rock smash. They're looking through pictures or something. We've got a new witness coming on, so it must be new pictures for the new witness. That's why the judge did tell the defense, please make sure you go through all the pictures whilst we're on break. The only downside of this trial is this judge is a stickler. He will go late, 5 o'clock, and he wants to start at 9. And obviously, being Texas time, it's late for me, but I will be staying up. Excuse me. Oh, so that's my bad. That's my bad. For those that missed the start of the stream, I went to bed at 5 a.m. or something, and I got up at 10:30 because I was watching the Ole Miss Miami game, and I'm doing the same tonight. Or it kicks off at 12:30 a.m. for me. Oregon against Indiana, so I'll watch that tonight. Oh, so Dave as well. That's a battle between number 1 pick, maybe. Dante Moore and Fernando. What's his other name? I don't remember his other name. Though I'm never going to make it to the Duck game. I will make it to the Duck game, Dave. I will. Mandaza or something his name is. So yeah, that'll be an interesting game. That'll be a tough game. Last night was really good to watch. So hopefully tonight will be as good, Dave. I also like Dan Lanning. I like Dan Lanning. I also like Kurt Signetti as well. So I sort of am rooting for Indiana, if I'm being honest. I think they deserve it this year. They've done fantastic. I think Oregon not done as well. So that's the only reason I have. But it's on the day kind of game. Whoever plays the best on the day wins the game. Oh, that's good news for you then, Dave. That's good news for you, Dave, if that's the case. That's a big loss for Indiana. Do you think Dante Moore's going to go into the draft this year? That's tough, though, isn't it? That's tough. Tough when that happens to you. And if Dante Moore goes into the draft, who's going to be your quarterback next year? I'm not sure if he will go because he might end up with the Jets, and I don't think he wants to end up with the Jets. Do you know what I mean? Who wants to end up with the Jets? No one. Oregon's running back. Sorry, I got you. I'm with you. Oregon's right. Okay, that sucks, Dave. That sucks, Dave. They are yummy, aren't they, Patricia? Rhonda can cook. Next time in Boston, I'm making sure I'm in the North Shore somewhere so Rhonda can cook. They look fantastic. I've not seen Terry Martins today, but it's lovely to meet Terry Martins in person as well. She's a wonderful woman as well. You and me were meant to be walking free. So just a reminder, the delay is because they're going through some of the pictures for the next witness. Defense have to go through them. I think these were the pictures. Were these the pictures the judge will let some in, but not all of them in? He's only 20, Dilly. I think you'll stay another year. Why would you want to come out and get drunk? Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Dave. I'm of the same school of thought as you, Dave. If I were him, I get it though. If he does, because he's guaranteed a top 2 pick, so that's like 40+ million guaranteed. Where the year after, he's not guaranteed that because there's so many quarterbacks in 2027, 2026. Well, yeah, well, you know what I mean. The next year, Arch Manning, Salem. There's going to be a bunch of them coming out next year. So he won't be guaranteed those money. But he'll probably end up on a better team. But also he might end up sitting for a year or two. So we'll see. We'll see what happens to him. Look what happened to Bo Nix. He landed in the right place for him. So that might happen to Dante as well. But hey, that year might make him number 1 pick as well. I had no idea, It's so fickle. It's so fickle. If you have one bad, look at Cade Klubnik. He was touted as like a top 10 quarterback before the season. Now he's touted like a 5th round pick. So he's getting millions for playing college like Johnson for UE. Yeah, but Dave, let's be fair though. 4 million against 40 million. Do you know what I mean? It's nice as a freshman and sophomore, but once you can go, there's a big difference there. And if he goes a year after, he might get 20 million instead of 40. And you know how fickle the league is. They only give you like 3-4 years, and then you might be done. So you might look at that and go, do you know what? I got one opportunity to make bank, and I might make 40-45 million, fully guaranteed. After that, you don't know what's going to happen. So I would get it if he went out, but I think if he goes out into the draft, I think he won't get another contract, or if he does, it'll be a very low contract. So I don't know what just happened. Why? Oh, that's why. Okay. Sorry, this is the El Choppy show, by the way, where we talk about football. This is what I love. This is my passion, by the way. This is what my show would sound like. Got to get their diplomas. I mean, there's life after football. Can't just walk in there like Lamar Jackson. Do you know what? I don't think he would. I'll ask a genuine question. Would you care about your diploma? And I'm talking about him specifically now. If you've just earned 40 million, would you care about your diploma? He's not going to be working anywhere where it requires a diploma afterwards. Do you know what I mean? He'll either go into coaching. If he fails, he'll go into coaching or business administration, like within teams and stuff, probably. So I don't think he cares about diploma. I mean, there'll be other players, though, that will care. So you're right overall, but there's certain players that probably won't care. The worst sweet tooth ever. I do as well. That's why I'm fat, Katie. I love food anyway in general, so. Guys buy their mum's houses and Bentleys and spend all their money, and they got a football and they're broke. Yeah, this is why you'd hope that doesn't happen. If you got, because also that's just 40-45 million for your contract. That's not including the sponsorship deals. He'll probably earn, if he went to the NFL tomorrow, he'd probably earn about at least 5 million a year on just endorsements. So he could live like Gronk did. Gronk lived off his endorsements. Look at him now; he's fucking made. And I can guarantee you, Gronk ain't got a diploma, or if he does, he paid for it. Look at Davis Webb. He didn't make it as a quarterback, and he's now interviewing for head coaching jobs. He's 31. So, welcome to the El Chappie Show. I love this. Is what I was going to do. I might still do. This is the kind of stuff I like to talk about. I like to talk about a little bit about true crimes and stuff, but also sport. I love talking to people about sport. NFL, college football, American sports, especially. I used to be a big fan of soccer, as you guys call it, and rugby, but not anymore. 70% of pro sports players, after they retire, usually end up with alimony, child support, and then close bankruptcy. I do not disagree with you either. It's very sad to hear some of the stories of people that have gone bankrupt when they had everything, and then bad advice, bad decisions. I don't wish that on anybody. Well, there's probably a couple of people out there I would wish that on, but apart from that, 99.9% people I would not wish that on. Katie says, fuck my life. Of course my husband left to go to barbershop and the gate part of the fence falls from the wind. I'm going to attempt to push a golf cart trailer there to block for the dog. Wish me good luck, Katie. I'm my own barber, but I'll be honest, I used to love going to the barber shop, but it's got so expensive now that I just do it myself at home. Actually, this weekend might cut my hair, might shave it off again. So I gotta be careful with my beard because if I shave too much off, my double chin is more evident. So I gotta be careful with it, you know. Bye bye baby, bye Katie, bye Katie, bye bye Katie, bye bye Katie, say goodbye, bye Katie, bye bye Katie. I'm gonna lose my voice there. I can't get any higher than that. My balls have dropped too much. But yeah, I do enjoy true crime and stuff, but I just enjoy sports. I enjoy speaking about it. That's why, you know, I don't really want to do trials too often because it's tough sitting here for 8-9 hours watching a trial. But I do love true crime. Are you still having to use CPAP? I am. Jersey Jen Joe. I woke up this morning feeling fine. My CPAP wasn't sealed, so the air was flapping. So yeah, I get aroused sometimes because I don't. It doesn't stick all the time, so you know it's frustrating. But yeah, no, I do still use it. They're hoping that if I lose weight and I get my sinus surgery goes okay, that I would be then able to come off it maybe. Yeah, so they're hoping, but I need to lose a lot more weight. Do you know what I mean? I need to lose fucking probably 8 stone, which is probably like I need to lose at least over 100 pounds. Over 100 pounds. So I haven't shaved or cut my hair since July. My wife called me homeless man. I forgot to ask, have you heard from Mighty Meat? No, I haven't. I messaged him before Christmas, and he came back. And then, but Daza might be able to hear about it. Mighty Meat. I miss Mighty Meat. Mighty Meat's like my brother from another mother. So, yeah, Bad Daza might speak to Mighty Meat more than I have. Dave Bad Daza, I believe, is a mod was a mod for him on Rumble. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble. So yeah. So, oh, what's this? Oh, we'll see this again. At least 100. Well, if you think about it, I'm like 300. I think I was like 300, nearly 340 pounds. So yeah, I would need to lose at least 100 pounds. Yes, that's why I'm, reassessing what I do in my life. Mighty Meat's busy. The Tigers and the Lions both took a bad turn. They did take a bad turn. But they want Mike McDonald's back in with Detroit, don't they? So So Miami now have got a new head coach. It is a challenge, Jersey Gem, but it's something that I'm willing to take on. And I'm not taking injections or anything for it. So it just means that I need to get in the right headspace and start walking. You know, it'll take me over a year to do it. And that's why it's tough to sit here for like 8 hours to do streams, you know. So, yeah. I'll still do some streams, trials, but yeah, forgive me when I'm not here streaming too much. That means I'll probably be out exercising. Well, that's what we'll try and do anyway. He should have went to Chicago. Who? I said who should have gone to Chicago, Dave? I forgot what we were talking about. I got distracted by Jersey Jen. Jersey Jen is somebody that loves me from North Carolina. It's North Carolina, isn't it? Yes, North Carolina. The long city days are not good for you. No, they're not. And that's why I said I'll do members only. We'll discuss it. But the last 20 minutes here is I've enjoyed it. Just talking shit to Dave and stuff about sports and stuff. I like that. I like to talk about cookies and stuff. And that's the kind of streams I like. McDaniel, yeah, I wonder where he goes. I wonder where he goes next. Where he's going to be an OC, or does he take a year out? Does he go to back to San Francisco or to the Rams? Sit there for like assistant head coach for a little bit. I don't know. This is what the El Chappie show is, Dave, or supposed to be. But that's what I mean. As soon as you start talking about that, that's when the numbers start to drop, you know. So, Baba baby, there's a new. No, he's not the new offer. He's been offered an interview, Dave. McDaniel yesterday was offered a chance to interview. They've requested an interview with him. So it's tough. Jersey Jazz, some streamers just leave stuff up and come in and out. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean, some people just stream and just are not there, you know. And we got Mexi. I'm sure if there's any trial that comes up and I'm unable to do it, we can put up. We could put it up, and I don't need to be here because you know Mexi's around. As long as she's around, can you know, or one of us is around, we can work on something. Sounds like a good napping stream. What a cunt. Yeah, I know. As I say, it's not for everybody. I don't know. I'm back for a bit anyway, doing streams for trials, but I'm not gonna jump from one trial. I said to myself, I'm not gonna just jump back in and do an 8-hour stream. Second stream of the year, 9-hour stream. So I'm confused. I need to go smoke a bowl. That's why you're confused, Dave. Smoking too many bowls. Oh shit! It's the end of the world if I get power of a mod. Yeah, I know. It's tough being a mod. In the sense of it's tough dealing with content creators sometimes. I'm sure this one's okay because we got 20 people watching, so it's not exactly a bad stream. But as soon as you get hundreds of people watching, it's a tough job. Katie, he's a mod with Mighty Meat. My bangs go down to my lips, my hips. Talk about lips and hips. That's Luna. Speaking to Luna, she wished us or me a Merry Christmas. The hairs in your beard must be at least 4 inches long. It's disgusting. Your poor wife, David. Your poor wife. Wow, what the fuck? This is a long break. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Put the Chevy to the levee, but the levee is dry. And good old boys drinking whiskey and rye. Singing this could be the day that I died. Well, hang on, let's listen to her. What's she going to say?
Yeah, Tanya, I was listening to y'all's coverage, and I did go through all the 911 tapes, and in those the 911 tapes as well as the body camera footage, and you could hear officers on scene saying, "We need to get in there. Some kids called 911. They say they need help. There's little kids," and you could hear the officers. They know, and there's times when you even hear the officer saying, "I can hear the kids in the classroom. We need to get in." Yet still no one took action. So like you, I was frustrated listening to those calls and to the body camera footage because they had a lot of information and they knew that children were still alive and they knew that there were children and teachers bleeding to death inside those classrooms. So they definitely had that information and they knew about the 911 calls. And in fact, his wife is in one of the classrooms and he's saying, "My wife called me, she's injured." And he tells them that at the scene as well. So 911 calls, but there were people calling their loved ones saying they needed help. And that was being relayed to the officers on the scene.
Yeah, that's right. And that particular officer that you're talking about, he gets disarmed. They take him out of the building and disarm him.
Right.
And his wife is one of the 2 teachers that gets killed.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
I did not know that. I remember seeing that. There was an officer that when my wife is in there, she's been shot, and they take him out. So he is one of the officers, his wife's died. Oh, shit. That fucking sucks. That must suck. Fuck. But at the same time, right, like, not to be a dickhead here, but they said a lot of they said this. How's it all been pinned on him again?
I wanted to ask James because one of the things during jury selection that the prosecutors brought up, they said that there are special duties for school resource officers who are on scene or who arrive on the scene. Now, Adrian Gonzales wasn't specifically assigned to Robb Elementary, but he was there at times part-time, and that there are special duties under the law that requires school resource officers to protect the students. And that is one of the reasons that prosecutors are saying that they are trying Adrian Gonzales on these charges.
Yeah. In school-based law enforcement training that officers go to, and just in general, I think, we have an obligation to protect the public, and we have an obligation to do everything that we can to the best of our ability to act. And so, and obviously that was a failure. And I think where we're at with this whole thing is just whether or not this borders or crosses a threshold that is criminality involved. And you can't escape the fact that, 19 people died?
19 kids, two teachers.
2 teachers. I mean, and that's just, that's inexcusable. That's inexcusable behavior. That's, and I don't know any other way to say it. We support our people in law enforcement in times when we don't necessarily get it right, but the egregiousness of this is something that just gives law enforcement nationally a black eye, and nobody can understand it. There's been no plausible explanation that I've heard. The incorrect assessment of it being a barricaded person was an incorrect assessment, and I don't even understand, just listening to the information that has come forward, how that interpretation was made, because we have other factors that are present that would suggest otherwise. And so I think all the indicators were there. We had information as law enforcement that would give us plenty of justification to take action and to move in a manner that is going to save those individuals involved. And why that did not happen, I think is a mystery for everybody. Everybody is scratching their heads about that and can't explain it. So thank you, Rebecca, for chiming in with that, because that's critical information that I think people need to understand and put in the right context to understand why we're here.
Yeah, and that's the
other thing that I was not. I'm sorry. The other thing that I was wondering is that there were commanders from DPS and the law enforcement that had a lot more training even than the Uvalde police officers. They led, I believe one of them like trained one point. So that's also happening to me. And again, yes, it's
Okay, your audio sucks, love. So we're gonna have to tell you to shut the fuck up. But again, I don't disagree with him. Yeah, I totally agree. It's egregious. It shouldn't have happened. They should have gone in there earlier. But I come back to the whole thing of why the fuck is he on Adrian Gonzales and not his superiors and not like other people that were there? Just because he covered the part-time on other occasions, it's his responsibility. I mean, that's bullshit. All this is bullshit. And that doesn't mean that I lose sight on the people that died here, and I think the police did a shitty job. Do you know what I mean? They should have gone in sooner. But again, why is it the school resource officer? You're trying to pin it because he might fit certain laws and stuff. Bullshit. You're trying to railroad a man when you shouldn't. Go after other people.
To enable actions to take place. And so it'll be interesting to as this unfolds to understand what the DPS commanders or all the other commanders, not necessarily singling out DPS, but all the other commanders from the other agencies who responded, what did they know when they got there? And how did they find that information out? Did the information from 911 get to them about the teachers and the kids and what they were saying? You know, did they have that information? And if so, when did they get it?
Well, Rebecca's back, and so we're going to let her jump in because as much as we can. Oh, we've lost her. Well, we want Rebecca because she's really good, and it's always good. She's got different perspective, and she's been in Corpus for most of the week, so she's got different perspectives than those of us who are up here from afar. What we call it, doing the gavel to gavel coverage as we've been watching this. And she has been in the courtroom the last few days with these families as they've been. We're talking about this in terms of like, what did the officers know? When did they know it? But from the family's perspectives, all they know is their kids are dead.
Yeah.
Their kids are dead, and there was a failure of law enforcement, and nothing's going to bring the kid back.
Right. And they want accountability. And they deserve accountability. Because when we have failures like this, we got to make sure that this never happens again. And we saw the mayor, I think, get elected to a state office and allowed some things to pass into law. He's taken action as he can from his vantage point to ensure that we don't have another repeat. And I think from a law enforcement perspective, law enforcement is doing the same thing. I recently went to a police chief school, and there was more of an emphasis being placed on from a supervision standpoint, what do you do? And actually walking through with mock scenarios in that type of a situation, walking them through setting up staging areas. How do you communicate and ensure that communication is getting dispersed?
Stopping for a minute. I just, again, I don't disagree with what they're saying at all. There needs to be, justice. There needs to be justification for, there needs to be changes and all this. But it seems that they've just gone and said, okay, there's an issue here. None of us at the top that probably write the rules and regulations and what they can do and train and do all that. We're not going to take the blame for it. So we're just going to get a fall guy or fall guys. The chief is one, and we need somebody else. Okay, he was on site. Fuck it. He was first on site. Okay, it might have only been like 32 seconds before everyone else. But like they did in Canton, pinning on the girl. Let's pin it on Adrian. School resource officer who's got a lot less training than everyone else that was there that day. So I don't think you get vindication or justice through this guy. Maybe through the chief, I don't know, but not this guy. It seems that I've been on break for so long. That means I'm boring you because I've been talking too much. That means, KD. But it does seem they've been on break for. They've been on break since. Oh, where's it gone? 38. So that means they've been on break for about 53 minutes, just over 53 minutes. So, fuck, did he run over my foot? That is a long break. I did not think it was that long. That's what she said. But that is 53 minutes, jeepers. I thought it was like 30 minutes, but not 53 minutes. And then obviously we're going to have what's the time now? It's now 11:17 in Texas. And still not back. And they normally have an hour and a half and some 90 minutes for lunch, which I hope they don't have now. I hope they have some sense to say, do you know what? We're still going here, guys. Or, I don't know. I don't think the judge expected it to go on this long. There's nothing worse than in 60 minutes. If we come back now in 60 minutes, they go off for lunch for another 90 minutes. That would, in some ways, you wish that they were told, right, you know what, this is going to be an extended break, so this is a good opportunity for you to go out and get some sandwiches or some food and bring it back. And then what we'll do is we'll give you 45 minutes lunch break then to eat it. Oh, here we go. Shit.
Here we go. We got the judge.
Okay.
That was
shocking and gruesome. And if anybody wants to step out, you are welcome to step out. But we cannot have any displays in front of the jury. So I'm forewarning you, these are not going to be pleasant to look at. And I'm sorry, you're going to have to look at them just like I had to. But if you want to step out, you are welcome to. All right, so let's proceed. Bring the jury in.
All right, so jury. So I imagine we won't be seeing any of these. But if we do, trigger warning, just in case. Trigger warning, just in case. But I don't think that we will see any. Here she comes. My biggest trigger warning, biggest pain in the ass, is lovely Sarah P. There she is. Thank you, Sarah. She's a trigger warning queen. There you go. You eat the ball.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for your patience. Again, there are certain matters that have to be taken up outside your presence, and we appreciate you understanding that. Please don't hold it against either side. So with that, this witness has been sworn outside your presence, so you may proceed when you're ready.
Would you state your name, please?
Juan, Torres.
And Mr. Torres, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. Currently, I work for the State Department, and I work in Honduras right now.
You work for the State Department in Honduras?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
I retired in April of 2024.
What did you do before you retired?
I was, my last 11 years, I was a Texas Ranger.
And before you were a Texas Ranger, what did you do?
Well, in 1995, I started the academy. I was a state trooper for 8 years. I then went to become a Highway Patrol sergeant in El Paso for 5 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was that?
I was a Highway Patrol sergeant
Highway Patrol.
in El Paso for 5 years. I worked narcotics for about 5 years, and then I finished my career as a Texas Ranger the last 11 years.
Okay. And what did you do as a Texas Ranger? Did you have specific assignments?
I was a Leica 3D scanner. I was a firearms instructor. I attended the National Forensics Academy in Tennessee for 10 weeks in 2016. I was a crime scene instructor as well.
And so as a result of that, did you also work crime scenes?
I've worked many crime scenes. Yes.
And have you worked mass shooting crime scenes?
I've worked 4 mass shooting crime scenes.
And what 4 were those?
Sutherland Springs in 2016, the Walmart shooting in El Paso in 2019, the Odessa mass shooting in 2019, and Uvalde.
Those are the 4 that you've worked.
Yes.
So mass shootings have become part of law enforcement. Is that correct?
I'm just going to object to any mention of any other shootings or anything like that, and continuing on this line of question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
And you did work the Uvalde?
Yes, I did.
Crime scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you arrive?
I arrived on the 24th around 11 o'clock at night. And then the 25th, a little after 7 in the morning, is when we had our briefing and started working.
And during the briefing, did you get an assignment?
I was assigned to be the photographer.
And the photographer where?
For room 111.
Did the crime scene units break up into different teams?
Yes, so like I know 112 had a different team, the hallway had a different team. Once I got assigned to room 111, I stayed there and I basically just stayed in my lane.
Okay, so basically you were in room 111.
Yes.
And would you give us a general description of room 111?
When we got there, the room was in disarray. There was some markings in the room. There was a lot of shell casings. There was a lot of blood swipes, and the weapon was in the closet.
Okay. And did you photograph the weapon of the gunman?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as to the cartridge casings, did you photograph the cartridge casings?
Yes, I did.
And so shots were being fired inside room 111?
Yes, there was.
And were there results of those shots in the room also?
Yes.
And are casings implanted within that blood?
Yes.
So some of the photographs we see of casings, that's where you saw them?
Yes.
And that's where you picked them up?
Yes.
As part of a crime scene, do you also document then the pathways, if you can, of the bullet?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I assisted with that part.
You took photographs of that too?
Yes.
And does that include those rods showing the directionality?
Yes, they are.
In addition to casings, was there anything, casings and a weapon, was there any other part of a weapon that you recovered there in room 111?
There was bullet fragments, bullets, unspent cartridge cases, and a Hellfire that's attached to the weapon.
The Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. What kind of weapon was it?
It was a down defense M4.
And are you familiar with that weapon?
It's the same weapon that the department carries.
The department carries the same weapon?
Yes.
And is it an automatic, semi-automatic, or is it a revolver type weapon that maintains the casings?
It's a semi-automatic.
And so when it is fired, does it eject casings?
Yes, it does.
And is that what you were recovering out there?
Yes, we were.
And how is the ammunition fed into the weapon?
Through a magazine.
Did you recover magazines at the scene?
Yes, we did.
And were they full or empty?
Some were full, some were empty, some were damaged.
Okay. And what was the size of the magazines? How much would they hold?
I believe they hold 30 rounds. Each one.
And have you had a chance to review exhibits 317 through 486 before coming here today?
Yes.
And are each of those exhibits fair and accurate representations of the crime scene as you saw it?
Yes, they are.
And is it fair to say that because they're casings, they're in blood also? Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
May we display it now, Your Honor? Those exhibits to the jury.
Yeah, Your Honor, I have something I'd like to approach on with that.
Okay.
Do you know when you engage with a troll? I didn't realize this guy was a troll. So there's a I was doing I get comments on YouTube sometimes, and for some reason this one came up. I never look at them or respond to them mostly, but this one I could see. He was on the Zachary Anderson one, and he was Christoph, whatever. I asked, is he out yet? So I thought genuinely, I was like, no, at appeal stage now. And they come back with, yeah, he's never getting an appeal ever. This case is closed. I was like, oh, fuck, this is a troll. So I was like, well, appeal hearing is this month. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, how sad do you have to be to search for stuff about Zach and then going around post on stuff? I never understand people that do stuff like that. Get a life. If you don't like the guy, just leave him alone. I agree, Real Boss. No such thing as an unspent cartridge casing. Casings are all spent. I'm not sure, Kim, if I would leave or not. I'm not a parent, so I can't say. I would lean to leave him, but I also I've heard from, like, not personally heard, but people have done interviews and said that they stayed in the room because they wanted to see that bit of it. So it depends on your mentality. For some people, the not knowing is worse than the actual what you see for some people, because your mind plays tricks on you. So I will pass judgment because I don't know what I would do in that situation, but I 100% get what you're saying, and I would probably lean the way that you're leaning, that I wouldn't want to be there, but I can't for sure say that without being in that situation. So I don't know, but yeah, without that knowledge, I would, yeah, in theory, I would not want to be there. Yeah, you're right, and I hope that none of us are ever in that position to actually find out, you know. So, so what are they on cyber for? There's something happened here, and I missed it because I was responding to the troll. I should just advance with my usual tactic of, you know, have notifications on. I don't know why my notifications for YouTube was on, actually. This guy is ex-trooper, Texas Trooper Dave. He was at the crime scene taking photos. No, they never. No, they never. No more Apex, your cunt. No, they never. No more. Oh, what are we waiting for? So, yeah, they went to cyber. I really don't know what they went to cyber for, though. I think it was a defense that asked to go cyber, I believe. Just a reminder, I do not believe that they will be showing any pictures on screen. But they may do. I don't know. I don't think so, Dave. I don't think they will. You heard that. Why have you got... What's that face for? What's that face for? I think it'd be pretty sick that they did that. I'm quietly confident they won't do that, Dave. Quietly confident. If they do that, I don't think... I'm not sure I could watch it. As in, I don't think I would want to see it. Also, I don't know what they're going to show fully. Do you mean? No, they're going to show some, I think. I don't think... So they went through it, and I think both sides agreed on certain photos to show. The judge allowed certain ones to go in. I still have conflict pics in my brain from 40 years ago. If as a parent, I'd leave. There you go, Real Boss. As I say, I've never been in that situation. I'm only basing my saying on those parents that have had to be there. I think lots of people do leave, but but some parents have stated that they needed that closure to see it. They needed to see it because they weren't there when it happened. So I can't judge it because I've never had a child in that situation. So I think, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you because I would leave. My belief is I would leave as well. But I until you're in that position, I don't know that I could say that or not for that. But obviously, you got also other stuff that you've seen in your life that's tough as well. So. Again, they just want to show, like, if he would have shot him dead outside, then none of this would have happened. Basically, it's saying that this guy's at fault for it all. Him not taking action outside the building means this happened.
Turning to Exhibit 319. Excuse me, Exhibit 317. Could you tell us what room that you work on at Robb Elementary?
Yes, in it.
You know,
It's going to be room 111.
And would you point that out again so that we can all see that? So would that be on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
Yes, it would.
And so the west side of the fourth grade wing,
Yes.
if there's been testimony of people being evacuated from the west side of that wing, that would be on the opposite side of room 111.
Yes, it would.
Where you found this room with all of the cartridges in the blood. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
And State's Exhibit 318. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is the outside of the east wing. And
So it's starting to show us the outside of the east wing. And is there a white patrol car in that photograph?
yes, there is.
Would you point that out for us? And State's Exhibit 319, does that move down to east wing?
Your Honor, I'd just like to, I mean, he's pointed out a white patrol car, that was not my client's, it's not on pages, and he didn't. I think that has a tendency to make them believe, make the jury believe that it's my client. I think he should explain that patrol car.
It will be explained in full, Your Honor.
Okay.
That was one of the-
I'll overrule the objection at this time. You can proceed.
And State's Exhibit 319,
Yes.
excuse me, would you go back to 319? Can you see a defect in a window in Exhibit 319?
Yes.
Would you point that out for the jury? And State's Exhibit 320. Does that close in on that defect?
Yes.
And Exhibit 321. Thank you. You can have a seat. Would you tell the jury whether or not that was that defect in that window, whether or not that defect was part of room 111?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so one shot came through the window on the east side of the building.
Yes.
And then did you, I want to orient the jury as to room 11, so let's move to Exhibit 322. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's the front door to room 111.
And what condition did you find it in?
Had bullet holes and bullet holes through the window. There was one bullet hole through the door, and another indentation through the door.
And State's Exhibit 323. Does that also show that it's classroom 111 in a close-up of the damage done to the?
Yes, it does.
And then as we open the door and start our way inside, Would you describe what we see in Exhibit 325?
That's the inside. That's the inside of the room 111. Doors closed. You can see bloody drag marks going out of room 111.
And is there a piece of either weaponry or ammunition in that exhibit?
Yes. There's a magazine and a few shell casings.
Okay. And are the shell casings marked?
Yes, they are.
How are they marked?
They're marked with yellow arrows and orange arrows.
Okay. Could you tell us then how you went about, what were the steps you took in processing this crime scene?
Initially, we went in as a team. Our team leader gave us a brief of the room. We tried to identify as many defects, as much evidence as we could identify before we started marking or anything else. Then I went in by myself and started doing overall pictures on the entire room.
And the small yellow markers, is that the only markers that y'all had for recovering the cartridges?
Yes.
Okay. Did you thereafter use orange tints, bigger markers?
When we got there, we started using orange markers and orange tints.
Okay, thank you. State Exhibit 326, does this kind of start a rotation look around the room?
Yes, it does.
Give us an idea of the entire picture. So Exhibit 326, could you tell us what we're looking at?
It's a bookshelf. The same magazine is in the same picture. There's yellow markings identifying bullets or spent cartridge cases.
And State's Exhibit 327.
Again, there's a bookshelf with yellow markers marking spent shell casings along with blood.
And Exhibit 329.
That's a easel board that's been damaged. There's bullet defects in the easel board.
And does that show continuation down that wall, the left wall, if you walk into the
Yes, it does.
room? And is there a doorway in that photograph?
There's a partial doorway in that photograph. Yes, there is.
And tell us about that doorway.
That's the closet where the gunman was killed.
And is that on the right-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side.
And on the left-hand side, was there a connecting doorway between 111 and 112?
Yes, there is. That's the door between the wall that would connect 111 and 112.
So you could move from 111 to 112 if the doorway is open.
Correct.
And is that shown on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 331. Excuse me, 330. Is this a continuation down now the second wall?
Yes, it is.
And what do we see there?
We have the sink. We have the closet where the gunman was found deceased. The weapon is in the background. There
Would you
are
point
two.
out the weapon, where the weapon was?
Well, it's right here.
And were you there when the gunman was there?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you can't tell us where the gunman was in relationship to the weapon.
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Exhibit 331.
Again, it's a continuation of the room. There's a desk, bunch of papers, a wall, and there's a flat screen TV that's been shot as well.
Excuse me, you said two things have been shot?
The wall's been shot, and the television, the flat screen television, has been shot in that picture as well.
Okay. And showing you exhibit 334.
So now I'm in the other corner of the room and just taking an overall photograph. There's sunglasses. There's one magazine that I can see, and some markers in there at the bottom where the shell casings are found as well.
And earlier in your presentation, you told us about one of the windows was penetrated.
Yes.
Is that the window on the right-hand side?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 335. Could you describe that for us?
That's a continuation of the same room, same wall, into the other wall. Again, it shows the television, the desks are in array, and the beginning of the whiteboard on the other wall.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the absence of blood along this western wall of room 111?
Yes, it is.
And exhibit 336.
That's the whiteboard on that wall. You can see the chairs are thrown around. Backpack on top of the desk.
And is there still an absence of blood along this side of the wall?
Correct. There's an absence of blood.
But now, as we head to the corner of that room, does the scene change as far as the presence of blood?
It changes dramatically.
And how would you describe that?
A lot of bullet holes, a lot of shell casings covered in blood, a lot of bullet defects, perforations, penetrations, and just a lot of blood.
And that's what we're about to see now.
Yes, we are.
Showing you State's Exhibit 337. Could you describe what we're seeing here?
Again, that's that whiteboard on that wall. There's a basketball, a lot of shoe impressions. There's a tennis shoe covered in blood. You can start seeing the yellow markers that have already been put in place there for the Smith shell casings, and you can see the drag marks.
Okay, the children were all removed before you took any photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that indications of the children being removed?
Yes, it is.
And Exhibit 341, does it show an overall picture then of the hallway? Excuse me, 342.
Yes, it does.
Of the corner.
Yes.
And is this the corner farthest from the windows as well as farthest from the door?
Yes, it is.
And is that where the preponderance of the blood was recovered?
Yes, it was.
So in State's Exhibit 343. Do you see blood there both on the floor as well as on the wall?
Yes, I do.
Would you point it out on the wall, please?
Blood splatter right here, along right here, and blood splatter right here.
And what is the structure that we're looking at that is in front of that wall?
That's the desk that the children were told to hide underneath and basically stay quiet.
Okay. So that's a desk all along that wall?
All along the wall. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 344.
That's the continuing desk. It's a copy machine.
And are we now about to make the complete 360 rotation of the room?
360, yeah, that's the entry door on the right.
And once again, Exhibit 345, that would be the entry door.
Correct.
345?
Yes, that's the entry door.
Thank you. Now, one of the things that you determined not only is picking up cartridges, you also were you able to determine flight path of the path of the bullets after they left the gun?
Yes, I assisted with that.
Okay, and you photographed that?
And I photographed that as well.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to that far left corner that we just talked about, away from the door, away from the glass.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 351. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is where we're trying to mark the bullet defects and any corresponding bullet defects as well.
And how did you mark the bullet defects?
I didn't mark them, and I don't remember who marked them, but I know they were marked RBD and such number.
I guess I'm just asking what indicates on that photograph that there are markings for bullet defects?
The white stickers.
The white stickers?
Yes.
Each one marks a bullet defect?
Yes, it does.
Whether a full
or partial
bullet or a piece?
Or a piece, correct.
In addition to the wall, are there any bullet defects on that table or the decks that ran along that hallway wall?
There's going to be bullet defects on the table, bullet defects on the poles that are holding up the table and the side, the walls. There's bullet defects everywhere.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 352. What are we looking at here?
This is where we started placing the rods into the bullet defects and also into the corresponding bullet defects.
And so that shows where the bullets entered the desk covering
the children,
that wall?
Yes.
And the children. State's Exhibit 355. Tell us what we're looking at here.
It's the same thing. So you have trajectory rods going against that wall and then also down where the desk is and behind the wall, behind the desk, into the wall.
So some shots penetrated the desk and then went in a downward angle.
In a downward angle, correct.
And on the wall, do you likewise have rods?
Yes, we do.
And do those also show directionality?
Yes.
And as to the rods on the left, could you explain those to us also?
So that's just the rod showing where, in the general area where the shooter was standing, because those rods are going from right to left, and then the rods going into the desk and behind the wall are going from top down.
Top down?
So it's different angles.
So was the gun in a different position when those pathways were fired?
Judge, I'll object to vague speculation. I'm not really sure what he means by different position, and I don't know if this witness has to.
All right, you'll rephrase it, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. You talked about these rods.
Yes.
And what do the rods describe?
It describes the position where the shooter was standing.
Okay. And so if we follow the rod up for some time, we can find the position of the shooter.
Yes.
And are those rods all consistent with the shooter standing in the same position to fire the shots that left those rod impressions?
Yes, they are.
In the same position?
As he's moving around.
Oh, as he's moving around.
Correct.
I guess what I'm saying is, are the rods to the left-hand side of the photograph, is the position of the gun in a different position than when it is shooting?
Yeah, correct. Yes, they are.
Sorry, didn't make a very good question there. And Exhibit 356. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, the same bullet defects starting from the top to the bottom. And so the bullets defects on top of the table down to the bottom of the wall. We didn't notice this before until afterwards, but the rod that's pointing down actually fell, and nobody caught it until afterwards when we were reviewing the pictures as well.
So that's not an accurate depiction of the pathway of the bullet?
Not that rod.
Okay. But nonetheless, as well as the rods, does that also accurately show the blood spatter on the wall behind and underneath that desk?
Yes, it does.
State's Exhibit 357.
Again, so that the rods going top left down, and the same rod has still not been corrected.
Okay. And then at the very top of that photograph, what do we see there?
On the top left, there's a LOL.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the top rod, the pink rod.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know. So we do with the picture. So about LOL and Pink Rod. Yes, Badaza, you are correct. And Katie, yes. They're just trying to, like, it's such a tough thing because they're trying to emote emotion and say, well, if he'd have just done his job, none of this would have happened. It's like, that's just not fair. It's also not fair to put the victims through this because the victims' families all blame this guy. They hate him because the prosecution said, well, basically, he didn't do his job, so that's why your child died. That sucks. Do you know what I mean? That's other people not taking accountability. Fucking disgusting. So we'll see. Dave, right, what I'll say to you, Dave, is this. Classroom held 22 students, believe. What I've learned from this case so far, and in most places, is whatever you believe each classroom or protocols was supposed to be followed, none of it was followed. So, in a lot of cases, so it might have been 22 students is supposed to be there, and they held 22, but there might have been 15 there. I'm not trying to make light of the situation. It's more of a, I just don't get it. Badaz, I'm with you. Badaz says he didn't leave the door open. That's where I'm like, what? There's a lot. Like, again, I also don't blame that. Like, the only person I blame here is the actual shooter. I'm like, you're a piece of shit, dude, for what you did. You know, no one could imagine this happening. You know, do I blame them for taking 77 minutes to get in there? Yes. Do I blame this particular officer for it? No. I don't. I blame them all in some part or another. I blame the person that left the door open. I blame the police for not going in sooner, but they wouldn't have saved them. But still, they could have saved a few. I don't know, but I don't know why the door wasn't locked. They normally just kept it ajar because it was easier. There wasn't enough keys or something, but we don't fully know yet, or I don't fully know yet, why in this particular scenario the door was left open. Probably because she didn't have keys. There was no what do you call it? School resource officer in the school or anything. So the school, other people higher up are culpable because if you go down this route, because they didn't place a school resource officer in there. They just told people to check in on it now and again. On that day, there was no police, there was no school resource officer there that day, as in employment. These people rushed there from other places. He came inside, so the teachers knew what was going on. Why wasn't room 111 locked? That is another good question, Dave. I don't know. It was a fucking tree. The one teacher admitted on the stand that all teachers would leave the door propped to bring stuff in, but none of them charged. No, that's what I mean. And that's why I don't know what this particular teacher did. But they did leave it open many times, right? They're still muted, so I don't know. They're still muted, by the way. So this might be the outside the presence of the jury. I don't know. Dave, we'll find out now, Dave. We'll find out. They're still muted. It's not me, it's them that's muted. So this is probably outside the presence of the jury. Maybe a voir dire of some sorts. Rhonda says, fat fingers, new keyboard. All those 2 cookies you ate. No, I'm joking, Rhonda. I know what you mean. I got fat fingers. My fingers are fatter than yours, Rhonda. So this must be outside the presence of the jury. I don't like this. Come on, let us hear about it. Can anyone read lips? Bex, you probably know all about the lips. Can you read lips? Miss American Pie. We don't know what he's saying. It's on mute. I don't know why. Anyway, whilst we're waiting for them to unmute themselves and everything, please make sure that you like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell as well. Oh, they might be going back to the judge now. Katie's mind's all over the place. Right, you muted, you motherfuckers. Let me check to make sure there's no other streams. What's no, all the streams, I believe. I just checked. Another one that's down. Another one down. I agree with what Patricia said. I think this is a waste of time. Law enforcement did a horrific job, yes, but the fault only lies with the killer. I agree. And I will add also it is that the law enforcement and the school as well, did a horrific job. The school definitely did a horrific job. So a lot of people did a horrific job, but it's not criminal. And they, do you know what their punishment is? They're going to have to live with this for the rest of their lives. And in some cases, that's more than enough, because they're going to be through hell. We can't see the ones asking the questions. No, I know they're hiding. They're hiding. Where's Bex? Is Bex here? Why is Bex gone quiet? Is she in a bad mood with me for calling her a CUNT? I got checking on her because, you know, she might be temperamental. Bye, bye. So I can only presume this is outside the presence of the jury. Bye, bye. Yeah, but please make sure you like and subscribe. And no one has liked, so I presume you all have liked already. Oh. You wish you could bother me. I don't know. You put a strange face on there when I said, Bex, you're a cunt, and then you went mad. I was like, oh no. I hope I haven't upset it because I know you're temperamental. So but through the comment board, she's here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know how the comment board works, because I think Dave is probably number 1. You're probably number 2, KD. Oh, that's why Dave hasn't got crowns. It's okay. I don't have crowns. I don't see crowns either. So it's 12 o'clock now. There, it's 1 o'clock in the Eastern time, and it's 6 p.m. here in the UK time. I know, Dave, you're on, you are actually on 10 a.m. now, Dave. You're 10 a.m. Most of you are on at 1 p.m. That's a good question. I don't see the crown, so I don't know how you opt out of it, Josie. I don't. Is there any buy women? Are you drinking your coffee? I have been drinking my coffee. Well, it depends which coffee you're on about. I have been, for sure, been drinking my coffee. I got my Dunkin's coffee. I'm drinking now. You don't bother me at all. All caps, which means I do bother her. I just like giving you a hard time. 11 a.m. Oh, sorry. How's it 11 o'clock? Josie.
I said 3:15. I go from 382 to 383. Could you describe that?
It's marker number 16 with a spent shell casing.
Okay. And the next exhibit?
Marker number 16 with a spent shell casing.
It's a close-up. Huh?
With a close-up, yes.
And 385.
That's an overall. So we have 22, 17, 18, 19, and they are going to be spent shell casings as well.
And then do you close in and pick up each one of those exhibits individually?
Yes.
And our next exhibit, marker 17.
That's number 17 with an L scale, yes.
And marker 18, exhibit 386.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 387.
It's be marker 19, spent shell casing with an L shell.
Exhibit 388.
It's going to be number 21 and 20, spent shell casings.
And isn't that in a different location altogether in the room?
Yes, that's going to be towards the back wall where the whiteboard is.
Where all the whiteboard was?
Yes.
Thank you. And exhibit 389.
That's a spent shell casing with the scale as well.
390.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 391.
That's an overall of 4 markers with spent shell casings.
Okay. And marker number 22. Next one, please.
That's a spent shell casing with a L scale marked as number 22.
Exhibit. I think I got these out of order. No. 392. What does that show us?
It's number 23.
And exhibit number 393.
Again, number 23, but that's a live unfired cartridge.
Exhibit 395.
It's number 24 with the spent shell casing with the L scale.
Exhibit 396.
Number 25 with the spent shell casing and the L scale.
397.
That's a spent shell casing.
Is it,
That's
is
a
it a
different
shell casing?
Yes, it is.
Tell us the difference.
That's from a pistol. That's going to be from a semi-automatic pistol.
From a pistol?
Yes.
Did you recover any pistol on or about the gunman?
No.
Is this also the room that law enforcement eventually breached?
Yes, it is.
And did they carry with them their own weapons?
Yes, they did.
Is this an indication that a weapon was fired other than the long rifle that the gunman had?
Correct.
And how would you characterize the weapon that fired this?
I don't know exactly what weapon they fired, but I know it's going to be a semi-automatic pistol.
A pistol, a
Yes.
handgun as opposed to a rifle.
Correct.
And exhibit 398.
It's a spent shell casing with the L scale.
399.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 400.
Another spent shell casing in dry blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 401.
A spent shell casing in blood as well.
Exhibit 402.
It's another spent shell casing with L scale and blood.
And does exhibit 403 show general locations of the next exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit 404.
More spent cartridge casings as well.
Excuse me, I have this as Exhibit 403. I'll make a note.
So 32 and 35 are shell casings as well.
And Exhibit 404. Could you tell us what that is?
That's a spent shell casing with L scale.
And Exhibit 405.
Another spent shell casing in blood with the L scale.
Exhibit 406.
A spent shell casing with the L scale.
And 47. 407, excuse me.
That's in
406 and 407.
There's a spent shell casing with L scale, and there's another casing on top.
And that was 33.
Probably.
Exhibit 408.
A spent shell casing, 2 spent shell casings, 3. There's 4 shell casings there.
4 shell
4.
casings there.
Yes.
And 409.
There's 2 spent shell casings in blood with the L scale.
410.
It's overall of the markers with spent shell casings as well.
And this is just north of that hallway wall
Yes.
toward the center of the room.
Yes.
411.
It's a spent shell casing with an L scale.
412.
That's another spent shell casing with the L scale.
Number 413.
That's 2 spent shell casings with the L scale.
414.
There's 3 spent shell casings in there with an L scale as well.
415.
There's 3 rifle shell casings and 1 pistol shell casing with L scale.
And would you point out the pistol shell casing? Indicating the pistol was fired now twice, isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 416.
That spent pistol shell casing.
That you just described.
Yes.
Exhibit 417.
2 spent rifle shell casings with L scale in blood.
And when you say spent shell casings,
They've been fired.
Just to be clear, that a gun has gone off, powder burned, causing an explosion, making sound.
Correct.
For each one of these cases.
For each one that's been, yes, it's been fired.
Exhibit 418.
Shell casings on top of the desk, marked 34 and 43.
And 419.
The spent shell casing in the box lid.
And 420.
More spent shell casings around the drag marks.
And exhibit 421.
More spent rifle shell casings with an L scale.
Exhibit 422.
5 spent shell casings with an L scale.
423.
The spent shell casing with the L scale.
424. 5.
A spent shell casing with blood and the L scale. 2 spent shell casings.
And 426.
A spent shell casing with an L scale.
427.
spent shell casing with an L scale.
And 428? Excuse me.
More spent shell casings with an L scale.
I'm now on 429. What are we looking at here?
The 3 spent shell casings with an L scale and blood.
Okay, I think we're getting off on our presentation. That would be 430 each. That's 430. Okay. So 430 is 3 spent shell casings?
Correct.
And exhibit 431.
They spent shell casing.
Could you point that out for us? Okay. And did you zero in on that exhibit 432?
I believe so. Yes, I did.
Thank you. And exhibit 433?
Multiple spent shell casings.
So at some point, your marker started marking more than one spell casing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 434. Would you describe what we see here?
So there's a ruffle bag covered in blood, a spent shell casing with the L scale, and another spent shell casing on top that also has blood.
And exhibit 435.
A magazine right next to right below the rifle.
The rifle's at the top of that?
Yes.
And the next exhibit? I have that as 435.
It's a spent cartridge casing, rifle shell that has an L scale as well.
436. What are we looking at here?
Under the desk, under the chair, right next to the, I guess the arm of the chair, there's another spent shell casing marked as 55.
And 437. Excuse me, 439.
A spent rifle shell casing on the top of the desk.
And now 439.
That's the copy machine.
And on top of the copy machine, is there a basket?
On top of the basket, yes, there's one of a basket on top, but there's also a spent shell casing in the, I guess, drawer.
And for the record, that was exhibit 440 and 439.
The spent shell casing inside the basket.
And 441.
That's where I try to mark the spent shell casing inside the cabinet.
And did you zero in on that?
Yes, I did.
442.
To the top left corner of the 58.
And 443.
It shows the back of the cartridge where the primer struck the, or the
And did you then change locations to the television?
Yes.
Showing you the next exhibit for, I have it as 443. Tell us what we're looking at here.
I can't see. I'm not sure if it's a bullet fragment or what it is next to number 59.
It's obvious, there's obvious not a share casing then. Is that
Correct. There's nothing.
So exhibit 444, close up of that 59 marker.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And exhibit 445. What does that show us?
Markers 60 and 50, and from this distance I can't.
So have we now moved into collecting fragments?
Correct.
In general?
In general.
So exhibit 446.
That's a bullet fragment with an L scale.
And before I get away from casings, let me ask you, your job is just to photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
But were all of those casings gathered
Yes, they were.
and evaluated and analyzed as to which which shots belong to the gunman's versus law enforcement.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
But that was not done by you.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Thank you. Exhibit 446. Excuse me. I guess that's 447. What are we looking at
It's
here?
a bullet hole through the window.
And is that the same bullet hole that we saw at the very beginning of your presentation?
Yes.
448. What are we looking at here?
That's a, so you can see the torn rope for the blinds, and you also see a bullet impact.
Into the blind of
Into
that
the blind,
window?
yes.
Thank you. 449.
It's
What do we
another
see here?
bullet impact, and you can see where the string was also struck by the bullet as well.
And exhibit 450.
That's another bullet impact.
To the blind.
To the blind, correct.
Exhibit 451.
A scale with the bullet impact.
And 452.
A bullet fragment.
And where is it in relationship to those blinds you've just been describing?
It's at the bottom of the blinds.
453.
More bullet fragments. and
Marked
blood.
at 62.
Marked at 62, yes.
454. Could you describe what we're looking at there?
That was a pool of blood. I see markers 28, 29, 27, and they're moving items out of the way so we can continue our search.
And underneath that sack, does it appear to be another cartridge casing?
Yes, there is.
Stage exhibit 455.
Three spent cartridge casings.
Marked at 63.
Correct.
456.
Spent cartridge casing by number 64.
457.
More of a close-up of a spent shell casing marked 64.
458.
Number 65 in the middle with the bloody tennis shoe in that picture with blood.
And 459.
A bullet fragment with an L scale.
And that's marked at 65.
That's 65.
460.
Number 66 with a spent cartridge casing.
461.
A close-up of number 66 with a spent shell casing and a L scale.
462.
A spent shell casing marked number 67.
463.
A spent shell casing marked 68.
469. Oh, it's 464. Excuse me, 464. The previous was 463. It's 464.
I see the marker. Until I zoom in, I won't be able to tell what we're looking at.
Okay. Let's look at the next one, 465.
It's a bullet fragment. It's marked 69.
And exhibit 466.
That's a close-up of the bullet fragment.
467. Could you tell us what that is? Above the marker 70.
The spent shell casing in the seat.
And exhibit 468, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
469.
Overall of the closet after we started taking everything out and we left the markers there.
So exhibit 470.
A bullet fragment marked 75.
471.
I can see bullet marker 76 and 77.
And exhibit 472, does that close up on that?
Yes, there's a backpack with the water bottle inside.
And exhibit 473 next to the backpack?
That's the bench shell casing.
And 474?
That's the bench shell casing inside the pocket of the backpack.
Exhibit 475?
Bullet fragments marked as 78.
476?
And overall, where we removed the copy machine, there's markers 79 and 80.
And does it also show 79 and 80?
Yes.
Exhibit 477?
A spent shell casing found behind that marker.
478?
It's a box with a spent shell casing inside it, number 81.
And 479?
Bullet fragments. That's a bullet fragment from 81.
480? Is that just a marker that shows
That's a marker right now.
fragment?
With a fragment problem.
481?
It's another marker with fragments.
And behind number 83, what appears to be, what are those objects behind 83?
It's like an orange, the two orange cups that are like upside down, and there's a bullet impact right there.
Showing you exhibit 482?
That's the bullet impact with the shell casing and bullet fragment.
Exhibit 483?
Another spent shell casing marked 84.
484?
Where I zoomed in on that spent shell casing.
And 485? Excuse me, I'm going to stop at 484, back up. How long did it take for y'all to process this crime scene?
I was there for 3 days. I was sent back to El Paso, and the rest of the guys stayed there for, I'm assuming, another week is what I think I remember.
And you said something about a Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
Was it recovered during your photography?
No, it was not.
Did y'all, after taking the photographs, did y'all review the photographs before leaving the crime scene completely?
Yes, and so Ranger Brian Burney was reading my photographs, and in my overall photographs is where he saw the Hellfire trigger system, and that's how we knew, or that's how they knew to go to that grid in order to recover it.
And so did y'all go back in to recover the Hellfire trigger system?
Yes.
And in general terms, do you know what a Hellfire trigger system is?
It's an attachment that turns your semi-automatic weapon into a full automatic weapon.
It fires much faster.
Much faster.
With that trigger system on.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
I have a bit that I think the break probably be done.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Let's do 1:45 again, 1:45. See you back. Can everyone let the jury get out so they can get their lunch? Would everyone rise for the jury? Run through the rules band book. Don't discuss this with anybody other than the lawyers.
Okay. Okay, folks, the jury is taking a break for lunch. And so what we've been seeing this morning is a lot of testimony about ballistics. And also we've been, well, we're not seeing them, but these are graphic photos from inside that classroom. And per the judge's orders, we have, those photos are not being shown. Obviously, they're not something we want to see anyway. And there were periods of time when there wasn't sound, and I'm not clear on why, but I think it could have been that there were graphic depictions verbally of the children. So it makes a lot of sense. And I know that prior to this trial starting, we had a lot of conversations about doing everything we can to be sensitive, because ultimately there were 19 kids that died in this and two teachers. So we want to be very careful about not airing photos or video that would be beyond disturbing. But you can imagine this jury is seeing this, and I don't know if the family.
I'm just gonna have a sandwich. So simple dinner for me. So I'm trying to work out, are we going to be back at 2:45 Eastern, which is 1:45. Hang on, I'll be back. Give me 2 minutes.
The two of the victims. That's one of the reasons that I believe that they just got rid of that school. It just held too many bad memories, for a lot of people. And we've had an incident of a death when I was employed at the school district, and it took quite a while for the staff there to get over that. And it wasn't anything near the magnitude of this type of situation, So I can only imagine the aftermath, the counseling that was involved, and just trying to heal people from seeing something of that magnitude.
Well, and then for these families that are in the courtroom now,
having to relive that.
Right, and we don't know, how many of them chose to stay. I mean, obviously the judge, again, that's why we're being very careful about what's being aired. And so that's part of the difficulty of this trial. But it is, in making, as the prosecutors are making their case, that's why they're having to show the jurors these things so they can show the magnitude of what happened to these jurors. But, well, folks, we're going to take a break. We will be back. I did not actually catch what time the judge said that they were coming back from lunch. Okay, 1:45. So we will be back. James and I will come back shortly before that, and we'll talk some. And then if you guys have any questions, put them in the chat, and I would be happy to answer them. We'll be back.
Yep.
Sorry, I had to do a quick call on my niece just to wish her happy birthday. So, what's happening? Messy Texies in the chat. Cheese and rice, she says. You got porridge, Dave. But so Lady Di, where's Lady Di gone? Hang on. Lady Di sent me an email. Bear with me. I forgot about this. So copy link. Do not show to Dave. He will have a aneurysm. Right, hang on. Let me put it here. I've not read this yet, but I know when I saw Dave's comment there, I know something to do with this. I'm glad Bad Dad is here. Bad Dad, as I've told you many times, you're the only one that can put Mexi right in her place. Put her in a pretzel. Facebook out there. Beep, 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 beep. Right. Let's play this. Not play it. Let's share this. Accept. Dismiss. Oh, you fucking bitch. I can't. Oh, there you go. Right, I can do it. They wanted me to pay 25 cents. Right, let's get back to it. And now I found a way. So let me put this to the side. Let me make it bigger. That's what she said. Right, bear with me. Uvalde gets glimpse of new school to replace Robb Elementary. So Robb Elementary was where the shooting happened. Early renderings of a planned new school to replace Robb Elementary in Uvalde, site of the May 24th massacre, in which 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. And we found out today, is it on McAfee tonight? We found out that the guy the officer that ran in and said his wife had been shot. Unfortunately, she died, which we found out today, which I did not know. Early renderings of planned new school to replace Robb Elementary in Uvalde, site of the May 24th massacre. In which I've just done that. It repeats itself. Uvalde. Right, okay. In November, the school board decided to build a new school next to Dalton Elementary School. Okay. Once you go into the front door, there's a secure vestibule. What's that? Is that like a reception? Keeping one point of entry is important for safety. Within secure vestibule are a meeting room and restrooms. The 3rd and 4th grade classrooms upstairs. Why is there a photo? There is a photo, but I'm not sure we are able to see it. Motherfuckers. So that's them approving it. You see, 25 cents. Like literal bastards. Oh, you fuck. I just want to see the pictures. Oh, well, I did. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can send them. Oh, these people want to make 25 cents out of me. I ain't giving them 25 cents because they're one of those that once you subscribe, you can't cancel the bloody things. Right, hang on now then. What's this? No. No, I don't want that. We don't need to see the map. Oh, there's not really any pictures. It just shows the old site, the new site. Oh, okay. So fair enough. There isn't really a picture. Oh, hang on. Let me make it. That's the only picture, really. So that's the rendering. So Right. So we can get out to that one. Put that there, put that there, put that there. So thank you, Lady Di, even though I couldn't really get into it, but still, thought that counts. Right. So I'm just going to work at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7:45. So we're back in an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, that's fine. So what's that to me? 7:45. Okay. That's fine. I'm trying to get my dinner late because I'm going to be up until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So once they're back, around 7:30, 7:45, I'm going to go for my dinner. So I'm trying my best to keep up and not eat for the next hour or so, which is hard because I'm hungry. Okay, there's that. Right. You have to pay. Yeah, I had to pay for that. I didn't pay for it, but 25 cents they wanted. But I was like, no chance. Right, let's have a look. How much is 77 pence in EU? I just worked out how much I make per membership. So in USD. So 0.7. 71 it was, wasn't it? So for every membership, I think you pay like $2.99 for memberships. I get 95 cents of that. Is it? Let me work it out again. Hang on, just in case I'm wrong. I just worked it out now because not now. I was looking at something because Nanny Do asked, and I thought I'll look at that. Let me look at it again. It's because I got it open here. That. Let's take a look. Right, so if I do this then. Beep, 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 beep. No, sorry, I was wrong. 77 pence, not 71 pence. $1.03. How is that even possible? I never knew. I mean, that is based on average, but I mean, that is ridiculous. Hello, lovely. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. That means no sleep. I know. Don's in the playoff mood. I am in the playoff mood. I can't wait. So also, this weekend I'm gonna stay late because I got this Saturday. We got games, playoff games NFL. Sunday playoff games NFL, and Monday we got the Patriots play Monday night. So I'm gonna stay up for that. So yeah, I'm trying to adjust. Then the following week, because obviously playoffs again and the national championship, where we're gonna watch Indiana against Miami. So yeah, I'm trying to for the next 2 weeks just trying to get into EST time a little bit. So yeah. What was on news? I had just news there now. Because we talk about college football, Dave. So NCAA has denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss 6th season eligibility. The expectation is that Ole Miss and Trinidad Chambliss will pursue legal action against the NCAA. So he applied and he got denied, but he's going to go down legal action now. Okay. Right. How are we anyway, lovely? Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone else is doing well. Thank fuck it's Friday, but as I know, it is a little bit like that, isn't it? Right, I was just looking to see what's. Oh, hang on, I know what I'm going to do. Hello, Christine. What F? What fuck? What her? What about Trinidad or about Indiana against Miami? I thought you might be biting on that one. You're a bit slow to the bite. Dee, 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 dee. Hang on, hang on. There's something I wanted to watch, which is why I was looking at this. Dee, dee, dee. I'm just looking for stuff here. Right, there's a big emphasis on this one. So, what do you think of the case so far? I think it's bullshit. She's from Virginia, Robin. I think it's bullshit. He shouldn't be on trial. I mean, I don't disagree with saying that people are culpable, but not criminally culpable. I mean, these people could have to live with what they did or didn't do for the rest of their lives. And there's so many other people, I think, that are more responsible. So I think this guy's been used as a scapegoat. I don't like that. I don't like that. Right, this is something that I know that's coming up. I believe is coming up, and I've seen several people play it. Yeah, so I had nothing, Crystal. I had nothing. My sister had a little bit, and she had no electricity or anything, but no, I had nothing. I'm good. I'm good. Right, here we go. This is the woman called 911. This is the dentist thing. Newly released 911 audio reveals a call made from the Tepe family's home months before Spencer and Monique Tepe were shot and killed in the Columbus, Ohio residence, a case that remains unsolved. The emotional caller has been identified by family members as someone other than Monique, and they say the incident stemmed from a guest experiencing a breakdown during a gathering, not a domestic dispute involving the couple. As investigators continue searching for the killer, police are urging the public to help identify a person of interest seen walking behind the home in the early morning hours when the murders are believed to have occurred. So let's listen to this call. So this murderer is still out there. This murderer is still out there. So let's have a gander, shall we?
Hello?
Hi, this is 911. We just got a hang-up call. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're crying. Do you need police, paramedics, or anything?
No, I'm okay. I promise. I'm just emotional.
That is newly discovered audio of a 911 call from the home of Spencer and Monique Tepe from April. This call was placed months before this couple was found dead on December 30th in their home in Columbus, Ohio. Police are still searching for a killer. What we're learning about this 911 call, who potentially made it, and what could it mean for solving this case? We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Right, I don't think I know this case.
Who would go into a home of a dentist, shoot him multiple times, kill his wife, then run away, leaving the couple's 2 children unharmed, but now without their parents? That's the question that continues to grow louder as the days go on since Spencer and Monique Tepe were the couple's 2 children unharmed, but now without their parents. That's the question that continues to grow louder as the days go on since Spencer and Monique Tepe were shot dead in their home. Police believe the murders happened between 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning on December 30th. Now, here's that video once again before I get to the new information, but I just think it's so important for you to see this, of the person of interest. Police say they saw walking behind the Tepe's townhome between 2 and 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that's a man.
In the morning on the day it is believed the Tepes were killed. The temperature was in the 20s that day. It's the middle of the night, and it looks like this man is just walking by himself in the alley behind the Tepes' home. Now, it's unclear if this is the person who police believe killed Spencer and Monique Tepe. Police are continuing to ask the public for videos just like this that they may have from the area where the Tepes live around the time that police believe the Tepes were murdered, which again is between 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning on the 30th. Now, we've heard 911 calls that came in after Spencer and Monique Tepe were killed, like this one from a friend who says he saw Spencer's body near his bed around 10 o'clock in the morning on the 30th.
911, what's the location of your emergency? Okay. Got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's
a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
But now we're hearing a 911 call that was reportedly made from the Tepes' address before they were killed. In fact, months before they were killed. The call that you're about to hear was first discovered by Fox News Digital.
Hello?
Hi, this is 911. We just got a hang-up call. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're crying. Do you need police, paramedics, or anything?
No, I'm okay. I promise. I'm just emotional.
Now, the call was made on April 15th at 2:45 in the morning. April 15th was a Tuesday. The family of Spencer Tepe is giving some context, though, on who you're hearing in this phone call and the circumstances surrounding it. And I'll tell you that here in just a moment. But I want you to hear the rest of this call that was released by Fox News Digital.
Okay. I don't need nothing.
Well, can I ask what had you call 911 in the first place? Like, were you having an argument with
Me and my
somebody?
man got into it, but I'm okay. I promise.
Did anything ever get physical?
No.
You guys were just arguing, nobody hit each other?
Yes.
Okay. All right, man. Well, I have the information here. I can go ahead and tell the officers to cancel hitting over to your address there.
Yes.
If anything changes, call us back.
Okay.
Now, the woman you hear on the phone, of course, very emotional, and she says that, quote, she and her man got into it. You do notice some decent pauses there after the dispatcher asks the girl if she is okay, but based on this conversation, they decide to cancel sending over police units to the house. Now, the family of Spencer Tepe is saying that the girl that you hear there, that is not Monique Tepe. And they're also providing some context as to what was going on at the Tepe house, really not just that night, but early in the morning, this 2:45 phone call on a Tuesday in April. Now, we'll have that for you here in just a moment. But as we continue to follow that development and look at whether it has anything to do with what happened to Spencer Tepe and his wife on the 30th, here's what we know about the search for a suspect at this point. Now, again, Spencer and Monique Tepe, it seems like they were just so loved by so many people. This is their wedding video from 2021. It's, of course, gone viral, and it shows them on their wedding day. It appears that they are on the steps of the home where they were found dead on December 30th. It's a townhome. Looks like it was built fairly recently with a couple others next to it in an area of Columbus, Ohio. Now, the couple had 2 children. and the children are 4 and 1 years old. That absolutely just hits you in the heart every time you say it, every time you think about these kids, because even though they were unharmed, they were in that home when all of this happened, and they were there when police eventually got into the house on the 30th and made a terrible discovery. Those kids are now with family members. Again, they're unharmed, but you have to think, no matter what direction this investigation goes, that there is going to be some trauma and therapy that they will have to deal with in years to come. Another interesting detail is that the Teppies had a dog, a golden doodle, which was also reportedly at the home and unharmed. The kids and the dog are now with family members. Now, what we know about Spencer Teppie is that he was a dentist in Athens, Ohio. Now, that is a pretty good commute from Columbus, roughly 75 miles, that he had to make that drive to get to the office. But apparently he loved his job as a dentist. He graduated from Ohio State in 2017. He had a doctor of dental surgery degree. According to his bio on the website, he just loved being a dentist. And outside of work, he loved sports. He was a big fan of Ohio State, where he went to college, and also was a fan of the Cincinnati Bengals. He grew up in the Cincinnati area, loved playing golf, loved traveling, and he loved spending time with his family. Now, Spencer was married to Monique Teppie, who also is a graduate of Ohio State. Now, what we know about her is that professionally she had a background in early education. Also, the Columbus Dispatch has put out there that she was married to a fellow Ohio State student, not Spencer. She was married in 2015, but they divorced in 2017. They didn't have children. The Dispatch also says that the divorce was settled amicably. Now, Monique was known as Mo to her friends. She was an avid baker. She had this background in education. And Spencer and Monique, they were coming up on being married 5 years. They were married on January 30th, 2021 in Columbus. And again, in that video, you see them in the home where they were found dead. Their wedding video was shot by a family member, Robb who has now become a spokesperson for the family. He gave us permission to show you this video that really gives you an idea of how much this couple was loved, how much they loved each other. And that just creates such a mystery in this case, because it doesn't appear either that they had some sort of criminal record beyond some traffic tickets that would put them in a world where they would be the victim of a crime like this. Now, on December 30th, that is when Spencer Teppie and Monique Teppie lost their lives.
Columbus Police, Tech 107.
Yes, I would like to ask for a wellness check on an individual at their home.
Police first received a call from Dr. Teppie's dental office that he didn't show up for work.
This individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family.
He didn't show up to work?
Correct.
Okay. Does he have medical problems or?
No, and he's been reliable, and we cannot get in touch with him, his wife, his family, anybody that lives in that house.
Okay.
Like, she sounds so unconcerned. She's like, so what, dude? You can't get hold of... Yeah, okay. Not my problem. She literally sounds so... If I was a guy, I'd be like, oh, shit, maybe I shouldn't have phoned then.
There's 2 kids in the home. I'm in Florida. I own the business. I was informed by my employees that he was not at work, and he runs the office.
That call was made around 9 a.m. Spencer's boss says he was on vacation, but the office was just so concerned that they were calling him to say that Spencer didn't show up.
Have you guys received anything else, like calls about him or like a car accident or anything like that?
No, sometimes people just don't show up to work. I mean, maybe he's sick, I don't know.
Now, as much as the dispatcher says it's common for people not to show up for work, his boss seems very concerned because Spencer is just not someone who wouldn't show up for work and not tell anyone.
I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
About 20 minutes later at 9:22, an officer arrived at Spencer and Monique's house, but no one was there to answer the door, so the officer left. Now, concerned friends of the Teppies then went to the couple's house, and they said that they could hear the Teppies' children inside the home. This is around 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, what's the emergency there? Police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
We already
wellness.
had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what. So.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll send them back out to you.
Then another call from Spencer's work came in.
Our boss did not report for work. We haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. We are on site and we can hear.
Okay, I just
inside.
talked to somebody there.
Okay, I'm just making sure somebody called.
5 minutes after the phone call you just heard, there was another call that was made, and this call was from a friend who saw something incredibly terrifying.
911, what's the location of your emergency? Okay, we've got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
Now, as the caller waits, you can hear what sounds like small children in the background. The Teppies kids were unharmed.
There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a wellness check. We just came here, and he appears dead. Okay. There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, and there's blood. I can't get closer to see more than that.
Okay, so you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it like kind of like huddle, like, you know, does he look like?
It doesn't look huddled. I can't look.
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. And then when was the last time somebody spoke to him?
Yesterday, I suppose.
Yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
How old is he?
37.
37. Okay. Is he like a drug user or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Just because that's a really young age.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right. We're on our way.
Now, the concerned friend says that they saw Spencer's body inside the home.
A car saying they can hear kids inside. Thought you heard one of them yelling. Now we're getting another call saying there's a body inside. That's receiving copy.
Who said there's a body inside?
Now, when police go inside the house, they say that they found Spencer dead, as well as his wife. WSYX TV says that Dr. Teppi was shot multiple times, and Monique had at least one gunshot wound to the chest. Now, police, they don't have a murder weapon, and they do not believe that this was a murder-suicide. Police reportedly recovered a couple 9mm shell casings from the scene as well, so that's critical evidence in trying to figure out exactly what happened. Now, it's unclear which bedroom Spencer may have been in. Was it an upstairs bedroom? Was it a downstairs bedroom? We're not really sure of the layout of the home, but obviously all of that is very important, and there was no sign of forced entry either. It's also unclear what door the person who allegedly killed Spencer and Monique came in. Now, in the wedding video, there is this drone shot of the couple's home, and you can see here that alleyway behind the townhouse, and this is where it appears the person of interest was walking in the middle of the night on the 30th, according to Columbus police. Again, we don't know if this is the person who killed Spencer and Monique, but certainly middle of the night, cold temperatures, walking by yourself, you know, it's certainly someone who's suspicious, and you can see why police put this video out there. Now, Robb Misla, he is the person who shot that wedding video, and he's become this spokesperson for the family. They've done several interviews. One of his first interviews was with Ashley Banfield on News Nation, and here's his response to that person of interest video.
When I first saw it, yeah, I do think, you know, suspicious looking person there. It also very well could be, you know, somebody walking home drunk from a bar.
Misla spoke with the Surviving the Survivor podcast Tuesday night. He said that the 911 recording reportedly from April was made public shortly before he went on that show. He said that the voice you heard on the 911 call is not Monique. He says that the Teppies often had gatherings at their home. Here's part of what he had to say on the podcast.
Multiple people that I've talked to that were at this party
have all stated, yes, we remember this happening. The woman had just a little bit of a freak out, for lack of a better term. Maybe, was having some mental health issues at the time. But she called the cops from her cell phone. I know it says it was from Spencer and Monique's house. Maybe it was close. But she was at this party, and she just had kind of a lapse psychologically, I think, at the time.
We spoke with Robb Misla today about that reported April 911 call that was first put out there by Fox News Digital, and we asked him about what he said about it on the podcast overnight. Here's his statement to Law and Crime. Quote, "The party that I was talking about was years ago. From my understanding, from Monique's sister, their neighbors, and one of her friends, a friend of Monique, may have had too much to drink and taken an edible and had a mental breakdown. If the date of the 911 call is April 2025, I don't know. I know it was not Monique's voice." Again, that's Robb Misla, who is Monique and Spencer's brother-in-law. Now, retired NYPD Detective Tom Smith, host of the Gold Shields podcast, he's often on our show here on The Case. He was on that podcast last night, and he's going to join me here in a moment to talk a little bit more about where we are in the investigation. But before I get to that, I do want to show you this video again, because it's just very important. This person of interest video from Columbus Police, this person walking in the alley behind the Tepe's house between 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning on the date that police say the Tepes were shot dead in their home. I think when you look at this video, it's not the most unique walk you've ever seen, but there's just something about it that has some unique tendencies that maybe someone notices the body language, and that can help crack this case. Of course, if you have any information, you need to contact Columbus Police. Joining us now is retired NYPD Detective Tom Smith. Tom, I know you were on the Surviving the Survivor podcast last night as well, and you've heard this new 911 video that Fox News Digital found from April of this year. It's a Tuesday morning around 2:45 in the morning. Not believed to be Monique Tepe on the phone, but what stood out to you when you listened to that phone call?
Well, what stands out is the time frame, of having people in your house in the really late hours on a weekday, on a Tuesday night. So how often did that happen? And how many people have access to that passcode that's on that door? I said it maybe last night or on a different show. If I'm having a party and I have a passcode, I'm giving that passcode to people so I'm not constantly answering the door. So you have to take into account how many people have that code, how many parties did take place, what parties were they? Were they get-togethers or just parties? So those are just part of a enormous investigative steps that have to be taken in this case when, Chris, as you know, when there's nothing, when there's no viable lead, you have to keep an open mind into every possible scenario. And that is certainly one of them, of the number of parties or get-togethers of the same people, were they different people? Did people invite other people? So all of that comes into play when you have this type of an investigation.
Oh, because that's the thing too, is like, it's not just, okay, I'm inviting over, especially if it's kind of a late night party get together, you may not just be inviting, this one person over, it's this person and their friend. And then the party suddenly grows. And then if you're talking, this is the type of party going on back in April and it was a regular occurrence. I mean, how can investigators truly track down how many parties there were and who exactly had been in this house in the past and may know how to get into this house?
Yeah, that's all part of interviews. That's old school, detective work of just tracking down one or two people who can lead you to more and more people, who in their inner circle was always invited or always at these parties that can lead you to other people. And then you just start matching up statements and interviews about their background, who was at these parties. Was there ever a fight at one of these parties? Was there ever someone who showed up that really wasn't invited or shouldn't have been there? Things like that. The smallest little detail, Chris, can lead to a break in a case. And that's what they have to go on right now, of just constantly going after and interviewing everyone in these people's background and in their lives.
Now let's talk about I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet about the person of interest video that came out, because I think to the untrained eye, it's like, okay, it's very grainy in some ways. Like you can see he's wearing a dark coat and some gray pants and, it is this person walking what appears to be right behind the home, but you don't see a face. You as someone who has looked through videos like this in the past, when you see it, what do you see?
Well, there's a lot. Everyone is always focused on a video showing someone's face. And of course, in a perfect world, that's what every detective wants, to actually identify someone in a video. But sometimes you take what you got and you start analyzing every other aspect of that video, such as their walk, the arm swing, their head tilt, the clothing they're wearing. Mannerisms can't be, covered up like your face can be or your head can be. Those are actions that you just do involuntarily as part of your day. And one of those can lead to the identity of someone.
Okay, well, that just looks like a normal person walking. There's not like... I'm very weary about making a big deal out of something when it could just be a person walking home from a night out. Like, it's obviously freezing outside. He's got his hood up, which makes sense. His clothing, it looks like he's got jeans and like a hoodie thingy on. Like, it by the sounds of it, there was blood and stuff in the house. So, I mean, he just looks calm. I don't know. Sometimes I just think you got to be a little bit careful, because a lot of people will already say that's the killer.
The biggest takeaway I got with the new video, Chris, was the last frame of that video. He distinctly makes a move to cover his face up even more than he was during his walk. I mean, to me, it's a stark move when you're looking at it.
Oh.
Why does he do that?
Fucking hell. This is exactly what I mean. Like, fucking hell. Like, I don't see any stark moves. I just see a guy walking past a friggin' outside. It's just like, come on, dude, let's not make this into something it's not. Like, could it be him? Yeah, it could be fucking anybody that did it. But let's not make it out, I now know from body language, you can see, he touched his hood. Piss off. There's cameras everywhere. It's just like, just chill out, dude. Don't try and pretend that you know what you're talking about here. That is more than likely just a normal person walking home, or doing a detour walking back. So to start making conspiracies, well, it will be probably this guy because he made a stark whatever he said. Fuck me. This is what I hate about true crime and stuff like that, is how we go from 0 to 100 just because somebody is a so-called expert on it. It's like, dude, come on. Come on, stop. You're on TV, dude. Don't make assumptions like that when you don't have a clue who this guy is. Everyone's a suspect, I get that, but you're stretching like you've never been stretched before with this. Fucking hell. This is part of why I start to dislike media and everyone involved in cases, because they take a nugget and they go with it thinking, well, I'm going to get more airtime now because I'm a so-called expert, where they have no evidence whatsoever. They just make shit up. Fuck.
A couple of things in my mind that could have set that off. One, he knows the area and he knows there's a camera at that location.
Oh, shut the fuck front door. Shut it. No. Stop now. Right, what's his other theory?
And just, prevents it from seeing him anywhere else. The other thing is, was someone else walking in that area that startled him, that he wanted to cover his face up even more.
I mean, how about it was freezing fucking cold outside and he wanted to cover his face even more? And I don't even think he did cover his face up even more. And also, every house around there would have cameras. So, what is he even talking about? Talk about a leap. This is what I hate. This is what I hate about the media. Now, because you get dummies out there going to run with it and go, yeah, this is the killer. Look, he's hiding his face. No, we know nothing. We know nothing about this guy. This guy could be fucking just slept with a girl going, oh, what the fuck did I just do? What the hell did I just do that for? You know, we don't know. Stop coming on to national TV and making shit up. I don't know. This is what disheartens me about true crime these days is, and there'll be dummies out there, like literally watching this guy go, well, this guy said it has to be him because, you know, he made some move to hide his face. Jeepers, no, this guy's not a bloody expert. He's a so-called expert, calls himself an expert, but by the sounds of it, he's bloody an imbecile. Jeepers. When it's freaking cold, you cover up more. And you can see the snow outside. It's literally, you can see it's cold outside. And to think that this guy knows there's a camera there and doesn't think there's a camera anywhere else on his walk. Just the one spot where there's a camera. Dude, there's a camera these days on every single house. Anywhere you go, just presume there's a camera there. But because you got a shot of it, you just think, oh, no, this is special. No, dude, if he was a killer, he would know there'd be cameras everywhere. So he'd be hiding his face the whole time, not just past this one camera. Calm down. I just want to tell this guy, literally, I just want to tell this
man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Do you know what? Robbie G says perfect pause. Not this one, but I did pause him earlier on. Oh, it's slightly here. I did do a perfect pause, actually. This is about a dentist in Ohio pair that husband and wife who died, but they haven't found the killer yet, so they're just going through it at the minute. Typical media with a narrative spinning things out of control before they get the facts straight. Exactly that. Because also people could be listening and watching this, and if you're from the Ohio area, you're gonna be Googling it, you could be watching stuff on it because you want to know what the hell is happening. So you're gonna watch idiots like this on TV, and you're gonna believe him and go, "Oh well, if you're on a jury, you'd be like, oh yeah, I remember this case. This guy, this bald guy, said that he covered his face in the only fucking clip we got of it." Can't blame me for walking like that. Yeah, I know it is. Here she is. Dilly's getting heated, rightly so. That's how it is nowadays. And I agree. Thank you, lovely. I came back. Here she is. I was just literally calling you every name in the book. That I showed everyone that article you sent me. 25 cents to open it, so I couldn't open it. But I did see most of it, so I read it out. But thank you. Where have you been? I've been literally calling you all sorts of names today. It's irresponsible of the media to put a target on someone's back who could 100% be innocent. Absolutely. Like speculation and stuff. I understand speculation. That's what dummies do. Like I'm a dummy and I'll speculate on stuff. But you don't go into narratives where it's like, oh, this is why he's possibly, he did a jerk here. He hid it, and that shows me that either someone else was there, he got frightened, or he knew the camera was there. That's week. No, you're bullshit, mate. He probably just fucking thought, whoa, it's cold. I need to get tighter. I go for walks downtown in the cold. If it's windy, I have my head down and a hoodie on because it's cold, for fuck's sakes. I agree. And he's probably shagging some girl and he's just walking home. I'm probably thinking, what did I just do? Jeepers. Thank you, Rhonda. Hopefully, there's lots of ring cameras from all these houses in the area. Maybe CCTV. There is that. However, the problem is this is back in, I believe, last year, so probably they've all been wiped. That's the problem, you see. So this is the only clip they got, you know. And whether they didn't canvas or something, I don't know. You can't shoot nowadays without it being recorded. You're right, absolutely right. They don't have a timestamp on the murder, and this gentleman's walking by, do they? No, they estimate. Obviously, they know they got called out, so they could probably work it back-ish. This guy just walked past on a camera. They probably kept it. Where's the rest of the cameras in the area? They probably got deleted. That's the problem. You better watch out. You better somehow. Da, 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 da. Telling you why Santa Claus is coming. There you go. Rhonda Hinckley, I never used to even think about it, but I'm much more aware these days. Yes. What time was that at? What's that? What? Lady, I have been too busy to cause problems, and you have been absent. She has been absent. Yes. Thanks for holding the fort down. I was listening off and on. Pixie came in to say thank you very much for the membership. I said, she's like, I'm not sure who gave it to me. I said, the bitch, Lady Di gave it to you. She's like, you shouldn't call her a bitch. I was like, no, she's fine. She knows her place. At least it's Friday. Could be walking home from the bar. Yes, the bar, his fancy lady, his friend's house. From, whatever it was. He could be just going, had an argument with his wife and just gone, do you know what? This bitch is to my head in. I'm going to go for a walk, clean my head. Because sometimes there's times where you just want to go outside to get away from her. Work sucks today. Well, it's video time. I have no idea what the video time is, Robin G. No idea. Same girl. Right, let's go back.
So with the second scenario I just laid out, the police need to timestamp that spot and then put out to the public if anyone else was in that area at that time and what they observed. But, you don't always need a face when it comes to these videos. Mannerisms can tell an enormous story. And I think this one may have done that.
Yeah. And I feel like, too, when you watch this person walk, it's kind of a walk where, like, if I was in Columbus, and maybe you have coworkers, and it's like there's something, I can't really describe it, but there's something about the mannerisms that, like, if I knew someone who walked like that, it would stand out to me. And just kind of the way that they're slunched over, and maybe that's just from trying to hide their face. The other
part, I'm about to fucking explode. The guy's walking fucking normal. It's fucking...
Part of it too, kind of the way that they're slunched.
Look at the fucking road. It looks cold. It looks like the snow there, ice. He's looking down because he needs to fucking see where he's stepping. He's slunched down to hide his face. What are you on about, you idiot? What are you on about? What drugs are you taking, dude? Already, known crime. This guy, he is a killer, as far as they're concerned. What's he say? Look
over, and maybe that's just from trying to hide their face. The other part of it too is,
or maybe he's just trying to hide his face from the fucking cold, not from the camera.
Is they're in the alleyway behind the house. So it's like they have this detached garage, and then it's at like a townhome, and then you would drive your car in and then park it that way, as opposed to walking in front of the home where I think we've seen there's a Ring doorbell camera there. Just about the location of it. And I don't know if that's a shortcut from maybe, I know Rob Misla had said, the brother-in-law, that like maybe it was a person coming home from a bar in the area. Maybe it's a shortcut. I don't know. But just what...
Yeah, exactly. You don't know. So stop accusing this guy of hiding his face, and stop accusing this guy of trying to like hide from the cameras. You just don't know. You just don't know, dude. People responsible.
What stands out to you about the fact that they're going down that particular kind of the alleyway as opposed to being in front of the house?
Yeah, to me, it's a knowledge of the area. It's an absolute, knowing the area, knowing the neighborhood, that alley is secluded from maybe the rest of, the street and anyone else that might have been there, and secluded enough that, no one's going to see him. But there are cameras everywhere, as we've seen on,
Yes, you fucking dummy. Which is why your theory of him trying to hide his face in front of a camera is ridiculous. There's cameras everywhere. So, do you know what? People, that could be the killer. That could be. Who knows? But you don't presume it is straight away. It's an alleyway. He's from the local area. He knows a couple, so he's got every, opportunity to kill them. Dude, if he's from the area, that makes more sense because he's going down these shortcuts so he can get home quicker. Because why? Because it's freaking cold outside.
every case that we talk about these days. But I just see it as a knowledge of the area. And I think it could lead to something. But here's the other thing.
Lead to what, dude?
If it's that individual sees it, or it's been all over the news, it's been all over TV. If that's me, the first people I'm calling are the police going, yeah, that's me. Hey, I was just coming home from whatever. You want a statement? I'll be in 5 minutes. And that hasn't happened. So that leads me to believe this might actually be something.
Right, let's break that down. So this guy, I presume he's a police or something, law enforcement. What do we all know is that as soon as you put yourself forward to the police or anything, you're putting yourself in the middle of stuff. We've seen corrupt police that will pin anything on you. If you admit, oh yeah, that was me, I was coming back from wherever, or it could have been, okay, right, another scenario for you. What about if this guy was having an affair with somebody and he was coming back from her house and going home? Does he freely then want to go, shit, that's me, I need to go to the police now? Right? Maybe he does, I don't know. Second of all, what's to say that he actually saw it? Maybe he didn't give a shit. Maybe he's just like, he doesn't watch, like, I don't watch news. I literally don't watch the news. I don't watch any media or anything. I watch this shit because of you guys, but I don't watch any of that stuff. So unless I put this video on, I would never have seen that. I had no idea that was happening. So what's to say that this guy knows that it's happening? And what's to say that this guy doesn't know the police will... he might be scared that this guy, the police will pin it on him. Because we've seen it happen. So the flip side of this is, he could know this him, and he goes, oh shit, the police are going to pin this on me. Because we've seen it. We see it all the time. Not all police are bad, I know, but you can't just hold it against him and go, oh, he would have come forward by now. Dude, no. Right, sorry. Let's... Fuck, I need to go back. Baby's fucking cold. Yes. Dave made a good point. What's... how... Robbie, it was 20 degrees that night. Actually, Benefield's not buying the story either. Okay, good. So he could live nearby and be walking home in the cold. Clearly he's guilty, yes. I hope he bundled up. I love when Dylan goes off on mainstream. We needed Dylan. I don't do it very often anymore. But this is kind of stuff that pisses me off. They die, pick a dull like this. If that would be me being shown in the video and on News Worldwide, I would do a public speaking or a press conference, being in all the media channels, to say I'm innocent. That's if you've seen it and you can prove it. Yeah, I get it. I get that, lovely. Yes, Rob Dylan. Maybe he doesn't watch the... Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, look, listen. If he's seen it, like Lovely says, if you've seen it and you've got like, oh shit, yeah, that's me. I was coming back from the pub. then yeah, you potentially will do a press conference. But what I'm trying to say is that we can't take for fact that he has seen this. We can't take for fact that he has an alibi, and we can't say with fact that he trusts the police enough. We've seen in Ohio what happened to Matt Moore. As soon as he said his wife was missing, they pinned the murder on him. They literally pinned the murder on him because he tried to cooperate. Unbelievable. Might not be into true crime or the news like yes. Are you repeating me or something? Or we'll get paired with a guy mind blown. Bex Jinx, Robin G. Yes, I was only one step. You said it before me. Damn you. Also, maybe he has a warrant. And I think, soft or not paying trouble. Yes. Fact sounds like fuck. Fact. Yes, fact. Fuck. Anyway, I don't like that. That's the one thing I get very passionate about is when people try to say that, well, if you're 100% innocent, that is easy. No, it's not. We don't know. Who is he? No idea who he is. No idea who he is. So, and just to reiterate, I am not saying that Lovely is incorrect either. Because if he did see it and he could be like, and he was like, yeah, that's me, I was at the pub, and he has all that to show, then yeah, he probably would be shouting it out as well. So I agree with Lovely as well. Maybe if living nearby, then he would have heard about it, and maybe could be more curious about checking things. Maybe, or do you know what? Do you know what the other thing is? He could live nearby, but then he could be off in university, or or could be from the area, gone out to see friends, and then, because some people like Thanksgiving, you come and see your family, and then you fly back out. So I'm not saying, and also can I just reiterate, I am not saying that it's not the killer. It could very well be the killer itself. I'm not saying it's not. All I'm saying is that it could be anybody. So to jump to the conclusion like these guys have that more likely than not it's the killer, that's what I think is wrong. It could very well be the killer, but I don't think we should go straight there and accuse him of like touching his hood. See, he touched his hood. That means he's guilty. Or the case of, well, obviously, he's seen himself on the news, so he should hand himself in. That's the things that I just don't like from mainstream media. That's all. But just a random how is this relevant and know many of the people, if any, were caught walking as well? We don't know. This is the only camera angle we've had. On ring cameras, gunshots, and then time it up with it, possibly. But also, the only other thing I would add is this: that this video, this would have happened like months before. So if I'm right in saying this all happened in early 2025, so this is a year later. So probably this camera was preserved, but nothing else was preserved. I don't know since when the police had this video. Maybe it's recent. Maybe they've had it all this time. I don't know. Yes, and if this was right before New Year's Eve, then he's maybe not even local. Yes, exactly. And also, just because he's going through an alleyway, and so he must be local. No, he might be drunk and might be lost. Or also, have you used Google Maps before? They take you all down these alleyways and stuff. I don't know. I hope nobody ever criticizes me my mannerisms. They would think all kinds of stuff. I can only imagine. Lol. Those houses are close together. Neighbors didn't hear gunshots. Was it gunshots? I don't even know how they were killed, to be quite honest with you. If he was doing something nefarious, not red rum, he may not want to come forward. Cheating on someone. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Yes, he won't want to come forward, but that does not make him a red rummer. No. Robin G, they said they didn't. So were they shot? Were they? I didn't even look at that, to be honest with you. Right, let's see what else this bullshit is.
And I think too, if like, because these are like new build townhomes and there's, you know, the Teppies appeared to have a Ring doorbell system in place that like so many of these homes, especially in a back alley like that, because I used to live in a place almost very similar in terms of like.
But that would be common sense, Lady Di. Also, then they'll start going, well, he obviously did it because his jeans are clean, so he obviously changed his clothing and dumped it somewhere. And whatever happens, they'll find an excuse for anything. These two will probably say even more, well, you see, that makes him even more culpable. There's no way that, you know, you can walk through all this weather and he'd be clean. There would be more, like, I don't know, ice droppings on him or more mud on him because of walking a certain way and certain style. So yeah, where's the clothes then to? I don't know, but that makes him even more guilty. It's probably in his hoodie somewhere, and like, way to fucking explode and make shit up. And this is my second language, so I struggle sometimes to convey what I'm trying to say. So I might stutter a little bit, but I just think these two are idiots.
The townhome detached, and like, that's an area where like you would have people going through garbage, people trying to break into garages and things like that. So a lot of people have cameras back in that area. So you wonder if there's more video that police have. What do you think the strategy is at this point for police, where it's been more than a week? We only, to our knowledge, have this grainy video of a person of interest walking down the alley.
Well, here's the thing that I really want to stress to everyone. We don't know what the police know. You know, we've done so many shows together, Chris, that police hold back a lot of information before they have a press conference or before they kind of divulge the avenues they're going in or strategies that they have, because they may have a lot of good information that they're not ready to share with because it may lead to one or two particular people that they're looking at presently. So we're going to have to wait to see kind of what's been going on with...
Which is why you should wait until making some bullshit presumption.
With the investigation. I am a little surprised because of the media coverage of this that there hasn't been a press conference at least acknowledging some of the things that are going on and to have a face to the investigation to say, hey, everyone, here's a number, here's your tip line, here's this, you know, whatever that we normally get when we have these media driven cases. And I'm a little surprised that hasn't happened yet with this.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I mean, we see a lot of, I think the headline as of this morning when we're recording this for a television station in Columbus is that, you know, a day after this video was released, we still have not really heard anything from police, which is, you know, it's interesting because I think back, the case I think of is like Koberger. You know, it was this, you know, the police took so much heat for weeks, and then you look back on the case and they actually had some pretty good information that they were just building up on the time. They just weren't releasing it to the public. When it comes to the evidence, I know the last time we spoke, we talked about shell casings and what those can tell. Reportedly, police have, I believe, 3 9mm shell casings. How critical of a piece of evidence is that when you're trying to find a murder weapon?
Oh, enormous. You know, there's two things that with the shooting are important. The shell casings, of course, because there could be extensive DNA evidence on there. And the other thing are the rounds, unfortunately, that they're going to have to extract from either the body or somewhere in that room, because it's going to have the grooves, it's going to have the turns in it to identify the weapon when and if they do recover one to match it up with the crime scene.
And when you look at, and there's a lot that we still don't know at this point, but you know, there's, you know, of theories of like, it was a burglary or it was, you know, completely random. And all of those, I think, are possible at this point. They haven't been ruled out by police. But then there's the belief that this could have been someone that they knew, that it was targeted. You've investigated a lot of cases throughout your career. Like, where's your gut at this point as far as what may have happened here?
Well, I'll go with the way detectives should act first. It's very hard not to get wrapped up in what's going on in the media. But as a detective and investigator, you have to seclude yourself from what's going on out there and keep an open mind into every possible scenario that this crime could have been part of. You don't want to speculate too much, because then that can.
This dude just said you don't want to speculate too much. But according to these two guys, this is the color. This is the killer because he covered himself in front of a random camera, and somehow they've linked Brian Kohlberger to it somehow.
Cloud a direction you're going in, or the way you talk to someone, or the evidence that you have. So it's hard to do, but they need to really just keep an open mind into this, because there isn't a viable lead that we know of yet. So to get.
No, it wouldn't be lovely. It's just these two are idiots, that's all. No, BK. Well, I'm not sure if you missed it or you were listening, Aaron, but that's what we say. They were trying to link it into Brian Kohlberger. It's a very similar case in terms of the investigation and stuff. That's what I meant.
Get wrapped up in that, we'll see. But my instinct, again, not knowing anything, just my absolute gut instinct in this is that it's someone they know. It has to do with one of their pasts that maybe hasn't come out yet, that maybe detectives know about. But it just seems to be, to put it in a term, too neat that it happened the way it did, with not doing anything to the children, thank God. But there was a dog at the scene too. Nothing happened to the dog. So it just seemed a very.
There's a dog at the Brian Kohlberger murder scene as well. So they're probably going to link that in somehow.
Very targeted, personal murder. And I think that's the way it's going to end up being.
Yeah, and we'll see how it plays out. I mean, obviously at this point, we kind of speculate, but the no forced entry part of it seems to be very critical, and especially with the house having that Ring doorbell camera or whatever the brand is that they ended up having theirs. What is it like for the detectives right now, the ones who it probably feels like the pressure of the world is on your shoulders because everybody wants to know who did this crime? Every media outlet is asking about it, and yet, you're the one who is interviewing people. You're the one in the room. What is it like, probably for the Detective Bureau in Columbus right now, working on this case?
It's stressful. They're not sleeping. They're not going home. That I guarantee you. And they're going to take this personal because it's in their backyard. They may not have personally known the victims, but this happened on their watch in their backyard, and they're going to take it very personal. So I guarantee you, they're not getting a lot of sleep. They're doing every possible thing they can do to run down every lead that comes in. And I'm sure they're getting a lot. It's just because it's not being publicized about, the information they're receiving, anonymous tips, emails, whatever it might be. They are running down every conceivable lead, and that takes time sometimes. I said it last night. This isn't a TV show. It's not a movie that it's going to be done in an hour. This is real life, and it takes some time, at times, depending on the leads that they have and the investigative steps that they need to take.
And we'll see what happens next. Obviously still waiting for some new developments in this case. Incredibly sad story. And you just hope those children, can get help, not just now, but down the line because of what happened inside their home. And hopefully there's justice as well. Retired NYPD Detective Tom Smith. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime, co-host of the Gold Shields podcast. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Chris, as always.
That will do it for us.
There you go. That's what he is. Ex-NYPD. So that makes sense. Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Nanny Doo, hello, Nanny Doo, where are you? Nanny's in Massachusetts. Right, let me get back to this. I need to rephrase that. So that was just something we were watching. I need to cover the break. That's all. Well, we'll put the stream. So we're back in 5 minutes. So I will put the stream back on for that. But yeah, that was just another example of how bullshit all this is. I will put this here. Oh. Yeah, could have been a rogue patient. She was a dentist. What was she then? I didn't catch what she was in her work. They said he could be having an affair. So, you know, I think his mind comes up as the alternate corner, so I can't troll them. I can't say anything to them because... Hang on. He comes up as the alternate corner. Yeah, he was like, what was her role? What did she do for work? Because then these two speculated that Friday's a crappy day to have to go back to back meetings, got to run, but that was a dentist, yes, in Ohio. But have a great day. She's talking to hang on.
It's hard to tell.
Well, it's kind of an unusual situation, Rebecca, because you have a case where Adrian Gonzales is not the shooter.
Right.
Right?
Right.
You know, James, you've been to trials, and normally when you go to a trial, the person on trial is the person that did all those acts.
Right.
And so...
Yeah, well, and then, you know, I was struck by something Rebecca said that she said him getting a fair trial because of the pictures and photographs of some, but that's the brutal reality. That's the truth of the result of their inaction, right? So I don't know if it's a question of fairness, because it's the reality of what happened when law enforcement failed to intervene, properly. So I'm just not sure about the fairness piece of that.
Yeah, but I guess the difficulty is, it's hard to separate, because you're asking the jurors to separate Adrian Gonzales's actions from the shooter's actions, right? Because
yes,
he did not kill these children. I think, and remember early on, Rebecca, there was this whole discussion about describing that, whether or not to describe them as victims, and being careful about, remember that early on from that first day?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do not call victims, because for Adrian Gonzales, make sure that you say it was the monster, the shooter who killed these children. It was not Adrian Gonzales who killed these children. And prosecutors are saying, well, the reason, and James, to your point, the reason that prosecutors do want the jury to see all of this is because there were children that died. There was a teacher that died waiting for help.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a reality of what happened in those two classrooms. And they waited for 77 minutes. And we were talking earlier about when they knew. They knew at least 30 minutes before the Vortex team entered the classroom to finally take the shooter down, that children were calling 911 for help. At least 30 minutes. Some of the incident commanders and the people that were out there that were with more experience and were in charge, and Arredondo, I believe they knew. They knew because that came out when they did hearings and when they did the after action report. So they did know at least 30 minutes. And we know that the teacher that died was given CPR, and she still had a pulse when they brought her out of the classroom. And you see the video, and I'm sure the jury's going to see that video of them trying to give her CPR to keep her alive, but she ultimately dies because she did not get help in time. And so that is a reality. It is the harsh reality of what happened out there.
Right.
But there were a lot of people that didn't do anything out there.
That's true. And we've talked about that too.
Well, there was hundreds of officers out there.
Right. And
you have to remember, there were also federal officers out there. There were at least half of the almost 400 people that were out there that were law enforcement enforcement were some were Border Patrol, some were FBI, some were DEA, and then there's DPS, and not far away from where this happened, there were also National Guard troops that had been deployed down there. So I mean, yeah, the military. There were plenty of people that could have got in that classroom with artillery and whatever, the weaponry that they needed to take the shooter down and save those children.
And that's the thing that I've kind of struggled with as I've been here today is why Adrian Gonzales, and why is he here when you have multitudes of other people who also failed to act? Why him? And I'm sure they'll make their case for why him. But I certainly would suggest that there are a lot of other people who had culpability in the inaction that we saw that day.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that was interesting is that, they said, when they were talking to the jurors, because I was in that jury selection, they said, the potential jurors, they said it's like a robbery when you have 5 bank robbers and all 5 are in it together. You have 5 suspects, but you only take 1 to trial. You have to focus on the actions of that one bank robber. We're not trying all 5 at the same time.
Sure.
And so that's the analogy that they used when they were saying
Mhm.
you have to focus only on Adrian Gonzales and his inactions that day, not the 400 other people that were out there.
Yeah.
That's what they keep telling the jury. And can you make a decision based on the evidence that we're going to give you about Adrian Gonzalez's actions and what he should have done and didn't do as the first officer and the school resource officer, and what the state law says that person must do to protect children based on their duties and what's actually in the law.
Okay, Rebecca,
Correct.
we've got, they're back in court. Thank you so much for joining us. So safe travels back.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, please be seated in the court. Members of the jury, we had passed the witness for cross-examination before our lunch break, so you may proceed when ready, Mr. Goss.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Torres, my name's Jason Goss. I know that you were a ranger and you retired, you said a while ago, a little bit ago. And now you work for the State Department over in Honduras.
Yes.
Okay, so the only thing I don't know necessarily is I would normally call you Ranger, but it sounds like that's not your title. Do you have a different title that I could call you?
No, sir.
So, Mr. Torres?
I'll work.
Okay, thank you. I guess I kind of want to start where Mr. Turner left off, which was, and I'm not going too far in depth with this Hellfire trigger or this Hellfire system for the gun, but I do kind of want to explain because I think a lot of people would assume that if you have something on the gun that modifies it, as you said, that allows, for the gun to fire more rounds than each pull of the trigger, right? That's what the Hellfire is supposed to do.
Correct.
Fire more rounds out of the gun faster than even a human could pull the trigger. Make it more like an automatic.
Correct.
Okay, so I think a lot of people would assume that would be a part of the gun. Do you know what I mean? And so why would it be found in a separate location? Do you know what the mechanics of that is?
I know you put it behind the trigger, and as long as you press it the correct way, it'll just make the trigger bounce faster and fire like an automatic weapon.
Got it. So it sounds like what you're saying is this is kind of something that, like a scope or like something else that's added to the gun, but not necessarily affixed to it. It can be taken on and off pretty easily. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's something that presumably he would have been able to buy at any firearm shop, or is it illegal or is it legal as far as you know?
It's legal.
It's legal. So, and as you probably know, modifications like that allow people and monsters really like him to do the kind of things that he did, shoot a lot of rounds in a small amount of time.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to talk about I want to kind of go to the, I guess 319, 320, and 321. Could I get those put up? 319 through 321. Thank you. Oh, yeah, see the exhibits. Where are the exhibits?
They're right there on the corner.
All of these?
Yeah.
Got it. I could tell you there, I'm looking for the pictures of the hole that was in 111 that was going, I guess, going out. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And yeah, Mr. Torres, I have to do that because they have all the exhibits here, but they have them in a PowerPoint here, and I don't have them in a PowerPoint the way that they do. So I'll ask them to help me out on that. So looking at, I think this is 319. We talked about this being the, I guess, the east side of the building. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you take that photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay. Which is fine. Were you ever outside the building?
No.
Okay. I'm not necessarily going to ask you about that, but you are, I guess, familiar with the east and the west side of the building.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the west side of the building. The northwest side is where the shooter entered. The south side, there's an entrance there, right? And so if you were looking at that picture, we would be looking at this side of the building, the east side, right?
Correct.
That I'm pointing at. Now, there are, on this diagram, this is State's Exhibit 3. I'm sorry, 1. Is it 1 for demonstrative? Okay, there's 1. State's Exhibit 1. So these would be 111 and 112, the two classrooms where the shooter entered and was firing weapons. Now, you didn't process 112 at all.
No.
And so 111, if we're looking at this would be on the, of these two X's. Can you see these two X's?
Yes.
Okay. It would be the one on the right.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the window that we're looking at, you talked about how you saw a defect that appeared to you as if it was fired inside and out. Did you say that? From inside the roof to outside. Not somebody firing from outside of the building into room 111.
Are you talking about the bottom picture?
Yeah, could we go to, I guess, the next picture up in the exhibit? We get a look, I'm sorry, yeah, the next picture down, the next one where I think it's 1, and then can we go to the next one? That one. That window and that defect. Did you see the defect inside? Did you?
The bullet hole?
Yeah, the bullet
Yes.
hole. Yeah,
Yes.
bullet hole in the window.
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You saw that bullet hole from inside.
Yes.
And you felt like the bullet was going from in the room to out of the room. Or do you not know?
I don't know. No.
Okay.
No.
Did you, as any part of the investigation, because I know that, because at the time you were a ranger, and the rangers were all over the place, you would agree?
Yes.
And we've heard from, I think you're maybe the 6th ranger that we've heard from. You guys were, over the course of days, you guys were collecting evidence, photographing evidence, doing all those things to process this scene, right?
Correct.
And at the end of all of this, a lot of your findings went into a pretty large, kind of comprehensive report about what happened.
Correct.
And did you read that report?
No, sir.
You never read the report?
No.
Did you read your own report?
Yes.
Because you wrote it?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as, I guess, anything that you know about this case, was there ever any evidence that you heard of anybody on this side of the building firing into 111?
I didn't get that brief. We were just briefed with room 111.
Sure, I understand. But But are you completely, like, other than what you saw in room 111, you don't know anything else, any other facts about this case?
No.
Well, let me ask you about that, because when we talked about 111, you kept saying that was the closet the shooter was in.
Yes.
But the shooter wasn't there when you got there.
No, sir.
Okay. So you would have had to know by some other information other than you looking at 111 that that was the closet that the shooter was in.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. Do you have any other information other than what you saw in 111 about this case?
We got the brief on room 111, and that's the only brief I got. So that's how I found out that the shooter was in the closet.
I understand.
But
But part of the brief on 111 is the brief would be that we believe that that bullet hole went from in the room and out rather than out the room and in, because that bullet hole is a part of 111. You agree with that?
Correct.
So you got a brief on 111.
Yes.
And the part of the brief was that we believe that it was a shooter shooting out of that window, not a shooter shooting inside that window.
No, sir.
Okay,
That was not part of the brief.
Okay, nobody told you about that.
No.
Did you? Well, let's just assume it. Let's assume it's going from inside the classroom to out, right? Because if you would agree, if there was no other evidence that anyone ever fired any kind of rounds over here, which there would be if they fired rounds from that little courtyard area into that classroom, there would be, shell casings and things like that, right?
Correct.
So there's no other evidence of that, but we have tons of evidence that there was firing inside that room, obviously. Let's assume that it's from inside the room and out, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you're doing like a ballistics, right? So I say ballistics, but it's really like trajectory rods.
Yes.
You've been trained how to do that.
Yes.
Were you the one that put these trajectory rods in there on this thing?
No.
Or did you just photograph?
I just photographed.
All right. In other scenes, have you been the one to do the rods and somebody else photographs it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of how that works. You're aware that a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times you would need kind of 2 points.
Yes.
Because if you get those 2 points, you could tell that it went from this point to this point, and that gives you a trajectory.
Correct.
Right. Sometimes you don't have 2 points, but the way it fits in, we kind of heard the way it fits in can tell you something about it, maybe.
Yes.
But it's a little less accurate because you never can tell if it fit in like this a little bit or like this a little bit. You know what I mean? You can't tell with the angle unless it's just a completely tight fit. You would agree with that?
Correct.
Because it's just a loose hole. You don't know which way that the rod went unless you have another one to connect it.
Unless you have another impact.
Correct. Right.
Yes.
Another impact. And so that's, maybe I'm not explaining as good, but I think you are. So we have 1 point, we have 2 points. In addition to the rods, have you ever used any kind of laser to take a laser, put it through a hole like that, and then see if it lines up with any defect on the outside or somewhere else?
Correct.
You've done that before?
Yes.
So you're familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do it on this?
No.
So if you didn't do it and you had the 111 brief, do you know if it was done by anybody?
No, I don't.
Right. And what I mean by that is, for instance, you got a bullet hole in this room. You get a defect on this building. Could you, if you had wanted to, or somebody had asked you to, or somebody else there, take that laser system, shine it out of that hole and see if it would have matched up with that?
Yes.
Right. Or see if it didn't.
Correct.
Because you can shine it through and go, no, I mean the laser, because the reason we use lasers is because lasers follow the path like a bullet does.
Correct.
Bullets tend to, unless they hit something, they fly straight and go down eventually when gravity ends up taking over.
Yes.
Right. So a laser can tell you, oh, that could work. That one wouldn't work. That's impossible. That's possible, or that's possible, or that's probable, or that's impossible. It can tell you those things.
Yes.
Okay. And those lasers have pretty good range on them. If you can, they're powerful enough that they can kind of span distances. I mean, not infinite, but they can go pretty far.
Yes.
And I guess what you would see, like if I shine it right now, I mean, most of us all have seen this, but if I shine it right now, there'd be a dot on that wall up there.
Correct.
And what you'd be trying to do with that laser is kind of line it in with a hole like a rod and see like, where's the laser shine?
Yes.
Again, it's not the exact same as having maybe the rods connected, but sometimes the distances are too far. You can't just build rods forever. If the distances are far, the laser is important.
Yes.
Okay. And that could be done with, if there were, I mean, kind of any time that you have a defect and then another defect that's a distance away, the laser can be used in order to see, either rule it out or say, yeah, it's possible that this is the round that caused that defect there.
Correct.
Okay. Now okay, so you talked about, so I want to get a little bit more information about the closet. Can we go to 322? Yeah, sorry. And Your Honor, I'd just like to know, please, that I may be going through some of these photographs that I have objected to based upon the fact that they were gruesome and based upon the fact that they were unnecessary. But because the court has allowed it, I just want to put on the record that I'm going through it, but I'm not waiving the objection. So that it doesn't appear that I've waived it.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to talk about that for a little bit. Okay, so the we're looking at, I think it's 322. Your Honor, may I approach the
yes, sir.
Television? Thank you. So we're looking at 322, and this is the door. This is the door to 111, right?
Yes.
So this would be the like the outside door.
Correct.
Right. This would be the door that that the students and then eventually the shooter would enter into.
Correct.
So right here on that door, that would be what looks like a door handle with an exterior lock, or a lock that you can lock and unlock with a key.
Yes.
All right. Did you, when you were processing, did you try to lock that door?
I believe we did.
Okay. And were you able to lock it?
I don't remember. I think since I wasn't messing with the door and I was just taking photos,
if you don't feel comfortable saying, that's okay. I don't want you to say anything you don't feel confident about. We need to make sure that everything's as right as can be. But I guess, and the reason I'm asking the question is because you would agree, as part of law enforcement, and as long as you've been doing it. So what did you do before you were a ranger?
I was in the Marines.
So you're a Marine. So you're military. Thank you for your service. And then you were a ranger.
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any like military police or anything when you were in the Marines?
I was an embassy guard.
Embassy guard. So you were one of the people that, if, in a foreign country, if somebody tried to attack our embassy, you would be the one to protect it.
Yes, sir.
Understood. So I guess you understand then with that experience, embassy guard, law enforcement, that door locks and locks on doors, especially in schools, can significantly hinder anybody trying to get in and cause mass casualties.
Correct.
And so that that our schools, almost all of our schools across this country, have developed policies that no matter what, during the day, at night, students are there, nobody's there, that door remains locked.
Correct.
Right. For their protection and their safety.
Yes.
And if the lock is not able to be locked, who is responsible for making sure that that lock is functional and is able to be locked?
I'm assuming whoever the teacher or maintenance.
Sure.
Somebody there.
Yeah,
whoever reports it, it has to be fixed.
Right. You would agree. It starts probably with the teacher saying, my door won't lock.
and then it goes work order, maybe goes to the administration, goes to the maintenance people, whatever else. But what you said is, and I agree with you, is that it is of primary importance for safety that that door lock is functional.
Yes.
Right? Because a shooter, like in this case, a shooter, if they are delayed in getting in or cannot get in, that can give other units time to respond.
Yes,
and perhaps do something before he's able to get in the room. Right?
Correct.
Okay, so in your law enforcement training and experience, have you ever heard of something called the fatal funnel?
Yes.
Okay, what is a fatal funnel?
When you're involved in a critical incident and you basically lose your peripheral vision and you focus on one thing.
Right, sure. Then that's like and you're talking about kind of getting tunnel vision, but at some point, if you're trying to get into a door or hallway.
Oh, yes.
Right. Then what does that do? For instance, let's say multiple law enforcement, multiple officer response. Can five of me standing here get through that doorway at the same time?
No, sir.
Because it funnels us in one by one.
Correct.
Maybe two by two if you're lucky and the door is wide enough. So a lot of times that can be somebody with a shield and people behind, or just people running in one by one into a door. And that's why law enforcement, they call that a fatal funnel, because if somebody's set up and ready, pop, 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 they could just knock down everybody that comes in as they come in.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we go to that second? When they gave you, and this second picture will be 362. And I don't know, in your brief on Classroom 111, where you briefed that blood we see on the ground, that was the blood of the shooter. And that was his positioning after the BORTAC team went in and a tactical team went in and shot and killed him.
No.
You didn't know that was his blood?
No, I did not.
You didn't know that was his position?
I knew that. I did not know that was his position.
Like his ending up position.
Correct.
After he died.
Okay.
You're on a map press the television.
Yes.
Okay, but in being in that room, and one of the things, and I'm not saying that you first of all, you took pictures and you did a good job kind of going around the room, and also I know it's hard for you to take those pictures. It's hard for everybody to see. And we appreciate that you did it. You did your job. This closet here. Remember that door that we talked about, the outside door we were talking about, the lock?
Yes.
Right. If we open that door, that's basically a view from opening that door. This closet is directly across.
Yes.
Right. And you know from your briefing that the shooter was in the closet when they got in there.
Yes.
Did you know also that he was in the closet with the door closed?
No.
Did you know that as they breached, it was dark and the door opened and the shooter?
This is all based on hearsay.
Well, we're going to have everybody testify to it, and I'm not saying anything that they know that they think is untrue.
It's still based on hearsay.
Well, sir, if you know, you can answer. If you don't know of your own personal knowledge, then tell him that, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. So you said you did not know that. Did you know that the room was
Thank you, Nanny Do, for the coffees.
dark when they went in?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of a policy in the schools for the safety of the children that the teachers and the children are trained on, that when there is a shooter and they get an alert that there's a shooter on campus, that they are to go in, turn off all the lights, be quiet, and hide?
Yes.
Okay. So if it was dark when they came in, it would not be a surprise, because any teachers and students following that training would have turned all the lights off, been quiet, and hid.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So this door, as we talked about in this little closet, is directly across from the door that we entered into. Okay. And in your briefing on room 111, were you briefed that this was the shooter's homeroom when he was in 4th grade?
No.
Okay, you didn't know that?
No, sir.
Right. Because if you had known that, or if anybody in law enforcement in that position had known that and had known who the person was before they get into school or whatever else, or even when they're outside the school, that gives a little bit more information about maybe where he's headed. Not just randomly going into a room, but going into a room that he knows, right?
Correct.
And that's important because if that was his home room.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying, he's not asking questions.
It's cross-examination, I'll overrule the objection.
If that was his home room in 4th grade, then he would know, just like any student there would know, that that closet was there, right?
Correct.
If that was your homeroom or mine, and we remembered our homerooms from 4th grade, we would know the positioning if it hadn't changed, and the building hasn't changed since we were in 4th grade. But we would know that that's there. Now, a shooter who is perched there can create a fatal funnel at the entrance of that classroom.
Yes.
Right. Were you aware when you were briefed that when the BORTAC unit, that's the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, went in, basically, what they did was they tried to do like a diversionary entry where they came in and tried to distract at the same time as they were shooting, right? To try to figure out, because you got to figure out where the shooter is in the classroom.
Yes.
And it turned out he was here. They had to draw fire to do that. Were you briefed on that? No. Okay. Were you briefed on the fact that Wayne Jackson from the BORTAC unit was shot in the head by the shooter?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and that's because if you're on a stick, as they call it, you got to be on a stick because there's the fatal funnel and you can't all fit at the same time. You go into the classroom and go to the side, and Wayne Jackson is at the very end and he gets hit in the head and it turns him around. You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's safe to say that this shooter is a mass child murderer who wants to be a cop killer. You would agree with that?
It's possible.
Based on those facts?
Yes.
As I gave it. And this shooter is, because a shooter in a mass shooting, you said you've worked several. A shooter in a mass shooting can kill themselves, right? That's something that has been done and can be done. A shooter can turn the gun on themselves.
Yes.
They can, continue to kind of roam around in the classroom and aimlessly maybe, or, doing stuff or saying stuff, or they can walk around the classroom with their gun. They can do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. They can try to escape if they can figure out or try to find a way to get themselves out so they can commit the shooting and do this horrible, tragic, terrible thing and then escape the consequences of it. They can try to do that.
Yes.
By getting out a window or even maybe trying to come through the door and shoot their way out or whatever else, right?
Correct.
But in this case, after he had committed his atrocities, he got in a closet and waited for the police to come in so that he could try to kill them based on all the facts that you have.
Correct.
Okay. So he's a mass child murderer who wants to be a cop killer. And luckily for Officer Jackson, it hit him in the top of the head, spun him around, but didn't kill him. But had it done that, he would have been both a mass child murderer and a cop killer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we could take that picture. So like you said you were trained on a Leica 3D scanner.
Yes.
And one of those things is with the Leica is that right. And we say Leica and but I think Leica is a brand name.
It's a brand name. Yes.
Right. What's it called? What's the generic name for a Leica scanner? If you even know, I've always said Leica, but one of the other Rangers said that there was a system that was out there. It was called a total view or something. but you've been trained on Leica.
Yes, well, 3D, it's a 3D scanner.
Well, let's talk about Leica.
Okay.
And 3D scanner. Judge, may I use the well?
Yes.
So we have a, just so they know, and Garry explained it a little bit, but it's a tripod, usually.
Yes.
The scanner sits on, scans an area, and can tell you, one of the most important things it tells you is distances between things at the scene.
Yes.
Right? And sometimes it may not be necessary. Like you didn't do a Leica scan in 111.
No.
Right. And you wouldn't do that because the room was connected to 112 through I guess there was a door, kind of an open door that I suppose could be shut, but those two, you could pass from 111 to 112.
Yes.
Yeah. And somebody else had the brief for 112.
Yes.
Okay. So just in general though, because I know you didn't have the briefer out here. I'm not going to try to take you too far afield. But just in general, in your forensics training, like a Leica scanner for, say, in this field, and in this area, this area, this area, this area, this area, that would tell distances between shell casings, between cars,
yes,
between car and a building, right? Between entrances, between these cars in the parking lot. All of those things, a Leica pretty quickly would be able to scan it, get 1 million points of data, and then that's how it ends up. Is we could end up saying, well, this is 15 feet from this, or this shell casing is 10 feet from this shell casing, and this shell casing is 50 feet from that one, right?
Correct.
All right. So when we talk about this area here, I want to talk about shell casings and shell casing collection. Have you ever been part of this, Garry, what was that called? The line that they do?
Line search.
Line search. You ever been part of a line search?
Oh, yes.
Right? And you say that like yes, of course, and I've done it a lot.
Yes.
Right. So in this case, the FBI do a line search. They do a line search all the way out here, all here, looking for shell casings, right? And so the way they described it is, everybody's in a line.
Objection, preparing testimony to other witnesses, Your Honor.
That's not, I don't think that's an objection, and he's been proffered as an expert by the state.
I don't really objection. Go ahead.
So they walk in a line. And I see something. Everybody stops, flag, and do that. Is that your experience the same way?
Yes.
Have you ever had to go on your hands and knees?
Yes.
And what would the reason for that be?
High grass, weeds.
Sure. You can't necessarily trust if you're standing all the way up. You can't trust your ability to maybe see something, so you get down low to the ground.
You get down over the ground. I mean, you can use flashlights as well.
Right. Sure. And so it's you would agree that it's a thorough search, is what you're trying to do.
I would add another search. I mean, a different technique.
Which one?
In the past, I've used ATF canines that are specifically trained to look for shell casing, burnt gunpowder.
Right.
And, yes.
And that's interesting because you would have like the canine that we see at the airport that is, and maybe sometimes at a traffic stop, hopefully not, but sometimes, that is trained to detect drugs, right? Cocaine. And those dogs that are trained to detect cocaine are, like, that's what they do. They detect cocaine. There's other dogs that are trained to detect bombs, and that would be really not, here's a bomb. What they're trained on is they're trained on the things that make up bombs. C4, other things like that would go into the bomb making if somebody were to do that. And then you have other animals like you talked about, these canines that are highly trained to detect the scent of gunpowder, which would be on the shelves. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's assume that all the search is done the way that you feel should be done. And there are, if you look at this, I don't know if you got this from your brief, but I'll just tell you because this is the state's map.
Objection to just telling them, Your Honor. That's not a question.
I'm just
rephrase it, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just trying to orient you because this is the state's map, and I don't know if you can see this red line. Can you see this red line here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the state's map, and this is the shooter's path, and this is the culvert where he wrecked, right, at the start of this thing. Can you see that red X?
Yes.
Okay, so a path that takes him the way that this path takes him, if shots are being fired along this path, they're being shot here, 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 here. All things considered, as an investigator, would you expect to find shell casings? Assuming they weren't picked up, assuming that they weren't moved, but a shooter shooting, as he goes this way, would you expect there to be evidence of shell casings to the right of where the shooter was?
It would depend on how he's holding the weapon.
Sure.
So he can be holding it sideways,
right,
and the shell casing going straight up in the middle. So
right,
they can bounce either way.
But I guess to go left, to start ejecting out from the left, he would have to be holding it upside down. If the ejector port is on the right side of the gun, when the gun's right side.
Yes.
Right. So it would require somebody holding an M4 upside down and shooting to get ejection coming out the left side.
It's possible. I mean, it all depends on how the person was holding the gun. I mean, that's just a big variable.
And I agree with you. It's a big one. But we can say ejector port to the right, shell casing go to the right.
Right.
Right. Unless it's upside down, and then it would eject out to the left.
Right.
Not a common way to use an M4. Right. Maybe here to the side, up, and the power is making it go up. But either way, all of this we're talking about, right or left.
Right.
You'd expect them to be somewhere around here.
Yes.
If you were shooting around here. Okay. And shell casings that are here and here would be consistent with this, with, you know, even from their own map, would be consistent with somebody firing along this route and this route.
Yes.
Right? Oh, these. Yeah.
Judge, I'll pass them.
Mayor, to be exposed to a fatal funnel, do you have to go to the fatal funnel?
Yes.
If you don't approach the fatal funnel, you're not exposed to a fatal funnel.
Correct.
I couldn't see because I was sitting right directly behind Mr. Goss. He was talking about the shot coming from 111. Could you point that out just in general terms about what that we're talking about? Your fingers there on the east side of the wing. And then he was talking about a building that it could have gone to. That building there?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand that.
Bill, you gonna have any?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna have anything else? Okay, thank you.
And when you were the crime scene worker in this case, you picked up casings, correct? And fragments of bullets or bullets.
Yes.
And defects.
Yes.
And what's a defect?
Where a round makes an impact on an area, or a desk, a wall.
That's pretty standard stuff, right? If a bullet hits something, it leaves an impact and you can see it.
Yes.
And have you ever known a bullet to go through a solid object without leaving an impact?
Correct, no.
Okay. That's the witness.
Just, as far as approaching the fatal funnel, all law enforcement is taught to be very cautious about a fatal funnel.
because a dead police officer doesn't help anybody, right?
Correct.
I mean, one police officer after another going in and dying and stacking up in front of that door is not going to save any of those children.
We're taught to get away from the fatal funnel.
Right. I'll pass it.
No further question.
Recall for this witness, either side.
Your Honor, this witness is out of country. I hope we can let it go.
Yes, Your Honor, and I do understand that. I don't want to keep him in, and I know he's got important work to do out of the country. So.
You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep Barina?
Oh, that was a good ending for the defense, I think. I didn't hear all of his testimony. But that was a good ending.
Okay.
They got sidebar now. Oh, I just had a cheese sandwich. Cheese sandwich. Cheese and...
While we wait for them to come back, talk to me a little bit about what we just heard.
Cheese and tomato ketchup sandwich.
Is that a dead...
Oh, Nanny. Nanny, you're probably gone. Bollocks. Thank you for the coffees, Nanny.
Right. And we had that conversation saying that you could make some argument under the right circumstances that maybe that should have happened, but there's a little bit more justification of waiting on your backup, waiting to put a team together, because as we said earlier, once that officer gets in there and he is killed, incapacitated and can't communicate, then he's of no use in terms of relaying intelligence information to other teams members coming in. And so we want to go in as safely as possible, but we also want to have the ability to relay intel that are going to allow other officers responding to know where to go, so that, you know, we can be as expeditious as we can with eliminating the threat.
Can you explain to folks the fatal funnel? You know, they talked a lot about the fatal funnel. Walk people through what that is.
Yeah, you know, in training, we tell police officers to avoid the fatal funnel, you know, or get through it as quickly as possible. So imagine going through a door. There's one way in the door, one way out, and that's through the door frame. So if you're a bad guy and you're on the other side of that door, and you know that the cops are coming through, it's like picking off fish in a barrel, right? As they come through. So we have to move as quickly as possible through that, strategically as possible, to get as many people through that fatal funnel as safely as we can, and not staggered through. So we train on how to do that as quickly as possible, and to reduce the risk and injury to our officers. But that's exactly what it is. When you're in that funnel, you're in that door frame, if you will. And
oh, so he's going to get the snip. Oh, wow. Rocky, poor Rocky, going to get a snip. He's turned into a teenage horned boy overnight. Peter Brady. Oh, no. Poor Rocky. Rocky, be good. Ole, 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 ole. Erin ha, ole. Erin ha, ole. Let's go, Erin ha, ole. Erin ha, ole.
Have a seat over here. Adjust that microphone if you need to.
Tell us your name.
Brent Barina.
And what do you do, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Rangers.
And how long have you been with the Texas Rangers?
I promoted in October of 08, so a little over 17 years.
What did you do before you were a Texas Ranger?
I was a highway patrol trooper for about 5.5 years, from 2000 to 2005, and then I worked in our criminal intelligence service for about 3 years before that, or after that.
So how long have you been in law enforcement?
Almost 27 years.
And do you have any specialties in law enforcement?
A crime scene investigation.
Were you called out to Uvalde on May 24, 2022?
Yes, I was.
For what purpose?
The interior, different sections of the interior of the crime scene inside the building.
And did you also conduct searches or crime scene on outside of the building, specifically as to the room 24?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's the one I want to kind of focus on right now, if I could. Okay.
Okay.
What drew your attention to room 24?
Myself and Ranger Scott Swick had noticed that there were some cartridge cases flagged. I guess we would have been to the south of the main building where the shooting occurred, and it indicated that there might have been some shots fired towards building 24. So we went in that area and started inspecting some buildings in that area.
And so from the casings, you started looking for buildings in which those casings could have deposited a bullet entry.
Correct. We were looking for structures that might possibly have a bullet defect on them.
And did you find any with a bullet defect on it?
We did, yes.
And how did you confirm that it was a bullet defect?
It visually looked like one, and then we use what we call 3M lead check. It's a swab that you can test for lead. It has a activator and a dye that mixes, and when it's swabbed onto a surface that has lead, it'll give a kind of a pinkish purple color reaction.
And did you document that?
Yes, I did.
Did you document it with photographs?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you?
Yes.
So in your exhibit 634 through 645, you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
State Tenders Exhibit 634 through 645, and offer for amendments.
No objection, Judge.
They're admitted. May we display?
Yes.
Ranger, if you need to point things out to the jury.
Thank you.
Showing you State's Exhibit 634, you give us just a general description of what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's an overhead view showing the main building where the shooting was, and then down towards the lower right where the white roof is. That's classroom 24.
And would you point out classroom 24?
Your Honor, may I approach? Please. This will be classroom 24.
Thank you. And your testimony was you started from a point where there was a series of casings. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And you looked in a direction where that may leave an impact on a building.
Yes, correct.
So showing you exhibit 635. Can you tell us, is that generally where you were talking about? Excuse me. Can you tell us in general terms, is that the area where the casings were and the area you were looking for impact?
Yes, we were looking. They were in that general area, and then that's kind of where we started taking photographs towards building 24, looking for an impact, a defect in that direction.
Okay. And the red X, is that a place that shows where the photograph 636, the next photograph, general terms, where that photograph was taken?
It does, yes.
When you show 636. And looking at exhibit 636, can you tell us where the building is that you ended up searching or finding an impact?
You're on the approach.
Yes.
It would be this. It's this building right here, this tan building, just to the left of that Chevrolet truck.
And exhibit 637. What are we looking at now?
It's just as the photographer's walking forward closer to building or classroom 24.
So you just close in with your photographs until you get right up to it?
Exactly, yes.
And exhibit 638?
Yeah, same building, just as we're getting closer to that building, photographing it.
And 639?
Same, now we're getting right up on it.
Okay. Did you find an impact?
I did, yes.
And what is the ladder there for?
It was a ladder I had that we used to get up to the height so we could photograph it and use the lead check swab to access that defect.
Okay, so that's the ladder you had to get to the impact?
Correct, it is.
And exhibit 640, could you tell us what that is?
That's us getting a little bit closer to it.
Okay. And I want to take just a minute while we're still out a little bit. Can you tell us the nature of that material that the building is made of?
Yes, it's a sheet metal.
And does the sheet metal have ridges or different ins and outs of that sheet metal?
Yeah, I refer to it as kind of corrugated. It has ridges and, kind of peaks and valleys.
Okay, point out for us where your ladder is. Point out to us a peak and point out us a valley.
Okay. You're on the map. I would consider this kind of a peak and then a valley on this side, valley peak.
So the peak is where the ladder two legs straddle it. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then just to the right, there's another peak?
Correct.
Of the same size?
Yes, correct.
And to the left, is there another peak of the same size?
Yeah, it looks like where the conduits attached to, yes.
And that pattern repeats itself all the way down the wall, is that correct?
It does, yes.
And so the peaks are raised and the valleys are lowered or further away?
That's correct, yes.
And not only, and is there an impact in State's Exhibit 640?
Yes, there is.
And is it in a peak or a valley?
It's in what I would call a valley, yes.
Okay. Would you show the jury again where the peak is?
Yes. The peak would be over here, and then the valley would be here.
The valley being recessed, about how far?
Maybe an inch, approximately an inch, something like that.
Okay. And did you point out the impact for the jury?
Yes, it did. Would be this area right here.
And what you're holding is that what is that?
That's the 3M lead check that we use to test if it tested positive for the presence of lead.
Okay. And just to the left of that valley where the impact is, what is that?
It looks like a conduit, like a plastic piece of conduit pipe.
Can a bullet go through a piece of conduit like that without leaving an impact wound?
It could if it just kind of grazed it and skipped off of it. If it actually hit it straight on, it could go through it, or it could fragment.
Was there any impact on the left side of that conduit?
Not that I could clearly see. I mean, I can't rule out the possibility that it did impact that, and then the round fragmented, and then went through the surface, the metal surface.
I guess what I'm asking is, in your inspection of impacts, did a bullet travel through that PCV pipe and then enter that valley?
Not that I can tell. If it did hit the PVC pipe, it would have been on the edge closest to the impact site.
Excuse me, I didn't understand you.
I said if it did impact the PVC pipe, it would have, or the conduit, it would have been on the side closest to the impact site on the metal.
Would that be in the right-hand side?
Correct. Yes, correct.
So the only impact you saw at all was on the right-hand side of the PCV, if you saw it at all?
That's correct. Yes.
Not on the left-hand side?
No.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not a bullet came from the left-hand side through the PCV, into the valley, and then into the building?
Yes, my opinion would be that it may have possibly struck the right side of the conduit and then into the sheet metal.
But not the left side?
That's correct, yes.
And so, are you familiar, if you'll use the pointer one more time, could you show us again where room number 24 is?
Right here.
And where is that impact site?
It's on this this west side right here.
And then is room 111 back on the east side of the fourth grade wing?
It is, yes.
And so could a bullet coming out of room 111 make that impact without impacting the PCV pipe on the left-hand side?
In my opinion, no.
But could that same impact come from the position you saw the casings?
It could, yes.
And that's why you took pictures of it?
Correct, yes.
Well, pressure. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what? I've not heard much about any of them. Oh, hello, Pixie. By the way, Pixie, Lady Di was here. I did pass on your message that you said thank you for the free membership, gifted membership. But I think she's gone again now. But yeah, I did pass on your message, Pixie. I've not heard much of this guy, or when I was making lunch, the other guy either. So, and then I got distracted with dog talks. So, and how you're going to chop off Rocky's balls. So, no worries at all, Pixie. She's not here now, so I can say, I was very grateful. She's very generous with gifting memberships. So, thanks to Lady Di for that. And I was very pleasantly to see that so many regulars got one. So. It's hard to concentrate sometimes on this trial because every time they speak and say something, the defense are excellent, by the way. But every time they say stuff, I'm like, I just slap my forehead, going, "Oh my god, what are we doing here? Are you really trying to pin all this on this guy just because it might be a casing somewhere that, in your opinion, shouldn't be?" It's just. Little Rocky, rock that collar. I think he's having a onesie, crystal onesie. One thing I know about Erin Hack is that she has probably bought the buggy ready, the onesie's ready, and Rocky will be pushed around on the buggy all day long. Jury is out. Okay, so Rocky will be treated like a baby. I agree. Rhonda. Let's see what they're going to speak about now.
You can be seated in the courtroom. Thank you.
$5:59:30. Go over to a break. 5:59:30.
Okay, so we're kind of waiting to see what.
I love the fact how Erin says maybe. I can guarantee you that Rocky Lahak is literally being treated like a human. Probably has its own space on the table at home as well, and I can guarantee Rocky has its own place on the sofa or wherever they desire, and Erin's husband probably has to sit on the floor. Okay, I don't. Right, hang on. What did they say here? I should remove
kind of the mix, and I don't know. I don't know where this is headed at all.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly. I'm not an attorney, but it just certainly seemed like they took a long time to get to the point. They took the long route to get home.
It's just like it has felt that way today. Now, I mean, literally, probably the most interesting thing we heard today was when they started talking about the fatal funnel, and then I kind of perked up because we had been talking about that.
Yeah.
That very issue.
And one of the things that struck me when they were talking about that was that it was the last officer that got hit through the round with a round. So
on the Bortec team.
Yes, and so that spoke to the efficiency and the speed of getting through that tunnel, getting through that situation, and that individual not able to, presumably not able to get a shot off until the last officer was coming through.
But clearly, the defense trying to argue. One of the defense attorneys, I think it was Goss, said a dead police officer doesn't help anything. Clearly trying to make the contention that if Adrian Gonzales gets to that school and he goes up into that school without other people there, that seemed to be where they're headed on this.
Yeah, and it's a point well made. But yes, I would agree.
And of course, it doesn't explain the actions later.
No.
Why they don't. And in fact, I need to pull up the indictment because there's been some discussion about what the indictment does or does not say in terms of. So, folks, I'm going to read. Okay. So this is what the indictment says. He's accused of, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter and having time to respond to the shooter, Adrian Gonzales failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, and failed to attempt to engage, distract, and delay the shooter, and failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered the classrooms 111 and 112. Okay, so that's the whole part about him being the first responding officer.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says, after hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter and having time to respond, the said Adrian Gonzales failed to follow and attempt to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing towards the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one or more child or children in rooms 111, 112. See, that still feels like to me that's more than just his actions prior to the other people arriving. It feels like eventually we're going to get some discussion about what they did and didn't do when they were going down that hallway.
Yeah. And there were certainly what I would call some prompts, such as gunfire. We heard gunfire. We knew where the person was. And
but that's what I mean. Excuse me, about the whole thing of they are obviously saying that's why it's so important, the location. They're saying this. He was told that was a gunman. He should have advanced. He should have gone after. But it's like, okay. And they go into the school. Yeah, but again, this is where it doesn't sit easy with me. What about the person that let him into the school? Why? You can say, okay, maybe somebody said, oh, the shots are coming from here. Fine. But an officer's job is also to make sure the whole area is safe. Like, if he's next to, as we all know now, a teacher, a coach, or whatever it was, then he also needs to make sure that person's safe. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into this. It's all like, oh, yeah, if coulda, shoulda, woulda. Yeah, I just think that it's all a stretch. I also worry that the jury will compromise on something just to be like, will give the family something. I honestly do hope, and I think we need to see more of this. I honestly do hope, but I don't think he will. But I also hope the judge gives a directed verdict and be like, okay, you've had your day in court. You've outlined what it is, but I think it's seen a bit, Rhonda. I think it's too far-fetched, sorry, to say that is all on this individual. I hope he gives a directed verdict. I can't get no rest thanks to that. I'm sorry. I was just saying because Pixie is here. Pixie was saying thank you to you earlier on, and your ass wasn't here, Lady Di. You were somewhere else, pretending to work. So there you go. Pixie's here again. He does not want to be the one. I understand that. That's what I'm saying. He won't do it, but any reasonable judge, that's what they're there for. They should do it, and that's the thing. You won't do it because of how it looks to the public. But like, I do worry the jury might convict him or something, just for the sake of it.
Guess what?
Okay, please be seated.
You're a bitch.
Okay, again, we've taken a matter up outside your presence, ladies and gentlemen, so you may proceed. Mr. Turner?
After you found the defect in State's Exhibit 641 behind you, did you thereafter go inside room 24?
I did, yes.
And the State's Exhibit 642 show us the entry then into room 24.
It does, yes.
And tell us what we're looking at in Exhibit 643.
That's the entry door to classroom 24.
Yeah, 643.
That would be the interior. That would be facing the west wall, the same wall that the defect would have been on the outside.
And there's in the next exhibit, 644. What are we looking at here?
That's a close-up of us pointing the camera up through the ceiling tile, and you can kind of see the hole from the inside of the classroom.
And State's Exhibit 645.
That's us up into the ceiling, through the ceiling panels, getting a close-up of the interior side of that defect.
Thank you. Now, that was not all you did in the case, is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
And did you also have an opportunity to go into rooms 111 on that very first day?
I did, yes.
And at that time, were there still the remains of this shooting in that room?
Yes. When I got, the time I got there, when I went to 111, the only body that was inside the 111 was the body of the suspect.
Okay. And does the body of the suspect show his relationship to his gun?
Yes, approximately, yes.
And does it show how he was dressed?
It does, yes.
So as to compare to eyewitnesses who may have seen a gunman?
Yes.
Going next to 734. And you can go ahead and go to 735 now. And I'll just ask you, we just saw 734. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the man in black?
Yes, that's how I found him, yes.
And State's Exhibit 735, does that show him in relationship to a weapon?
It does, yes.
And would you show us where that weapon is?
On your monitor, may I approach? The weapon, the rifle is right here in the car.
Okay. And about how far from his feet?
I'd say within less than 2 feet.
Okay. And moving now into room 112 from 111. No photographs. We have no photographs of that, but you did see it?
I did, yes.
You did observe it?
I did, yes.
And would you describe for the jury what you saw?
When you walk in the main entry door from the hallway, there was a lot of desks that were kind of clustered up, scattered around, and then there was a concentration of deceased bodies kind of in that the northwest corner of the room.
A concentration of deceased bodies?
Yes.
And were they adults or children?
There was children and one adult.
One adult and children.
Yes.
And were they clustered away from the door?
Yes. If you were to walk in the entry door, they were to the left in that corner to your left.
And were they away from the windows?
They were, yes. They were on the opposite side of the room from the windows.
Pass the witness.
Ranger, is it Barina?
Yes, it is.
My name is Nico LaHood. One of the lawyers representing Mr. Gonzales. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You've testified for board.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so you know how this works.
Yes, sir.
So are you familiar with a Hellfire trigger system?
I'm not, no, sir.
Okay. You've never heard anything about it?
No, I heard briefly them talking about it. I wasn't responsible for those two classrooms as far as the crime scene processing, but I heard talk about it, but I'd never seen one or actually knew what it did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In your duties as a ranger, have you done any training in firearms?
I have done some, yes.
You understand that there's some things you can put on a trigger to make it move faster and shoot faster.
I have heard that. I don't have any experience with it though, but I have heard there are some things.
But you have done tactical training yourself?
It's limited. I'm not more on the tactical side. I'm kind of a crime scene guy. I've done some, but very, very limited.
Do you do trajectory analysis?
I do. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so as part of your experience in trajectory analysis, you have to understand how to handle a weapon, how it's shot, how it functions to actually give a better opinion of your assumptions you're making, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when it comes to trajectory analysis, other rangers have testified to this. It's really an educated guess of what you're trying to put together.
Well, there's a little margin of error, but if there's a perforating defect in the surface and then a secondary one, then that's a good candidate defect for a flight path rod, and it'll give you a good ballpark estimate of some location of the shooter. There are some margin of error.
Well, the fact that you said ballpark means that it's not exact science.
It's not exact. Yeah, there is a little margin of error. Yes, sir.
And well, other rangers said it's possible. They use a lot of words like possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about possibilities. Now, you've heard of a misfire. Have you heard of someone misfiring a weapon?
I have, yes.
And misfiring a weapon has to do with trigger control. You understand what trigger control is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, so trigger control is making sure that your finger is in a safe position and not hovering inside the trigger guard, correct?
Are you referring to an accidental discharge or a misfire?
Well, okay, fair enough. Let's talk about accidental discharges then. Okay, what is indexing your finger on a weapon?
It's keeping your finger off the trigger.
May I stand up, Judge? Yes. Okay, so we don't have a blue gun, but I'm not going to ask for one of theirs. So there's a trigger in a weapon, and we're talking about a handgun first, and then there's a trigger guard around the trigger, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then and this applies to a long rifle or a handgun, correct?
It does, yes.
And so when someone indexes, if law enforcement or if anybody training with a weapon is taught to index, you are taught to keep your finger outside the trigger guard. And if this is my trigger, I don't want to be in the trigger. I want to be outside the trigger guard.
Yes, if you're indexing, then your finger should not be in the trigger guard on the trigger.
And so trigger discipline references not being lazy about having your finger. Because you hand a child a gun, they automatically, most people, even not children, will grab that handle and then put their finger inside the trigger guard.
I can't accurately say that, but that's possible.
An untrained person with not proper trigger discipline could potentially do this.
That's possible, yes.
And so many people that are not trained well, they automatically put their finger in that trigger guard, and that could create as you said, a misfire or an accidental
discharge.
Okay.
Yes.
And so there's no way for you to tell in your analysis of trajectory analysis whether somebody does an accidental discharge or whether it's an intentional discharge?
No.
Right. And so if we can we look at, I think, is it 636 and 637, that the pictures you guys had? I think it's exhibit 636 and 637. Bill, do you have them or? Who does? You just show them?
What do you, I was doing 7.
What is the image depict? That's what we need to know.
You don't have the number on it?
No, not only.
Oh, got it. It is, can I see the ones you have, 636 and 637?
They're probably up there.
May I approach, Judge?
No?
The ones you showed him, Bill.
Oh, that's 700.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's over there.
It's in the sixes.
Here they are.
636.
See you, Rhonda. Take care, darling.
Thank you. Okay, this is State's Exhibit 636 in evidence, but in the PowerPoint, it's whichever one they have. So this is 636. You testified to this earlier to the government, correct?
I did, yes.
May I push, Judge? And so I think kind of the question they were asking you was they were trying to talk to you about the trajectory path from this place in the parking lot to building room 24. Did you remember those questions?
Yes.
And in a hypothetical, if somebody was intending from this west side, this is the west side of Robb Elementary?
Yes, I did.
And you know now that the murderer came in here and shot all the way up until he entered the building.
I do, yes.
And it's if somebody was approaching to shoot at that side of the building and had poor trigger discipline or just an eagerness to want to hurt people, they could have accidentally discharged as they were coming up and coming across to shoot at the west side of the building, correct?
Yeah, that's possible. The only thing I can say for sure is that there was one defect in that.
And that's my point. How many defects were there?
There was one.
One defect. So if somebody took the position that this murderer fired multiple rounds to the south side of the building over here, it would fair to say there should be way more than one defect.
Well, I mean, there was a possibility he could have fired over to the left or to the right. We just didn't find those defects. There's a possibility he could have fired more. All I found was one. So all I can say was there was at least one. There could have been more.
Well, whose responsibility was it to find if there were more?
I'm sorry?
Whose responsibility would it have been to find if there were more defects?
It was mine.
Okay. Did you find more defects?
Not in that classroom, no. Like I said, there could have been more that went out in the open air and landed in the ground somewhere way out there.
But at the time you found that one defect, you weren't told to look at room 24, correct? You were just looking for defects.
Yes, that's
right.
correct. Yes.
So you looked at all the buildings, did you not?
Yeah, in that line of sight, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you could have looked behind the buildings too. I'm sure you looked behind them.
We searched that entire area, yes.
That entire area you searched?
Yes.
And you found one defect?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So back to my original question. If somebody made the claim that they were standing further down to the south side of the building, close to the east side, and that the murderer fired multiple shots at this person, you should have found more than one defect.
Yeah, well, I can't say that again.
Can we talk about probabilities?
Sure.
More likely than not, you should have found more defects.
It's probable, but again, like I said, there could have been where he shot over, depending on how he had the gun held, if he was and what the angle of the barrel. Something could have went over. I can't say he fired multiple. All I can say was that for sure, certainly was that there was one round fired in that direction. All I can say.
Well, one round went in that direction. It doesn't mean it was intended to go there, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so but my question is, bullets don't just disappear, right?
I'm not sure your question.
Well, I mean, but if somebody, I gave this example to another ranger. On New Year's, we're told not to shoot guns up in the air. right? You've heard that safety announcement?
Yeah, sure.
Right? Why is that a foolish thing to do?
Because it can come down and hit someone.
What comes down?
The projectile.
Right, they don't just disappear.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So if somebody shoots projectiles, multiple projectiles in this direction, there should be probably more defects than one.
Well, I mean, they could go over, and when they come down, they could end up inside the dirt, and we just don't see them. That's a possibility I can't rule out.
But bullets don't loop, do they?
Well, there's a parabolic. Once they come up, they're shot in a parabolic arc. So once they go over, they're gonna arc and come down. They could go into the ground.
If somebody's on the ground, if somebody makes the claim while they're on the ground that somebody shot at them from this angle multiple times, there most likely probably would be some defects on these buildings. Right?
There could be. Yeah, I mean, like I said, all I can certainly say there was one. That's all I can say.
Just one.
Yeah. Anything else, I'd be speculating.
Okay. And I don't want you to speculate.
Yeah. I don't
and so if somebody is intending to shoot this side of the building, and they had poor trigger discipline and an evil intent to hurt people, they could get over anxious, and they could accidentally discharge up as they're coming across, because we know for sure there were many defects on this side, right?
Yes, there were.
Have you heard of a ricochet?
I have, yes.
Explain to the jury what a ricochet is.
Ricochet is where the projectile strikes a surface, and then usually at a low angle, and then it ricochets off and continues its flight path past that point.
And so when a bullet hits an object, and when you do this in trajectory analysis, that's called an intermediary object, right?
You're talking the surface it hits?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
That's right. And then that bullet can do something else.
Oh, yeah. Yes, can.
Was there a laser trajectory done from the spot we're looking at in Exhibit 636 to that one defect?
There wasn't, because that defect was not a candidate to put a flight path rod in, because there wasn't a secondary or defect for us to run a rod through and attach a laser to. So it wasn't a candidate for it.
Was not a candidate for it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So was that defect on the higher part of the building or the lower part of the building?
It was on the higher part.
And so if somebody on the ground said that shooter fired multiple shots at that person as they're on the ground, or at least standing on the ground, it's less likely that defect would be high up on near the ceiling, near the roof, right?
It depends on how they were holding the weapon and what the angle of the barrel was.
I said multiple rounds. Remember that? So there should be more than one defect.
Yeah, and again, all I can tell you is there was one. I didn't see any more than one.
Fair enough. Now we saw that picture of the suspect in Exhibit 734, I believe it was. You recall that?
I did, yes.
That person lying on the ground. And I'm not going to show that picture.
Okay.
That picture of that animal lying on the ground. That person is the one responsible for stealing those children, right?
He is the one that shot him, yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Barina, Ranger Barina, the weapon the gunman was using, you're familiar with it?
I am, yes.
And the round that he was shooting?
Yes.
What's the distance on those? How far can they go?
I would say at least 150 meters.
150 meters? Okay. And if they strike the dirt, would you be able to find it?
Probably not.
And if they're shot over the building, would you be able to find it?
No, probably not.
And on that exhibit that's in front of you now, to the left of that building, could you tell us what it's composed of? To the right of the building, excuse me.
Where the fence is?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was the air conditioning HVAC units.
No, I'm sorry. Would you approach? Let me go. This is where the building was struck. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And all the way across here, what is this?
It's open field.
Is there any way you would recover a defect in an open field?
The probability would be very slim. No.
And if shot above the building 24, was there a defect there that would have been recoverable by you?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Shot above the building.
Would you have been able to recover a defect shot above the building?
If it went over and into the grass, no, it would probably be very low to recover that.
And to the right of the building, do we have open fields also?
We do, yes.
And same question about likelihood of recovery.
Yeah, it'd be a low probability, same likelihood, yes.
How's it? When it comes back to our map post judge, back to our hypothetical, if that same person that claims that the shooter from this position shot multiple rounds at them, and they're further down, you have this HVAC unit and all the fence that would be at the very least concealment, maybe even some cover for them, right?
For who?
Someone behind it, someone on the south side of the wall, I mean, of this building.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's possible, yes.
Well, I mean, it's not possible. That's there. This is in the way.
Well, you're talking about the HVAC units is covered, or the?
Yes, sir. If in our hypothetical, if the person's behind it, they would have to shoot through the HVAC units to try to hit them.
Well, again, it depends on how they're holding the weapon.
Okay, well, explain that to me.
Well, if the person's if they're holding it at the hip and the barrel's aimed up, they could get over those HVAC units fairly easy.
Well, unless you have to be 20 feet tall, right? I mean, what if the person is just regular height people? I mean, it doesn't lob. You can't lob. It's not a grenade, right? You can't lob a bullet. It shoots very direct, right?
No, not. I mean, the trajectory is based on how the weapon's hold. You can. Well, I've seen many shootings where they hit the weapon and fired high, and a lot of their rounds were inaccurate because they had it at the hip and were shooting way high.
I'm not talking about inaccuracy. I'm talking about probability of hitting somebody because they're behind these HVAC units. If someone's behind this HVAC unit, they have cover from the HVAC unit, right?
They would, yeah.
So the shooter would have to, the shooter would have to move out to the right of the HVAC unit, or however they're holding it, to try to shoot that person behind the HVAC unit, right?
If they were behind the HVAC unit, I would think so, yes.
Well, in my hypothetical, this person is behind the HVAC unit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so like you're behind the desk. Let's say that desk is covered and I wanted to shoot you in the leg. If that's true cover and could protect your legs, I can't shoot your leg.
Probably not, no.
Well, if it's cover, I can't because I can't see your leg.
Right? Yeah, well, it depends on if it's hard or soft cover. If it's hard cover and it would stop around, then yes, you wouldn't be able to shoot my leg. But if it's plywood or something or soft metal, then it would go through and you could possibly hit your target.
So you don't know this yet, but we've already explained to the jury the difference between cover and concealment.
Okay.
So the material, this is concealment. This is not cover.
Right, exactly.
Let's assume this is cover.
Okay. Okay.
If I wanted to shoot your legs, I'd have to move around to shoot your legs, right?
Yes. Yes.
So same thing with these HVAC units. If there's someone behind the HVAC unit and I'm shooting from this place, I'd have to move around the HVAC unit to get line of sight on you to shoot you.
You would, yes.
That's right.
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
And so if that happened and the shooter was further to the right, because in that hypothetical, that person is being shot at, we would see evidence of the person, the shooter, firing from the right.
It's possibly.
If someone made that claim and you and I were prosecuting that case, what evidence would we present to a jury that somebody shot at someone behind that HVAC unit?
I guess we don't understand your question.
Would we bring shells and shell casings? Because we're making a claim that someone took a shot at them and they had a line of sight. If somebody was further to the right, should there be shell casings here if we're making a claim like that?
There could be, but again, ejection pattern analysis is not always accurate because if they manipulate the gun any kind of way, it can change that pattern. And if they're moving or the weapon's moving, then it can change that pattern. So it's possible, but I can't say for sure that would be an indicator of it.
Are you aware that there were shells found on this side of the building?
Yeah, my recollection, there was some there, and there was some on the other side of the gravel driveway, I believe, also that were marked.
What gravel driveway?
The one there, I believe.
No, sir, you're wrong about
Okay,
that.
okay.
So it's just right here, right?
Okay.
Right on the edge.
Okay.
So that's my point. So if we found.
That's a misstatement of the law, of the facts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, what the lawyers say in their questions is not to be construed as fact. So therefore, if it differs based upon your recollection, rely on your own recollection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And so as we recall, we remember that there are shells up and down this,
yes, sir,
kind of up and down the edge of the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if there are shells on the edge of the parking lot, would the shooter be on the right hand of the shells or on the left hand of the shells, knowing that you know what kind of weapon was used?
Normally it would be on the left-hand side.
And why is that?
Because typically that weapon, or the most common ejection pattern, is usually to the right and slightly rear.
Right. So, and it's called the ejection port.
It comes out of the ejection port, yes.
And so they've heard this already, but just to make sure you and I are on the same page, there's a long rifle with an ejection port. The magazine comes in, you chamber it, you have a trigger inside the trigger guard. Once you shoot, then the casing is discharged to the right, correct?
Yeah, when the bolt comes back, it's extracted, ejected, usually to the right and maybe slightly rear. Kind of from if you're looking at a clock, the muzzle would be 12 o'clock, the stock would be 6. Most of them are going to be at 3 to 4:30.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And so if the shells are here, roughly, I mean, they're a little bit, but there's a collection of them, you know that.
Yes.
Then you agree with me that the shooter is to the left of those shells, that shell line.
That'd be the most probable position, yes. Unless there was manipulation of the weapon or something like that. But the most probable position, if it was fired in a normal position, he would be to the left of that.
But there were no spent shell casings found out to the right in that open area, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, no. Again, I didn't work the outside.
Okay.
I didn't work that. We went over to classroom 24 just based on some intel that there was the cartridge casings found out there. So we went out there just to make sure nothing was shot in that direction.
1 second, sir.
Okay.
Fucking hell, that was hard.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness, Judge.
Do you have any evidence that the shooter in this case used this wrong trigger guard when he grabbed the gun?
Is that the one that the defense counsel was referring to?
The misfire? Yeah. Do you have any evidence in this case that the gunman, that the shots he fired were misfires?
Are we talking about misfire? Because a misfire and an accidental discharge are completely separate.
Let me ask about accidental discharge.
Okay.
What's your definition
Objection,
of an
Your
accident?
Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Discharge.
It's when the gun was fired when it wasn't intended to be. Somebody hit the trigger when they weren't intending to hit it, and the gun fires.
Is there any evidence in this case of the gunman engaged in an accidental discharge?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And would you go back to that exhibit that you just showed the jury? No, when you just showed the jury. And I believe the defense repeatedly said, if there are casings here, and you said you didn't recall that. Is that correct?
I mean, I recall when we were walking from seeing some flags for casings where I just don't remember the exact precise location, but I do remember casings being in that area.
Is this pavement?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall seeing any casings on pavement?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, and how many times did the defense attorney ask you about casings being in this area on the pavement?
Judge, I didn't say that. I said the grass area behind the pavement.
He pointed right here, didn't he?
My understanding was he was talking about the grass area. That's what I was assuming. He was talking about the grass area.
Well, let's take a look at what the evidence shows, okay?
Okay, sure.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Are there any casings on the pavement?
No, not that I see. Again, like I said, they were marking flags, and we obviously can't stick a flag in asphalt, so they're on the grass.
Exhibits 112, 113, 111, those have been identified as being casings. Those are not on the pavement.
You're talking about the ones that are marked 12, 13?
Yes.
Yes.
And would you show the jury how far up the red flags go?
Looks like they go up kind of where the asphalt meets the concrete.
Would you approach the photograph and show the jury how far up those red flags go?
They go up to your little past that drainage, where the drainage goes under the sidewalk, and they come across.
And from that position, is there a line of fire to the defect that you found in room 24 that you've been talking about today?
Yes, sir.
That's witness.
And evidence of an accidental discharge could be a defect high and away from any targets that could be shot at.
It could be, yes.
Right. So if you have evidence of a bunch of damage, like on the west side of Robb Elementary, and then you have what we call a one-off, right? A one-off high and above any potential target, that could be evidence of an accidental discharge as someone is swinging a rifle.
Yeah, I can't rule that out.
Right. Pass the witness, Judge.
And it could be evidence of somebody shooting from the hip.
It could be, yes. I can't rule that out either.
And have you said that you've seen people shoot high in these kind of shootings?
I have, yes.
So you do have evidence that people shoot high in active shooter situations?
Yes, yes.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right, sir, excuse, the rule has been invoked.
Literally, so basically, no one knows what the fuck happened.
Clarification at the bench.
Okay.
Nobody knows anything about anything. So, what the fuck are we doing here? It's all guesswork. And how can you convict somebody on guesswork? This is getting more and more frustrating. Something I makes me smile, this is.
Great dates. Great dates. Great dates.
You know, James, while we're waiting and they're approaching the bench, I want to talk about something you and I were talking about. They were talking about, the door being locked. And you were talking about how in mass shootings, the situation, talk to me about that.
Yeah, we were talking about mass shootings with schools. And from the research that we have from a law enforcement community, and the reason that we stress for teachers to teach behind closed and locked doors, because there's never been an incident in history that we know of where an active shooter has gone inside of a school and breached a door that was locked. In those situations, a person goes into the school, they check the doors, and they're looking for the easiest access that they can inside of a classroom because they're trying to do as much damage and as quick as possible. So if a door is locked, they go to the next door, and they keep going to the next door until they find something that's open.
You want to pull out the single photograph from each one and just bring them up and we can all look at them.
Okay.
Something about photographs now. More photographs.
Aspect of keeping doors locked and closed inside schools, but also making sure that we're doing regular checks of those doors, that perimeter doors that allow you to enter the building in the first place. And if those doors are locked in this particular situation or any situation, right, the shooter doesn't get in at all because the door is locked and they don't have access. And so we do, and the state mandates that these things happen, but we were doing those internally anyway at our district, doing intruder detections, trying to find vulnerable spots on the exterior of the schools that would allow somebody to gain entry into schools. And so you see that routinely done throughout the state of Texas because the state now has mandated those intruder detection audits be done. But prior to the mandate, we were performing those as well. So it's just important, and I can't emphasize that enough, that we're making sure that the exterior doors are locked and don't allow people access into the building. And then once you're inside.
Lady, you mistyped. I think you meant 3-5, not 2-5. 3-5. But that's okay. We all make mistakes.
judge says we can have those mics on, and when he says we cannot have them on, then we must leave them off. So that's a lot of the rules that you're seeing is us ensuring, because the thing about courtrooms is the judges have absolute authority when it comes to audio and video in their courtrooms.
Yep.
Guess what?
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God. Right. Have a seat over here. Adjust that microphone if you need to. Mr. Turner, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, would you tell the jury your name, please?
Garry Phillips.
And am I correct, you've been here since first thing this morning?
Correct.
Appreciate you being here. Could you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
The Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office is a county office statutorily established by the laws of the state of Texas to investigate sudden, unexpected, and unnatural deaths within Bexar County.
And what is the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner?
Fundamentally, the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner is one of the staff medical examiners, which is to say a forensic pathologist who is involved in the examination of persons who have suffered sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths. The Deputy Chief part, however, comes with additional administrative duties that see me as second to the Chief Medical Examiner.
And further on definitions, you said both forensic and pathologist, is that correct?
Correct.
Could you start with pathology and what that is?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine. It is divided into two subspecialties, anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is the study of tissues removed from a human body. Those may be as small as individual cells in the case of cytopathology, all the way up to the entire deceased body, as in autopsy pathology. Clinical pathology is the study of fluids removed from the body and tested in a laboratory setting. That is ultimately the specialty of pathology.
And how does forensic pathology differ from pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty within that area of anatomic pathology that I mentioned. Forensic pathology does prominently involve autopsy pathology. And as I said, that is a subspecialty primarily involved with the investigation of sudden, unexpected, or unnatural death.
Could you tell us about your training that has qualified you as a forensic pathologist?
After completing my undergraduate studies at Baylor University, I completed my medical doctorate degree at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. That was 4 years. Following that, 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency, also at Baylor College of Medicine. And following that, a year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And when did you conclude all of that training?
2015.
2015?
Correct.
And so since 2015, what have you been doing?
From 2015 to 2021, I was an assistant medical examiner at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences in Houston, Texas. And then I returned to be a deputy medical examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office at the end of 2021. It was in the end of 2022 that I became the deputy chief at Bexar County.
And you said that as a forensic pathologist, autopsy is one of your primary tools?
That is one of the primary tools that we will use in investigating death.
And is that used in investigating cause of death?
Yes.
And how many autopsies have you conducted?
Between 2,000 and 2,500 as a staff, and that's going to include cases in which I supervised one of those forensic pathology fellows in training.
So both hands-on as well as supervising other pathologists?
The pathologists in training, correct.
Very good. And when an autopsy, an official report is presented, Is that reviewed by other pathologists?
Yes.
And tell us about that review process.
In our office, each autopsy report is co-signed by the chief medical examiner. The exception, of course, is if the chief medical examiner performed the autopsy, in which case I will review that autopsy and co-sign it.
And so in reviewing somebody's autopsy, how do you do that?
When reviewing the autopsy from another individual, the key is going to be going through the autopsy report, going through all of the ancillary documentation, such as the investigative report, and as well going through any photographs. Again, this is going to vary depending on the complexity of the case, but ultimately the review is geared towards whether or not you agree with the original pathologist's conclusion of cause and manner of death.
So when you said that a second person signs off, it's not just a matter of signing their name?
It is confirming that they agree fundamentally with that cause and manner of death.
And does that require reviewing both their findings as well as the photographs and to see if you agree with what they have decided?
Certainly at least the findings, yes.
At least the findings. And so that is a common practice of forensic pathology to review other pathologists' work?
That is our procedure at the office.
And can you tell us on May 24, 2022, did your office get involved in a number of autopsies?
We became involved.
And tell us about that. How did you become involved?
As I mentioned, our office is statutorily established to investigate deaths within Bexar County. On occasion, we may be requested and, depending on the circumstances, be able to assist with the examination of decedents who have died in other jurisdictions. In this case, our assistance was requested, and so we were able to fulfill that request.
And how many, approximately, were all of the autopsies in this case conducted by one pathologist?
No.
Yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchery drives a bus all day long.
In this case, our assistance was requested, and so we were able to fulfill that request.
And how many, approximately, were all of the autopsies in this case conducted by one pathologist?
No.
Was it a number of pathologists?
It was.
But is it my understanding you volunteered to step up and review all of those autopsies so that you could testify to this grand jury?
I did review these.
Okay. And after reviewing those autopsies, were you able to reach an independent opinion as to cause of death of each of the children involved?
Cause of death, yes.
And are you here to testify about those things?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not for the record. We won't have any objection to Dr. Phillips testifying on behalf of the work everybody else did, and of course the independent work he's done in that. So.
Thank you.
And if we could start with our state's exhibit 739, and I believe we're going to try to go. Is it my understanding that y'all labeled these children not only by number but also alphabetically so that you could keep up with them?
Again, why the hell are we doing this? I generally don't understand. It's as if this is the trial for the killer, but it's like we can't have a trial for the killer, so let's just make some bogus trial up, bring everything in, talk about it, and just hope the jury just say, oh, fuck it, we'll punish you anyway. We don't need any of this. We don't need to know about any of this stuff. This is what the killer did. I mean, the prosecution are obviously trying to pin everything onto this guy. But what? What are we doing?
Was, based on my understanding, an initial.
I'm not even kidding now. This is not even. It's not even morally correct. I mean, make the guy lose his job, make others lose their jobs, get him retraining, get whatever. But to say he is the reason why this killer killed all these people, That's just wrong. I just can't with this. This is inhumane. I just can't. But I get it, but we shouldn't have it in this trial. We should need a trial for all the information. It's fine to have this if there's no defendant, because essentially I do generally think that the jury might actually find him guilty of something, just for the sake of it. Because he's got what? He's got a lot, you know. I don't know. What is it 29? They're going to find him guilty of something. So he's going to possibly be in prison for 2 years. All because of this. And do you know what? The prosecution will be able to sleep at night. I don't know how they can sleep at night. But they're going to confuse the jury so much that the jury are going to think, because the jury are seeing the victims' families all there, probably teary-eyed, probably upset, and rightly so, because they're hearing all this, so they can be upset. This is not the way it should be. This is not the right way to do things. This is why I don't know. I'm lost for words. I genuinely am. I'm so saddened by this. I genuinely am. I'm saddened with the whole situation, with the families losing their loved ones, but to see this as well.
Alphabetical assignment. However, those were fairly rapidly, I would say, converted into more formal medical examiner case numbers that we will generate routinely within our office.
Okay. And did you take photographs then to identify these children both by number and alphabetically?
Yes, I believe that was done.
And so I would like to start with State's Exhibit 739.
Your Honor, if we could just, at this time, what they're about to show this jury is going to be incredibly distressing. We're just kind of starting into it. We just have a warning for them that they know what we're about to see.
And I don't want to explain that, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
As to these photographs that we're about to see, I just want to ease everybody's mind. These are not photographs of wounds, is that correct?
I am
Things that have happened. Okay. Let me explain then. We are going to be limited. We are limiting our questioning to you and to the description of wounds, in your opinion, as to cause of death, which wounds caused death, which wounds did not cause death. But as far as photographs, we're not going to be showing photographs of those wounds.
I understand.
Fair enough? Which is not to say you didn't review those photographs. Is that correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless,
I will address this because this is fair. I don't believe that the police did a good job that day. I don't. I think it's wrong. I think the people should be punished, and I think there's actions that you can be taken. My whole disagreement with all of this is that in some way of what Murph just says, revenge, not justice. To pin it all on one person is wrong. Now, does that then mean that I'm okay with how it all went down? Absolutely not. Absolutely not okay with how it all went down. 77 minutes elapsed from when he entered, I believe it was, and the deaths occurred. There's fundamentally something that went wrong somewhere along those lines. But one thing I do know is that wasn't the caused by this guy, the defendant, and that's why I'm angry. I think that as a whole, if you're going to punish this guy, everyone should be punished because everyone played their part that day. I just think, from the bottom of my heart, I think this is just truly, truly wrong. But that still doesn't justify what happened that day and how actions were conducted. And not just, they didn't just arrest parents, stuff. They actually, we heard earlier on, they pushed out an actual officer whose wife died because she was shot. So they push out their own as well. So the frustration's real, the anger's real. I get it. That's fine. I just don't agree with the way they're doing this towards this person. That's my only. Everything else is on the table. I think it's a piss poor operation. I think a lot of people are culpable, but it shouldn't be on this guy's shoulder. There are other people that it should be on their shoulders more than this person. So I'm not giving a pass to the other people and saying no one is culpable. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this person's not culpable. Based on that, it shouldn't be all pinned on him. This is revenge, and this is not justice. How do you deal with what Maxie just said about the, parents were fighting to try and get in and stuff? I don't know how you deal with that. I don't know. Is that criminal? Is it not? Well, you could say they're doing their job, whatever. I don't know that bit. There needs to be something went wrong. And if it's not criminal, then sort it out. Heads should roll. People should be sacked. People should be retrained. Everything. But yeah, this is not the way to do it. This person. This is not justice. This is not. That's the word I was looking for. Systematic breakdown. Yes. No, they're not going to show any pictures, just to the jury. What could the sentence be if guilty? Because there's a lot of counts. It's 2 years. Now, the judge could overrule that and give him 58 years. He's facing 58 years, but the most that they can do, I believe, is 2 years, because they will run concurrently. So it'll be 2 years. But I truly believe even if it was 1 day, it'd be 1 day too many. So, yeah, but it is 2 years. So, right, here we go. Sorry about stopping all the time, but I there's a few things I'm passionate about, and this is one of those things, because this is a slippery slope as well. They try to do this to Scott Peterson as well. I think this is a dangerous game they're playing. Where does it stop? Who's next in line?
We are going to show photographs of the child so that we may identify those children as per what the indictment requires. Is that fair enough?
Understood.
So we will have a photograph of both the child alive as well as a clothed photograph of just the face of the child. Fair enough?
Understood.
And you're familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And so now if we could start with Exhibit 739, Uzziah Garcia. And we have him by both number, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the number that your department assigned?
That's correct.
And initially there was an A by that name, and that was also a way the children were identified?
Initially.
Okay. And could you describe for us, let's start with the wound. Were there, did Mr. Garcia receive wounds?
Yes.
And were any of those wounds, did they cause death?
Yes.
And what type of wounds caused Mr. Garcia's death?
The most significant wound in this case was a gunshot wound that entered the back. That wound ultimately, most significantly, went through both lungs as well as the thoracic vertebral column, injuring the spinal cord. After having traversed both lungs, it did enter the abdomen and injure the spleen as well.
Okay. You talked about several organs here, and I just want to do it with the first child so we can get used to that, okay? Could you kind of go through the organs that you talked about, it penetrated, what the function of those organs are, and why penetrating those organs would be a cause of death?
So in this case, going through both lungs is going to cause significant bleeding, and it's going to impair the ability to breathe. Going through the vertebral column and transecting the spinal cord is going to cause a loss of sensation and motor function below that level at the thoracic level. To clarify, there are several levels of the spine. The cervical spine is the neck, the thoracic spine is in the chest, and then the lumbar and sacral spine are in the abdomen and pelvis. So this was in the region of the chest. The splenic injury, the spleen is a vascular organ, and so that would be expected to also contribute to the bleeding in addition to the lung injuries.
And could you show us just generally on your body, the general direction or pathway of that
Yes.
gunshot wound?
So this wound entered in the back, relatively high here, and it's going to go across and end up in the abdomen somewhere around here.
And in your opinion, that a gunshot wound caused his death?
Yes.
And were there other wounds that he suffered?
There was an additional wound.
Can you describe that for us?
That was a entrance wound of the chest. However, only a projectile fragment was recovered, and that wound path was very superficial.
So it would not have led to death?
That wound was much less significant, and yes, I could envision that wound not leading to death.
Any other findings of significance to share with this jury?
There were some other apparent ballistic injuries or fragmentary impacts on other parts of the body.
And could you explain those for us?
Anytime a projectile fragments, which at least one of these fragments did, or anytime there are other projectiles that have been fired in the vicinity, that have fragmented, those can bounce or ricochet off of nearby structures, or they can perforate nearby structures and cause blunt impacts to the body that would cause these sorts of ballistic fragmentary injuries.
And so whether the bullet passed through another object or ricocheted off of it, you can't say.
Not given these findings, I couldn't be more specific.
And also, as far as distance determination, are you able to determine how far a weapon was from a body when the body received that gunshot wound?
In some cases, yes.
And in this case, was it very limited, the time that you found somebody with a very close-up gunshot wound?
In this specific case, I could not definitively say that there was evidence of close range firing. However, the reason that those other ballistic or fragmentary impacts can be important is because those can, on some level, mimic close range firing. And so that will complicate the evaluation. So in this case, I do at least have those fragmentary injuries, but I don't have anything that I could definitively say was close range.
And could you tell us how you determine distance and what the different levels of distance are when pathologists are looking at gunshot wounds?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if I could make a recommendation just to reduce the secondary trauma that can be suffered. If we could we don't have to have the picture up while we're talking about distance and things like that. If we can have the picture, take it down, and then picture for the next one, I think it would be appreciated.
It's their case. However you want to proceed, Mr. Turner, go ahead.
Our problem is the PowerPoint just moves to the next child. I guess we can click the button and you can click it off. That's fine. That's fine.
Go ahead, proceed.
We were talking about distance determinations. Can you tell how far a weapon was from the body when the body received the wound?
Correct. So in some cases, that is possible. When a gun is fired, the bullet obviously is going to exit the muzzle of the gun. However, more than just the bullet will also exit the weapon. There can be particles of burning and unburned gunpowder, as well as residues of combustion. If the gun is fired in close enough proximity to the skin, those additional items can sometimes impact or deposit upon the skin. And so those findings that we would most typically look for would be soot, which is an amorphous grayish black residue that is the products of combustion. That's the smoke coming out of the gun, or powder tattooing, which are very, well, I should say, relatively regular punctate abrasions that are caused by the burning and unburnt particles of gunpowder striking the skin and abrading it and embedding into the skin. Beyond that range, it is possible for gunpowder to deposit on the skin, although because it lacks mass, it can no longer abrade the skin. In addition, under those ranges, if the muzzle of the gun is actually directly in contact with the skin, we can see contusions, abrasions, or lacerations associated with the muzzle of the gun on the skin.
And is there a name for the muzzle that's on the skin?
That would be a contact wound.
And what are the other classifications?
The other classifications would be near contact, depending on how much you want the lumber split. Something that's relatively near contact would probably be expected to have soot. That is, and this is a very fuzzy number, somewhere in the vicinity of the first 12 inches away from the muzzle. Now, again, many variables are going to affect the actual distance. So the only real way to get a harder number than what I'm providing is to test fire the actual weapon against a witness panel with the actual ammunition used. But again, as a rough guide, about a foot. For powder tattooing, somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 to 5 feet is where powder tattooing will cease. For gunpowder particulate deposition, a very broad range, anywhere from 9 to 21 feet, gunpowder particles can begin to cease being deposited on the skin. As we move beyond that, we will have no evidence of close range firing. Some people would call that distant, although it's also reasonable to call that indeterminate because, again, depending on many of these variables, there may be different reasons why you're not seeing evidence of close range firing.
Thank you very much. And so we had talked about the wound that caused death. We also talked about a chest wound, and you were talking about this third kind of abrasive wound. Is that correct?
So in this case, there were the fragmentary injuries.
Fragment wounds. Next, turn to State's Exhibit 740. If you can display that. Mr. Rogelio Torres. And is that your autopsy number 1380?
Correct.
And is there a wound depicted in State's Exhibit 740?
A wound is seen.
And what's the nature of that wound?
That is a wound that is adjacent to the right eyebrow.
Well, that was not a life-threatening wound?
In this case, that was described as a graze wound.
A graze?
Graze, correct.
Thank you. You can turn it up. Could you tell us then what your findings were as to Mr. Torres?
In this case, 12 gunshot wounds were noted. The injuries that were produced included the brain, the right lung, liver, right kidney, thoracic spine and spinal cord, as well as the right humerus, which is to say the long bone of the upper arm.
And each one of those wounds, those 12 wounds, were capable of causing death?
They're all potentially going to contribute. Of course, a wound that is traversing the brain is going to very likely be causative of death in the absence of the rest. However, if you take out, for instance, the wound traversing the brain, a combination of liver, kidney, thoracic spine, long bone fracture, and lung injury might well also be productive of death. But again, these were all collectively present, and so they were all considered as collectively causing death.
And any other non-life-threatening wounds?
Again, some of the other findings, such as the graze wound, would have been present. So there was the graze wound on the right eyebrow. There were some additional, how should I say, less physiologically significant wounds that didn't cause major neurovascular organ injuries that were present.
Thank you. Exhibit 741, Miranda Mathis.
Yes.
Could you tell us what your findings are in regard to Miranda Mathis?
In this case, there were 12 gunshot wounds. The significant injuries included the heart, both lungs, the liver. There were injuries to the cervical spine and spinal cord, that is, again, in the neck.
See you later, Sarah P. Thank you for all your help today. See you later, my darling. If I don't see you later, have a great weekend, but hopefully we'll see you back in chat later.
Skull base fractures, and there were injuries to the larynx and trachea, that is to say, the windpipe, basically, as well as the pelvis.
And any non-life-threatening wounds?
There were some additional injuries that, again, the ones that I described are the ones that are sort of the most physiologically significant. There were some additional.
Let's just stay with those, and if you find a wound that you consider significant, whether or not it's contact or close contact, something that would make it different from the other wounds you're describing.
So in this case, there were 3 of the gunshot wounds that in this case did demonstrate the gunpowder tattooing that were mentioned. And there was some additional gunpowder tattooing on the right hand.
And does that suggest range?
So this would be indicative of close range firing.
And that would be?
That would be the powder tattooing. So as we described it, the intermediate range.
And the distance would be about what?
As I said, somewhere in the vicinity of that 3 to 4 to 5 feet is when that begins to cease. So I would expect under that. But in order to get a better number, it would be necessary to test fire the weapon with the ammunition used.
So somewhere around 3, 4, 5 feet.
That's where it ceases. So if it's present, it's somewhere within.
Closer to that. Correct. Thank you. State's Exhibit 742. Alethea Ramirez.
Correct. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the brain, both lungs, the aorta, left femoral vein, the pelvis, and left femur. The femur is the long bone in the thigh, and an injury to the trachea.
Those were the significant findings.
Those were the significant injuries, yes.
And each of them were gunshot wounds.
Gunshot wounds, correct.
Thank you. Exhibit 743. Dea Bravo.
Correct. In this case, the decedent had 8 gunshot wounds. The significant injuries included the brain, the major neurovascular structures of the right forearm and the left upper arm, and fractures of the right radius and ulna. Those are the long bones within the forearm.
And any of those sufficient in themselves to cause death?
Certainly the brain injury, yes.
State's Exhibit 744. Ileana Torres.
Correct. In this case, there were 13 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the heart, the left lung, the left upper arm vasculature, the liver, the facial bones, cervical spine, and the left humerus.
And was it a combination of the wounds or just a single wound that caused the death?
In this case, the heart wound itself would probably have been sufficient, but the rest were significant as well.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 745, Layla Salazar.
Correct. Sorry, could I see that real quick? Just confirm the number. Yes, thank you. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. There were injuries to the left internal jugular vein, that is the major vein that brings blood from the head back to the heart. In addition to that, there were injuries to the left lung, the cervical and thoracic spine and cord, the tibia, which is the long bone in the shin. And there were skull fractures with intracranial bleeding, that is to say bleeding surrounding the brain, even though in this case the projectile did not traverse the cranial cavity. It went close enough to cause bleeding inside the head.
It passed enough energy in to cause bleeding inside the brain.
Correct.
746, Annabelle Rodriguez.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The right carotid artery and jugular vein were injured. Again, the carotid artery takes blood to the brain. The jugular vein returns it from the brain. Both lungs were injured, and the thoracic spine and cord, as well as the larynx, were injured. Likewise, with the injuries to the cord, what you will sometimes see is that blood will then enter the cranial cavity. So there was some subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is a type of bleeding inside the head surrounding the brain.
Thank you. JC Wabanos, 747.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. The brain, the cervical spine, and the spinal cord were injured.
And each of these were gunshot wounds?
These are all from gunshot wounds.
All the wounds that you described were gunshot wounds, is that correct?
That's correct.
No other weapon caused any injury to this child?
None that was, no, it did not appear so. In fact, in each case, although we haven't specified it, projectile fragments were recovered associated with each autopsy.
Okay, associated with gunshot wounds.
Part of the bullet, basically.
So that confirms for you that these are all gunshot wounds?
One of the things, yes.
Exhibit 748, Ileana Garcia.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The skull was fractured, again, with that same type of bleeding inside the head, subarachnoid hemorrhage. There were also injuries to the right axillary artery and vein. The axillary artery and vein are the major blood vessels that run from the chest into the arm.
Tess Mata, State's Exhibit 749.
Correct. In this case, there were 5 gunshot wounds. The internal injury was the brain.
Okay, could you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, there was an entry wound of the face that did traverse the cranial cavity. There were additional injuries of the back, buttocks, and left upper extremity. However, these did not cause significant internal organ injuries.
Thank you. Matthew Rodriguez, 750.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. The brain and the right lung were the major internal injuries.
Jayla Seguero, number 751.
Correct. In this case, there were 2 gunshot wounds. Both lungs were injured. The aorta was injured. The aorta is the major blood vessel that comes off of the heart and carries blood to the remainder of the body. And the thoracic spine was also injured.
State's Exhibit 752, Emery Joe Garza.
Correct. In this case, there was 1 gunshot wound, which injured the heart, right lung, liver. Those were the major internal injuries.
It was just 1 wound, but it went.
Yes.
Could you just show us how that traversed?
Yes, that's correct. This wound entered the back about here, and it went from back to front. And as it went from back to front, it went through the lung, the heart, the liver, and then was recovered from within the body.
Thank you. 753, McKenna Elrod.
Correct. In this case, there were 4 gunshot wounds. The injuries included both lungs, the brachiocephalic artery. That is one of the major branches of the aorta in the chest that ultimately is going to split off into the right subclavian and the right carotid arteries and carry blood to the head and the right arm. In addition, the left femur, both tibias, and the trachea were injured.
Exhibit 754, Alexandria Rubio. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go too quick.
Correct. In this case, there were 2 gunshot wounds. The major internal injury was the brain. The additional wound was a superficial gunshot wound to the back.
And State's Exhibit 755, it's 80 other place.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Too late.
Correct. In this case, there were 3 gunshot wounds. Both lungs were injured, as well as the thoracic spine and spinal cord. In addition, there was a wound that perforated the scalp. It did not go into the cranial cavity. However, it did cause bleeding inside the head, subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage. Well, I should say, let me back up. It could have contributed to that bleeding. In addition, the injuries to the spinal cord lower down could have contributed to that bleeding.
Is that the final report on children that you have pathology on?
No, I have a couple more.
Of children or?
Yes.
Okay, could you share with us your next one?
My next one is case number 22-1399.
And can you tell us about that, and I'll come back to the name. My apologies.
Yes, in that case, there was a single gunshot wound that injured the heart, both lungs, and the aorta. This case also demonstrated soot.
What does the soot mean?
So the soot is the close range firing that is, again, within that 1 foot distance.
And your final autopsy?
The case number is 2022-1400.
Okay. And we'll provide those with a future witness.
Yes, in this case, we had a single gunshot wound. That was a wound of the head injuring the brain and skull.
And thank you for doing all the work that it took to make these findings. Let me ask you, if I'm pushing too far, I don't mind going to somebody more familiar. But as a pathologist and reviewing the photos in this case, are you comfortable testifying that these were all children under 15 years of age?
Judge will stipulate to it.
I believe we have a stipulation that these were all children under 15 years.
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Pass the witness.
Okay, then court will take judicial notice of the stipulation.
Pass the witness.
Your Honor, I guess before I start, I just ask out of respect for the children and their families that this exhibit be sealed by the court, that it cannot be accessed by the public, that it stays with the court, because I believe that would be necessary.
I had already instructed the court reporter as to that, so.
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't know you had, but I appreciate you doing so. Dr. Phillips, you and I, we know each other, actually.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you this, I hate to see you here, but I do appreciate what you did to document what that monster did to those children. And I'll pass the witness.
That's all, Your Honor.
Is he excused, not subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Goss?
No, Your Honor, we don't need him for recall.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
2 hours and 30 minutes, Dave.
Let me see. We're gonna take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes to take care of another matter. So remember my instructions. We'll see you back in 10. Would everyone rise for the jury? Let me know when you're ready.
You know, we've been listening to the medical examiner just document these injuries.
Oregon versus Indiana, Lady Di. So this starts in 2.5 hours, 2 hours 25 minutes. So I'm trying to work out what the time is. Yeah, it's the semi-finals, Oregon versus Indiana, and then the final will be Miami against Indiana. Then next Monday night. Wait for Dave to bite. What's the time now? 5. So it's 4:04 in Texas right now. We're having a break now. The judge is going to discuss something, and then I think we're done. Well, I mean, probably more testimony. I mean, I'm glad I'm not a juror or there, because they had, thank you, Sarah P, pictures of the children when they were alive and pictures of them when they were dead. Oof. You go to watch the regular broadcast of McAfee. I watched McAfee last night. It was really good. I enjoyed it. I preferred it, to be quite honest with you. It was really, really good. So I'll watch it again tonight. Look at Dave. How to get David in a pickle. Just tell him Oregon's going to lose. I think Oregon got a good chance tonight, Dave. They got a good chance. They want revenge over Indiana. So football is a fake and gay. There you go. Sarah P loves it. Dilly was, yeah. I've never watched it before because normally it's on so late. But now I've decided to stay up till 4 or 5 a.m. to watch it. I really enjoyed it. I really do. It's more personable, I think. Hey, it's the truth, and I like to watch, or used to, not so much anymore. Does your husband watch football? Lady Di? Well, you don't have a stream tomorrow, so I did it last night as well, Lady Di. I stayed up till 5 o'clock this morning to watch football, and again tomorrow morning. Then I'm going to do the same on Saturday, same on Sunday, same on Monday. So we're not done for the day, Katie. We're not done for the day. No, only when we both do. Always never won national championships ever, not even when they were the Pac-8. One championship. Oh, have they? I didn't know that. So we're just waiting to get back to court. They're doing some hearings outside the presence of the jury at some point, I believe. Whether they're doing it on camera, off camera, I don't know. So, but we're not done today. That's the only thing that sucks about this trial is it's in Central Time, so it goes on a bit later. We did watch football recently, like Monday, maybe there you go. I just thought he might enjoy it so that he could get a break away from you. Do you know what I mean? So I bet he likes anything that you don't like, just so he can say, oh, I'm going to watch something you don't like. So you go do your thing, I'll do my thing. Ba baby. No. Central Time is the best. So I wouldn't disagree with you if I was in America. It sucks when you're in the UK and it's 6 hours behind, you know. So that sucks. That's why I very rarely do trials from Pacific time. Remember we did Robert Telles. That was tough. We did the Florida one and the Vegas one. Same days because of the time difference. Dave, you're giddy like a schoolgirl, right? Now, only 2.5 more hours to go. It is. And he's probably high as a kite as well. So we do, but we stream everything, and I refuse to pay extra for football. Ah, boo. Monday, I might or might not be in a bad mood today. Warning. Pacific is hard. Yeah, I get hard sometimes. I know. Hopefully I'm happy. Lovely Sarah P seems like it. Laughing my fucking ass off. We love football in my house. Yeah, you got that rare breed of you've got San Francisco 49ers, you've got Arizona Cardinals, you've got Chicago Bears. So you've got a nice mix in your house, Josie. You'll be over it by Monday. No, so I'll be over it probably Tuesday. Because the Patriots are playing on Monday morning at, I believe, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning for me. So I'll be staying up watching that. Central does seem like the best time. I am Eastern. No, you are Lady Di. Josie. We have 2 Niners fans. Oh, have you? 2 cars. So who's so how's it split up? Is it you and your daughter who are Niners? How is it split up? Who's who, Josie? Obviously, your husband is Cardinals. One of your sons is Bears. But who's the other Niner and Cardinals fans? That's interesting. Guess who's back? Lovely's back. We are on break, Lovely. We are on break. I am still an avid one. Jersey Jen, but still new to me. So. I don't like the Niners. Oh no, Andrell, you all know Josie and Sarah P are big Niners fans. We got Bosa in the Where's Bosa? Let me find him. We got Bosa here somewhere. They are. I'm not the 49ers fan. I can respect them because they're good, but yeah, Sunday fun day. Go Pats! I can't wait. Monday morning for me. Bosa. Me and my son Christian like the 49ers. Nathan, my other son Seth, like the Cardinals. And Ari, another son, likes the Bears. They go. And is Ari the youngest one? I think, I'd guess. So all the boys. And so Christian is a mama's boy. Christian's a favourite then. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. I can rank your children now. So Christian's always going to be the favourite. Bosa. Football's too many dumb rules these days and time, and they make up new rules every year. I know, I just pretend I know it. I definitely don't like the kickoff rules they have. It's all interesting, I think. Having been to Gillette Stadium, I think the atmosphere is very good. I'd like to go to a college game as well. Just to experience the difference, because it's probably a little bit more nuts, I imagine. Josie agrees with you, Dave. Kicker rule is dumb. I'm already nervous for Dave's wife during the game. Don't be nervous for her. Dave's going to be in his chair, and he's already high as a kite. So, the more he smokes, the better he'll be. Andrell says, my son plays and I just go to the games to watch him. There you go. That's fine. I asked, what the fuck is this? He said, the new rule. I was that's stupid. Whose idea was that? Before him up, played, I asked Roger, who made up this rule? Bye-bye. Just waiting to get back into court. I'm just flagging. I think you can all picture Dave in a recliner. Just get high as they come. Just chilled. David, he won't be pissed off tonight then, Lewis. He'll be pissed off tomorrow morning when he's unhigh and realizes. Oh, hang on. There's a phone call.
The witnesses, and I have seen the prosecutors. They're like, okay, pass the witness, instead of, thank you so much for, I know this has been difficult for you to come back and talk about this. I have found that very interesting, Tanya.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to, maybe he's just a better lawyer. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's got, maybe it's trial manner. I don't know. I mean, I've never, dealt with either of these prosecutors, but it is interesting. And, even LaHood going out of his way to make sure that the exhibit was sealed, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's, what, and when the families did an interview after when they nearly got that mistrial, they actually praised the defense. They're like, this guy is a great lawyer. He's, seems very compassionate. They were talking about how difficult they thought it was going to be perhaps to win this case because of the level of, how he's such at a high level as a defense attorney.
Yeah. Well, that, and as you well know, that's not something you hear very often. I mean, that's a real turnaround.
Yeah. Yeah, so, but no, I will be curious to see how they felt. I mean, I know that there's a couple of parents, but like Jackie Casares, his uncles, and their wives are in the courtroom. I did see her parents as well, and then I think there's maybe two other families, and I think again, they want to know the outcome, and they wanted justice, but they they can't sit through there and hear that. And in fact, they actually have victims counselors with the families, and you see them taking care of them and making sure that they're okay. And I do believe that they're even talking about, offering counseling to the jurors after this as well. I've never heard. By the way, one of the things that I wanted to tell you, Tanya, that I forgot we were talking about, I heard y'all talking about the school being shut down, and they built a new school, but they are leaving that school up because I was talking to that Uvalde reporter and a reporter out of San Antonio that's also very close to the defense and to and the prosecutors and have covered this case. They said that there is a possibility that they may take the jury there.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's they left the school up in case they need to take either one of the juries to the school.
Wow.
Yeah, and that they've talked to them about, because maybe they need to see it. They need to see where Adrian Gonzales was in relation to where, because it's hard to tell when you're looking at the photos. It's hard to tell where one or the other may have been, and so there is that possibility that they may bust the jury down there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I know that you're right. Like, in listening to the testimony, sometimes it's hard to keep track of, south side of the school, west side of the school, east side, and you're going, and I could see why actually seeing it would be helpful. Now,
and they've done that with juries before.
Yeah.
I know that they've taken them to certain crime scenes so they can see what it looked like. I think like the Jean-Benet Ramsey or one of those. I can't remember which one of the big cases, but I know that they've taken people before for jurors.
Yeah.
Rebecca, are there some family members that have opted to stay in the courtroom the whole time for all of this?
Yeah, all of it. Yeah, they have. I know Jackie Gossett, family's been there every day in the courtroom, and they're the ones that we keep hearing from that are doing a lot of the interviews. And some families have chosen not to talk, and in fact, some families were told by prosecutors not to talk to the media, but they've just ignored the prosecutors. That there's not a very warm relationship between the families that are going to the courtroom and the prosecutors.
Well, how many times in our career have we had police or prosecutors tell families not to talk to us?
Yeah, a lot. Prosecutors not to talk. They're the ones that we keep hearing from that are doing a lot of the interviews. And some families have chosen not to talk. And in fact, some families were told by prosecutors not to talk to the media, but they've just ignored the prosecutors. That there's not a very warm relationship between the families that are going to the courtroom and the prosecutors.
Well,
wow, that's interesting. So some of the families no warm relationship between them and the prosecutors. That's interesting.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, and it's some families, I totally understand why they don't want to talk to the media. It's a very painful thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But some families do find it cathartic, or they do want their stories told about their loved ones and what happened. They want the story of who that child was or who their loved one was.
Wait, there's always one, and normally it's Lady Di. Fucking not listening. She just said that there are some families that do not like the prosecutors. They don't get on with the prosecutors, basically. Lady Di.
So there are families that do want to talk, and there are families that want to let the media know how they're feeling about what's happening with the case or what they want the state to do. And so it is important to them that they be there, and it is important for some of them to talk to us.
Well, and the way I look at it is when families talk, that's how the stories stay more victim-centered.
Absolutely. Yes. I'd be curious too. Are there any representatives from law enforcement at the trial?
Like, have you seen?
Have I seen what now? Sorry.
Like representatives from law enforcement attending the trial?
No, only they have a lot of security.
That's really nice, Sherry. Just surprised my husband with his brother from California to go with him to the Bears game. Well, that's lovely. driving back and forth to Midway.
People that are there for security purposes, and they are running security is tight. You do have to go through the metal detectors twice, and you have to have a pass, and the courtroom doors are locked. You cannot go in.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up.
And they have designated seats.
And this current time is just
All right, Rebecca, well, the judge is back, and Adrian Gonzales is back in the courtroom, so we're going to let you go, and then safe travels. I hope you're close to getting home. So. Awesome. Thank you. All right, okay. Okay. Well, I think we got sound back in the courtroom.
That's amazing. I love that. I love that. I bet he loves it as well. What a nice surprise.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. State.
We do have the last two children that the pathologist talked about, and
Judge, we have talked to prosecution. We have agreed to allow to show the jury and to tell the kid's name.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, for identification purposes, they've agreed to allow the photographs to be shown without the pathologist testifying. He already did testify about them, but to just tie it up.
Yes, Your Honor, and I would be, if I could be clear, without waiving any previous objections that we made, it's just in this circumstance, the situation, first assuming the court would have the same ruling, and that's why we're making that accommodation.
Correct.
Just 1 second.
These are photographs of Jacqueline Cáceres and Javier Lopez.
we're just playing here.
Okay.
And that was number 1399, and that's the last autopsy that the pathologist talked about. And then 1400. Thank you.
All right.
And it was 1400.
Javier Lopez.
Okay, thank you. Your next witness.
State calls Jennifer Lugo.
Your Honor, I do believe that the subject matter of this witness would go into a motion of limiting that we've raised previously. I don't know if you'd like us to approach her.
We're just going to talk about the events that day. Well,
if you'd like us to approach.
Okay. Come on up. Just 1 second, man. We'll get you right up here.
So they got the lovely. They had the deputy chief examiner testifying, and they basically showed all the pictures of them, how they were when they died, with the wounds and stuff. They discussed it, and then I mean they don't need to go too much detail because again the trial isn't about all that, you know. So. I don't even agree that we even know all of this stuff that they showed. Joe, I don't mind curling. Dave, I don't mind curling. Scotland won it 1 year. Well, the UK, but Scotland. I don't mind it. Curling is quite a fun one. They do under the UK banner. They do. I am staying up to watch the game. I will be, yes. I'll be chilling out on my sofa.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God. All right, please have a seat over here. That microphone will adjust, so make it comfortable for you and try to speak up so everybody can hear you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Garcia.
And Ms. Garcia, where do you currently reside? Don't tell me the address, it's the town and the county.
Uvalde, Texas.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to the day of May 24th of 2022. On that day, did you have a child that went to Robb Elementary?
Yes, I had one.
And what was her name?
Ileana Amaya Garcia.
And where is Robb Elementary? Just to clarify for the record, is that in Uvalde County?
Yes.
Okay. And you dropped her off at school that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what was there something special about that day?
Just that they were having an awards ceremony for the end of the year, school year.
Okay. And was it a normal morning for you when you dropped her off?
Yeah, I mean, I have more other children, so I dropped them off, made my rounds, dropped her off, and then went home just to get ready for the awards.
And did you attend the awards ceremony that morning?
Yes.
And did she, in fact, receive an award?
She did. She received one. I believe it was like a helping kind of student award.
And were you there to see her get that award?
Yes.
And did y'all take pictures and all that?
We did. She took a picture with her sister and a picture with her with the certificate.
Now, at some point, did you hear that there was something happen at Robb Elementary?
Not at that moment, not until I went home shortly after.
Okay, so you left her at school that day?
I did. She wanted to come home. She asked if she could come home, but I told her no, to stay in school. Because after the awards, earlier that week, I believe we had gave the teacher $2. They were all going to pitch in for pizza and have like a movie fun day kind of thing. So I told her no, that she didn't need to come home for her to stay at school and that I would pick her up later.
Okay. And at some point, so you returned back to your home?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you return back to Robb Elementary School?
I did. After shortly getting home, not that long ago, a neighbor came and asked where my girls were. I told her they all went to school but one. And she's like, okay, well, you need to get to Robb ASAP. And I'm like, why? What's going on? She's like, there's something going on. They believe that there's a shooter at the school. So I just grabbed the baby, jumped in the car. I believe we both went barefooted. She met me there. She took the baby and I just started running and there was just chaos. I mean, there was already people, cops there. I mean, everything was just hectic.
And at some point, were you directed to the Civic Center?
Yes, well, shortly after waiting there, seeing what's going on, asking where my daughter was, we couldn't find her. Kids were just running everywhere. Kids were loading up on the EMS. Shortly after we couldn't find ours, they're all like, well, just check hospitals, but they redirected everybody to the Civic Center to wait for any updates because they were still trying to get all the children directed that way.
Okay. And once you got to the Civic Center in Uvalde, what happened there?
It was just like we just had to wait for any updates. I mean, we waited there for a couple hours. Unfortunately, ours, I want to say we were the second, third to last parents. At the end of the day, about 9-ish, 10 to find out that one of our children was one of the deceased.
Okay. And who told you that your daughter had died?
I don't know. Was it? I don't think they were DPS. It was some officers that were in a room. I don't remember who they were.
Okay. And how old was your daughter when she passed away?
9.
And was her birthday coming up?
Yes, her birthday was supposed to be June 4th.
Okay.
The weekend after that week.
Okay. And again, state her name.
Ileana Amaya Garcia.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Ms. Garcia, I'm so sorry for your loss. That's terrible. And I pray to God for his peace for you and your family. I'll pass the witness.
No more question, John.
Okay, is she subject to recall or is she excused to remain in the courtroom if she so desires?
She's excused. We had talked about that, and I guess if we could approach on that, but for the moment, we just there was supposed to be an agreement, and I don't know if we've actually made that agreement.
Well, I mean, if she's not subject to recall, Anyway.
Yes, Your Honor, there were some conditions that we spoke about that I don't think we've actually revisited, but at this moment, we.
Well, ma'am, you've testified you're now subject to recall. At this time, it's up to you. You can have a seat in the courtroom or go about your business, whatever you'd like to do. All right? Thank you.
That was our last witness for the day, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end a little early. We will resume at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. It's extremely important. You remember my instructions, please. Don't read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Should some of you get here early and you're in the jury room without the other jurors, remember, don't talk about the case. Wait until all the evidence is in. Have a wonderful weekend, and would everyone rise for the jury?
I'll see if they come back now or not.
Okay, we're obviously ending the day with emotional testimony from Jennifer Garcia, the mother of Ellie Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that's what brings it all home. You know, we just heard the medical examiner talk about
Monday morning.
I'm going to cancel them there. This is the part I hate, you know. They're going to bring families up there to discuss it. It's like, why are you... Anyway. But it is interesting that the families find the defense to be very respectful, and there's some that don't like the prosecution. That is always interesting to hear that. She won't be the last parent, I imagine. I think there'll be others as well that they will do as well. We're done for the day because they have no more witnesses. They have no more witnesses today, so they're back at 9 o'clock Central on Monday. So that means we'll be back 9 o'clock Central on Monday, 10 o'clock Eastern time, to discuss that. I agree with RP, because for her to relive, especially when she said that her daughter wanted to come home, but she said no to stay with her friends. I mean, that's something that's going to be with her for the rest of her life. She's going to have to live with that for the rest of her life, that decision. You know, she's going to live with that. I can't even imagine having that guilt on your conscience. Yeah. Right. Before I well up too much, yes, they will. I imagine some parents would want to speak up. Maybe, yeah, that could be the case. I think they're gonna call everybody. Is my guess. I think that they're gonna call everybody unless someone's explicitly said no. They will call everyone, because I think this is why. Well, I'm just guessing. Part of why some people don't like the prosecution. They are looking at this more of a not much compassion, you know. I don't know. I don't see what benefit that did for her to have to relive it. I don't know. I don't know. So I would imagine it was a prosecutor's decision to do it. Prosecutors know that kind of testimony is very good. So the more they want to do it, the better for them. So, but as you know my opinion, I don't think you think that they should be allowed to testify, or anyone should be testifying anyway. So, right, everyone, have a great weekend. Dave, enjoy with the Ducks tonight. Don't get too high, and you know, it is what it is. So yeah, enjoy yourselves, people. Behave yourselves. Or if you can't behave yourselves, then you know, keep yourselves out of trouble as much as possible. And we shall see you on Monday. This is supposed to last 2 weeks, so we'll see what happens. But But yeah, I'll be on the streets watching football all weekend, and I shall see you all on Monday, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. Well, probably just before then. Okay, everyone, have a great weekend, and I hope all your teams do well. Take care, everyone. Good night.